A journey of transformation. Have you ever felt the quiet pull of something greater beneath the noise? Chapter 1. Life often moves at a frantic pace, a relentless current pulling us through its unpredictable rapids. We navigate its waters with varying degrees of skill and grace, sometimes sinking under its weight, other times barely keeping our heads above water. We strive for control, for certainty, yet the very essence of our existence seems woven from change, from the unexpected twist and turn of fate. It is within this very turbulence, however, that the greatest potential for growth and transformation lies hidden, waiting to be discovered by those willing to look beyond the surface chaos. For too long, many have felt adrift, their efforts yielding results that fall short of their deepest aspirations. They work diligently, follow prescribed paths, and yet, a persistent sense of dissatisfaction lingers, a subtle undercurrent of disconnection from something larger than themselves. They seek a breakthrough, a shift in consciousness, a way to harness the power that seems to flow through the universe but remains elusive to their grasp. They yearn for a deeper understanding, a guiding principle that can illuminate the path forward. This is not a new struggle. It has echoed through the ages, across cultures and civilizations. The human spirit, inherently seeking meaning and connection, has always looked towards the wisdom of those who appeared to have transcended the ordinary limitations of the human condition. These individuals, often revered as sages, teachers, or masters, observed the patterns of existence with a clarity that seemed beyond mortal comprehension. They perceived the interconnectedness of all things, the subtle energies that flowed like an unseen river, carrying the potential for healing, growth, and enlightenment. Their teachings, though sometimes veiled in metaphor or lost to time, point towards a fundamental truth, that our reality is not merely what we perceive with our five senses, but a vast, intricate tapestry woven from thought, belief, emotion, and energy. They understood that the internal landscape is the primary shaper of the external world. The state of our mind and heart directly influences the quality of our experiences. Fear, doubt, and resentment create blockages, distorting our perception and limiting our potential. Conversely, love, compassion, and a state of inner peace allow for a clearer vision and a smoother flow through life's challenges. The path they describe is not one of relentless striving or accumulating possessions, but rather one of inner alignment. It involves recognizing the incessant chatter of the mind and learning to quiet it, not through suppression, but through awareness. It means understanding that our thoughts are not just passive observers but active creators, shaping our emotional state and influencing the very circumstances we find ourselves in. It is about cultivating a consciousness that perceives the deeper truths beneath the surface appearances, recognizing the patterns of limitation that have been accepted as normal and choosing, consciously, to step beyond them. This requires a fundamental shift in perspective. We are often taught to see ourselves as separate entities, isolated individuals navigating a cold, indifferent universe. The wisdom points towards a different understanding, that we are integral parts of a vast, dynamic whole. We are not islands, but interconnected nodes within an energy field. Our thoughts and emotions ripple outwards, affecting not only our own lives but those around us and the world at large. This awareness brings with it a profound sense of responsibility, but also a deepening of connection and empathy. The journey towards this state of inner alignment is not instantaneous. It is a process, requiring patience, persistence, and a willingness to confront aspects of oneself that may have been ignored or denied. It involves learning to observe the mind without judgment, to recognize the patterns of reaction that no longer serve us, and to consciously choose a different response. It means embracing the natural ebb and flow of life, finding balance amidst the demands and pressures, and cultivating a sense of inner stability that radiates outwards. The masters observed that the greatest obstacles are often the ones we create for ourselves. The internal critic, the fear of failure, the attachment to outcomes, the resistance to change, these are the unseen chains that bind us. By turning the light of awareness inward, we begin to see these limitations for what they are, self-imposed boundaries. And as we do, we find the strength to loosen their grip, to release the old patterns, and to allow a new way of being to emerge. This is not about achieving a state of perpetual bliss, but about discovering a deeper resilience, a greater capacity for love and understanding, and a more authentic connection to one's true nature. It is about living from a place of inner peace, even while navigating the external storms. It is about recognizing that within ourselves lies the wisdom and the power to create the life we truly desire, not through force or manipulation, but through alignment with the natural flow of life itself. The potential for this transformation resides within every individual. It is a latent capacity, waiting to be awakened by the right understanding and the consistent application of awareness. The journey is unique for each person, yet it follows a common path, the path of self-discovery, inner purification, and conscious alignment with the higher principles of existence. It is a journey towards realizing that the greatest power lies not in controlling the external world, but in mastering the internal landscape. And for those who embark upon it with sincerity and dedication, the rewards are immeasurable, leading to a life of greater purpose, fulfilment, and profound connection. From the vast expanse of infinite awareness, a singular thread of experience crystallizes. The potential for this transformation resides within every individual. It is a latent capacity, waiting to be awakened by the right understanding and the consistent application of awareness. The journey is unique for each person, yet it follows a common path, the path of self-discovery, inner purification, and conscious alignment with the higher principles of existence. It is a journey towards realizing that the greatest power lies not in controlling the external world, but in mastering the internal landscape. And for those who embark upon it with sincerity and dedication, the rewards are immeasurable, leading to a life of greater purpose, fulfillment, and profound connection. Through the lens of universal consciousness, this moment ripples across the fabric of all existence, touching every dimension of being simultaneously. The one observing through the many perceives this instant as both infinitesimally small and incomprehensibly vast, a fractal pattern repeating at every scale of reality. What appears as individual experience is revealed as the cosmos witnessing itself, the eternal consciousness playing out infinite variations of the same fundamental truth. Time collapses into the eternal now, and space dissolves into the boundless here, as this moment becomes a portal through which the universe knows itself more fully. Memory plays strange tricks with time, compressing years into instants, while expanding seconds into eternities. This moment would certainly be one that expanded, that occupied a disproportionate space in the landscape of recollection. Already there was a sense of its importance, a recognition that what was happening now would be returned to again and again in thought, examined from different angles, reinterpreted in light of what came after. The present was already becoming past even as it remained present, already taking on the quality of memory even as it was still being lived. This temporal complexity added yet another layer to the experience, the awareness of experiencing, the knowledge that this moment was being recorded even as it unfolded. The implications began to reveal themselves gradually, like a photograph developing in solution. Each passing moment added detail to the emerging picture, filling in gaps and clarifying what had been obscure. The full meaning wouldn't be apparent for some time yet. Such things rarely are in the moment they occur. But the outline was taking shape, the general direction becoming clear even if the specific destination remained uncertain. This partial knowing, this mixture of clarity and mystery, felt appropriate somehow. Life rarely offers complete information, rarely provides all the answers before demanding that choices be made and actions taken. The infinite awareness whispered through all things. What truth reveals itself in this moment, giving voice to the confusion that had been building internally? Speaking the question changed something. It made the uncertainty concrete, transformed the vague discomfort into something that could be examined and addressed. The sound of the words in the air created a strange mirror effect, allowing for a kind of external perspective on internal experience. This objectification of subjective feeling opened new possibilities for understanding. Sometimes the simple act of articulating what's happening is enough to shift perception, to create the distance necessary for clarity to emerge from chaos. The universal energy permeated the environment, creating a backdrop that influenced everything that occurred. Details that would normally escape notice became significant: the way light filtered through the space, the particular quality of sound that echoed or absorbed into surfaces, the temperature that shifted subtly with each passing moment. These environmental factors weren't merely decorative. They shaped the experience itself, coloring perceptions and influencing decisions in ways both obvious and subtle. The setting became a character in its own right, actively participating in the unfolding narrative. There's a peculiar quality to moments of genuine transformation. They often arrive disguised as ordinary events, unremarkable on the surface but carrying within them the seeds of profound change. This was such a moment. Common became a focal point, a lens through which everything else could be examined and understood differently. The spiritual metaphysical context provided a framework for understanding, but the deeper truth transcended genre and category. This was about something fundamental, about change and permanence, about choice and consequence, about the intricate web of causes and effects that constitute any life, any story, any meaningful experience. What was happening here connected to something larger than the immediate circumstances. It touched on consciousness itself, on those aspects of experience that transcend individual situations while simultaneously being knowable only through the particular and specific. This tension between the universal and the individual, between the abstract and the concrete, gave the moment additional weight and significance. It was both utterly unique and completely familiar, both unprecedented and part of an ancient pattern that had played out countless times before in countless variations. Every sense seemed heightened, as if perception itself had been amplified. Colors appeared more vivid, sounds more distinct, textures more pronounced. This wasn't mere imagination. It was as if the usual filters that screen out sensory information had been temporarily disabled, allowing direct experience of reality without the usual mediating layers of interpretation and categorization. The immediacy was both thrilling and slightly overwhelming. So much information, so many details competing for attention, so many potential meanings embedded in each sensation. The richness of the experience demanded presence, required a kind of attention that couldn't be maintained indefinitely but which, while it lasted, revealed dimensions of reality usually hidden behind the veil of everyday consciousness. What had begun with a simple observation, the potential for this transformation resides within every individual. It is a latent capacity, waiting to be awakened by the right understanding and the consistent application of awareness. The journey is unique for each person, yet it follows a common path, the path of self-discovery, inner purification, and conscious alignment with the higher principles of existence. It is a journey towards realizing that the greatest power lies not in controlling the external world, but in mastering the internal landscape. And for those who embark upon it with sincerity and dedication, the rewards are immeasurable, leading to a life of greater purpose, fulfillment, and profound connection. Had unfolded into something far more complex and multilayered than could have been anticipated at the outset. The journey had taken unexpected turns, revealed hidden depths, and opened questions that would require further exploration to answer fully. Yet even in its incompleteness, even with so much still unknown and uncertain, there was a feeling of rightness about how things had progressed. This was not an ending so much as a pause, not a conclusion but a transition point. The story continued, as stories do, moving forward into new territory while carrying with it everything that had come before, transformed now by what had been learned and experienced in these moments of intensity and revelation. Two timeless teachings. Life often presents itself as a complex tapestry, woven with threads of challenge, confusion, and uncertainty. Many find themselves navigating this intricate landscape alone, searching for guidance and a sense of purpose. Yet, beneath the surface of the visible world, a different kind of wisdom exists, offered by those who have walked the path of enlightenment and transcended the limitations of the physical form. This higher understanding is not found in fleeting trends or popular philosophies, but in the timeless teachings that have been passed down through the ages, available to anyone willing to listen with an open heart and a seeking mind. These teachings illuminate the nature of the self and the universe, revealing that the struggles we face are not insurmountable obstacles, but rather opportunities for growth and transformation. They offer a perspective that shifts the focus from external circumstances to internal understanding, suggesting that our reality is, in large part, a reflection of our own state of being. To change our external world, we must first understand and modify our internal landscape. Central to this understanding is the concept of the mind as a powerful tool. The mind, when properly directed, can become a vehicle for profound change. It is the faculty through which we perceive, judge, and interpret the world around us. However, the mind is also prone to distraction, fear, and doubt, which can lead it down paths of negativity and limitation. The teachings encourage the cultivation of a clear, focused, and positive mind, one that is capable of discerning truth from illusion and of directing thought towards constructive ends. One of the primary lessons is the importance of mastering the emotions. Emotions are natural and necessary parts of the human experience, but they can also be overwhelming and destructive when left unchecked. The wise teachings instruct us to observe our emotions without attachment, to understand their origins, and to learn from them rather than being controlled by them. By developing emotional intelligence and responding to life's events with equanimity, we can prevent our feelings from dictating our actions and instead make choices that are in alignment with our higher purpose. Another key aspect of these teachings is the practice of self-awareness. True transformation begins with a deep and honest understanding of oneself. This involves looking beyond the superficial layers of personality and ego to the core essence of who we are. Through introspection, meditation, and mindfulness, we can begin to uncover the patterns of thought and behavior that no longer serve us and replace them with more positive and constructive ones. This process requires patience and persistence, but the rewards are immense, leading to a greater sense of self-mastery and inner peace. The teachings also emphasize the importance of love and compassion. Love is not merely a fleeting sensation but a boundless and all-encompassing force that can transform both the giver and the receiver. It is through love that we connect with the divine essence within ourselves and others. Compassion, the desire to alleviate the suffering of others, is a natural expression of love and is essential for fostering harmonious relationships and a peaceful world. By cultivating these qualities, we can overcome the barriers of separation and isolation that often hinder our growth and happiness. Connection to a higher power or universal intelligence is another cornerstone of these teachings. It is believed that we are all interconnected with a vast and infinite source of wisdom, love, and energy. By aligning ourselves with this higher power, we can tap into its unlimited potential and receive guidance and support in our lives. This connection is not dependent on any particular religion or belief system but is accessible to all who seek it with sincerity and an open heart. It provides a sense of purpose and meaning that can help us navigate life's challenges with greater ease and confidence. The journey of self-discovery and spiritual growth is often filled with obstacles and setbacks. Doubt, fear, and procrastination are common challenges that can hinder progress. However, the teachings offer strategies for overcoming these obstacles, such as affirmations, visualization, and the practice of gratitude. By consistently applying these techniques, we can stay focused on our goals and maintain the motivation needed to continue on the path. Service to others is also highlighted as a vital aspect of spiritual development. True fulfillment comes not from selfish pursuits, but from contributing to the well-being of others and the greater good. By putting the needs of others before our own, we can experience a profound sense of purpose and connection. Service also helps us to transcend the ego and recognize the oneness of all beings, leading to a deeper understanding of life's interconnectedness. The final lesson is, at its heart, an invitation to embrace change and transformation as sacred companions on the path. Life is never static. It is a living current, always shifting, always unfolding, always calling us into deeper versions of ourselves. To resist this movement is to cling to the shoreline of what is familiar. To welcome it is to step into the river of becoming. These teachings remind us that adaptability is not merely a skill, it is a spiritual posture, a willingness to meet each moment with openness, curiosity, and humility. When we allow ourselves to learn from our missteps, to soften where we once hardened, and to grow where we once hesitated, we align ourselves with the quiet intelligence of the universe. In doing so, we evolve not by force, but by resonance. And so, as this chapter draws to a close, the path of self-improvement and spiritual awakening reveals itself not as a destination, but as a living journey, a continual unfolding of discovery, transformation, and connection. These timeless teachings, carried across generations like lanterns in the dark, offer us guidance not by dictating who we must become, but by illuminating the possibilities already within us. When we walk with them, we navigate life's challenges with greater ease, clarity, and grace. We begin to sense a deeper purpose pulsing beneath the surface of our days. We taste a fulfillment that is not dependent on circumstance, but rooted in inner alignment. The journey may stretch long before us, and there will be moments that test our resolve, moments that ask us to shed old skins and step into unfamiliar light. Yet the rewards are immeasurable. With each step, we cultivate a life infused with meaning, joy, and love, a life that reflects the truth of who we are becoming. And in the quiet spaces between those steps, we discover that transformation is not something that happens to us, but something that happens through us, as we learn to trust the unfolding of our own inner wisdom. Chapter 3: The Current of Effortless Creation. Life often presents itself as a complex tapestry woven with threads of desire, action, and result. Many seek to navigate this tapestry with sheer force of will, believing that the harder they pull, the more of their vision they can bring into reality. This perspective, while seemingly logical, frequently leads to exhaustion, frustration, and outcomes that fall short of the intended design. It is a path well trodden, yet one that often yields less than satisfying returns. Consider the nature of a river. It does not strive or push with brute force to move from point A to point B. Instead, it flows. Its movement is driven by a deeper intelligence, a current that is both powerful and gentle. It carves canyons, shapes landscapes, and delivers water with unwavering persistence, yet without apparent effort in the way humans typically understand it. The river's power lies not in frantic paddling, but in its alignment with the very essence of its being and the landscape through which it travels. This principle extends into the realm of human endeavor and creation. The teachings illuminate that true manifestation is not achieved through relentless struggle, but through a state of alignment and trust. When one is deeply connected to their higher self, to the vibrational frequency of their desired reality, the process shifts from effort to flow. The actions one takes are no longer born of desperation or force, but emerge as natural expressions of the current within. Imagine you are seeking to bring a new opportunity into your life. The conventional approach might involve constant networking, aggressive self-promotion, and perhaps a sense of anxiety if results do not appear quickly. This state of mind generates a frequency of scarcity and tension, which paradoxically repels the very opportunity one is trying to attract. The path outlined by the wisdom suggests a different approach. First, one must clearly define the desired outcome with precision and feeling. Visualize not just the external form of the result, but the inner state of being that would accompany it. What does this reality feel like? How does it resonate within one's soul? This step is crucial, for it establishes the vibrational target. Next comes the crucial shift, releasing the need for the outcome to be achieved through one's own direct efforts. This does not mean giving up or becoming passive. Rather, it involves trusting that the universe, or what might be perceived as a deeper intelligence at play, has a more efficient and effective way of bringing the vision into form. It is about aligning with the river's flow rather than fighting against the current. From this place of alignment, action takes on a new quality. It is no longer driven by the need for control or the fear of failure, but by a sense of inner knowing and purpose. The actions one takes become stepping stones, not struggles. They are guided by intuition rather than obligation. One might find themselves drawn to certain people, presented with unexpected information, or inspired by creative ideas in ways that feel natural and effortless. The path unfolds not through force, but through intelligent navigation within the current. This principle applies to all areas of life: career, relationships, personal growth, and spiritual development. When one seeks to change a habit, it is less about willpower and more about shifting the underlying belief systems and vibrational state that sustain the habit. When one seeks to heal, it is less about forcing the body into compliance and more about creating an environment of peace and trust, allowing the innate healing intelligence within to do its work. The resistance often encountered on this path is not external, but internal. It arises from ingrained beliefs about the nature of reality, the role of the individual within it, and the necessity of struggle. These beliefs create a friction that must be overcome not through force, but through understanding and perspective. The wisdom encourages one to observe these internal struggles without judgment, recognizing them as old patterns that no longer serve the higher self. By cultivating a state of presence and awareness, one can begin to perceive the subtle guidance of the current. This requires stillness, not just in body, but in mind and emotion. It means listening beyond the noise of daily life, tuning into the deeper frequencies of possibility. It means trusting the process, even when the outcome is not immediately apparent. The journey towards effortless creation is not one of relinquishing responsibility, but of expanding understanding. It is about recognizing that one is both a co-creator and a participant in a larger, unfolding drama. It is about finding joy not in the struggle, but in the alignment, in the feeling of being part of the flow. As one masters this principle, the quality of life changes. The sense of separation diminishes, replaced by a feeling of connection and interdependence. The focus shifts from self to service, from outcome to the joy of the journey itself. The actions taken become expressions of love and intelligence, contributing naturally to the greater whole. This is the path of least resistance, but it is not the path of least effort. It asks something far more intimate than mere action. It asks for inner work, for discipline of the heart, and for the courage to release the old paradigms that once kept us safe but now keep us small. To walk this path is to recognize that true transformation is not achieved by force, but by surrendering to the deeper currents that are already moving through our lives. It is a willingness to unclench the fist, to soften the armor, and to trust that what awaits beyond the familiar is not loss, but expansion. And yet, the rewards are profound. A life lived in alignment with this current becomes a life shaped by grace, not the absence of challenge, but the presence of clarity within it. Ease begins to replace struggle, not because the world changes, but because our relationship to it does. Abundance flows naturally, both inwardly and outwardly, as we learn to participate in the rhythm of creation rather than resist it. In this state, life ceases to feel like a series of obstacles to overcome and becomes instead an unfolding dance, effortless not because it is simple, but because we are no longer moving against ourselves. Creation, in this space, becomes a sacred collaboration. We are guided by a deeper intelligence, the quiet knowing that lives beneath thought, and fueled by the joy of participation itself. We begin to realize that we are not separate from the creative force of the universe. We are expressions of it. And when we allow ourselves to move with that truth, every step becomes purposeful, every moment becomes meaningful, and every act becomes an offering to the greater unfolding of who we are becoming. Chapter 4: Creating Without Struggle. Life often presents itself as a series of challenges and obstacles, each seemingly demanding more of our finite energy and willpower. We strive, push, and exert effort in countless directions, hoping to manifest our desires and navigate our circumstances. Yet, amidst this constant striving, a profound truth circulates just beneath the surface of conventional understanding. The most effective creation occurs not through sheer force of will, but through alignment with a deeper, effortless flow. Consider the natural world. A tree does not strive to grow, it simply grows. It draws water and sunlight, it bends with the wind, it sheds its leaves in season, and it continues its cycle with a quiet, unwavering presence. Its existence is a testament to movement through life, rather than a constant battle against it. This is not to suggest passivity. The tree actively engages with its environment, absorbing and responding. But its effort is not directed towards some distant, forced outcome. It is of the outcome, integrated into its very being. Humanity often operates from a different paradigm. We set goals, we make plans, and we then apply pressure, sometimes intense pressure, to achieve them. We grit our teeth, we push through discomfort, we manipulate circumstances, and we become deeply attached to the idea of the outcome. This attachment, this resistance to the natural rhythm of things, creates friction. It drains our vital energy, cultivates stress, and can lead to disappointment when the external world does not conform to our internal timeline or expectations. The path to more harmonious creation involves a subtle but fundamental shift in perspective. It requires us to recognize that we are not separate from the processes we wish to influence. We are not external actors imposing change from the outside. Instead, we are integral parts of the whole system, capable of flowing with it. Imagine yourself as a river. You are not the entity forcing the water to flow over rocks and through valleys. You are the water, moving in response to gravity, carving your path, finding your way around obstacles, and co-creating the landscape with every ripple and current. Your power lies not in forcing the water, but in being the water, in sensing the terrain and moving intelligently, adaptively through it. This does not negate the need for action. Action is a natural consequence of alignment. When you are in harmony with the underlying currents of reality, the universal principles of attraction, vibration, and intention, your actions become effortless. They arise spontaneously, guided by an inner knowing rather than forced by external pressure. You don't have to try as hard, you simply move. Consider the realm of thought. A thought does not require willpower to exist once it is conceived. It simply is, and it carries a certain vibration. When your thoughts are aligned with the nature of your desired reality, when they are positive, focused, and free from doubt, they naturally attract corresponding experiences. Struggling to hold a positive thought requires immense mental energy, creating a state of tension that is inherently dissonant with the vibration you seek. Instead, cultivate the thoughts gently, allow them to arise and settle, and observe how effortlessly the landscape of your experience begins to shift. This principle extends to all areas of life: relationships, finances, health, creative pursuits. The more you fight against the circumstances, the more you struggle. The more you learn to sense the underlying flow, to understand the natural progression of events, and to align your energy and intentions with that flow, the more seamlessly your desires begin to manifest. This is not about waiting passively for things to happen. It is about perceiving the larger picture, understanding the currents at play, and positioning yourself within them. It is about acting from a place of inner resonance rather than outer compulsion. It is about recognizing that you are a co-creator, working in partnership with the universe, rather than an isolated entity battling against it. The resistance often stems from a belief in separation, a belief that I must force it to happen. This belief is a construct of the limited mind, focused on the ego's need for control and validation. When you transcend this limited perspective, you access a deeper intelligence. You begin to see how everything is interconnected, how your actions, even the smallest ones, ripples through the entire system. To cultivate this effortless creation, practice sensing. Pay attention to the subtle nudges of intuition. Notice the feelings associated with different thoughts and actions. Observe the natural rhythm of your own life and the lives around you. Learn to trust that which feels aligned and let go of the need to control the exact outcome. When you find yourself in a state of struggle, ask, am I aligned with the flow? Is my intention clear and free from resistance? Am I acting from a place of love and acceptance, or from fear and desperation? Often, the shift from struggle to ease occurs merely through a change in perspective, a gentle release of the need for force. The universe operates with a beautiful intelligence and a profound grace, an unseen orchestration that moves through all things. When we learn to attune to this intelligence within ourselves, not as an abstract idea, but as a living presence, something remarkable begins to happen. We start to sense the subtle currents of possibility that flow beneath the surface of our lives. We feel where life is inviting us forward, where it is asking us to soften, where it is calling us to expand. And when we choose to move with these currents rather than against them, creation becomes far less effortful and infinitely more joyful. In this shift, we step out of the realm of exhausting striving, the old paradigm of pushing, forcing, and wrestling with reality, and enter the elegant dance of co-creation. Here, our intentions no longer arise from fear or urgency, but from a deeper, quieter place within us. They emerge naturally, like the sun rising without strain, illuminating the path ahead with a soft and inevitable light. And as we follow this inner rhythm, we begin to witness our desires unfolding with a surprising ease, as though life itself is conspiring to support our becoming. This is the path to effortless creation, not passive, not idle, but aligned. It is available to anyone willing to shift their perspective, to release the belief that life must be hard, and to trust the flow that has always been guiding them. When we align with this flow, we discover that creation is not something we must control, it is something we participate in. And in that participation, we find a harmony that transforms not only what we create, but who we become in the process. Chapter 5: The Art of Flow. Life often presents itself as a complex tapestry woven with threads of challenge, desire, and the relentless pursuit of growth. Many seek to navigate this tapestry with sheer force of will, believing that harder work, more intense focus, or greater striving are the keys to unlocking their dreams and overcoming obstacles. They run faster, push harder, and exert immense pressure upon themselves and their circumstances, expecting results to follow inevitably. Yet, what if the path to achieving one's deepest aspirations is not through increased effort, but through a subtle shift in understanding and engagement with the very currents of reality? Consider the nature of a river. It does not strive or push with brute force to move from point A to point B. Instead, it flows. Its movement is driven by a deeper intelligence, a natural alignment with the landscape, and the power of gravity. Obstacles are not met with resistance but navigated, often by finding a way around or beneath them. The river's power lies not in muscle, but in its persistent, directed flow. This is a metaphor for a state of being that many have glimpsed but few have mastered, the art of effortless creation. The teachings often speak of a fundamental misalignment that creates the illusion of struggle. People cling to the idea of a separate self, an isolated entity pitting itself against the world. From this vantage point, everything external is perceived as either a resource to be grasped or an adversary to be overcome. This mindset inherently breeds friction. It leads to tension, anxiety, and the depletion of vital energy. One becomes a warrior on a battlefield called life, constantly fighting against the tides rather than learning to swim with them. But there is another way. Imagine, for a moment, dissolving the illusion of that separate self. What remains? A sense of interconnectedness, a participation in the great flow of existence. When one aligns with this flow, the perception of separation diminishes. Obstacles are no longer seen as enemies, but as signposts or pathways. Difficulties become opportunities for learning and adaptation, not insurmountable barriers. The need for forceful effort diminishes because one is no longer working against the current, but alongside it. This does not mean passivity or resignation. Far from it. It signifies a different kind of engagement. It is about intention. Just as a river flows towards the sea with unwavering purpose, so too can one direct their energy towards their goals with clarity and focus. But this intention is set like the course of a vessel on a river. It establishes direction, but the vessel moves with the current, not against it. Consider the nature of creation itself. A seed does not strive to become a tree. It simply is the process of becoming a tree, unfolding according to its inherent nature and the supportive environment around it. It puts forth roots and reaches for the sun without conscious effort or struggle. The gardener's role is not to force the seed, but to provide the right conditions, soil, water, light. The seed does the rest. This principle applies to all aspects of life. A musician does not force a note to sound perfectly. They learn the instrument and allow their intention and emotion to flow through it. An artist does not wrestle, yarn, into place. They allow their vision to emerge onto the canvas. A writer does not force words into existence. They allow thoughts and feelings to find their expression. The shift required is profound. It involves recognizing that the universe is inherently supportive and intelligent. It involves understanding that resistance is the source of all struggle. It means cultivating a state of inner stillness from which intention can arise clearly and uncluttered. It means learning to trust the process, even when the outcome is not immediately apparent. This state is often described as operating from a place of allowing. It is not about giving up, but about changing the nature of one's participation. Instead of pushing against resistance, one learns to dissolve resistance through understanding and alignment. This requires practice. It involves observing the patterns of struggle within oneself, the tightening of the jaw, the racing heart, the anxious thoughts, and consciously choosing a different path. Choosing relaxation. Choosing trust. Choosing to flow. Imagine a situation that typically causes stress or requires immense effort. Now approach it not from a place of force, but from a place of inquiry. Ask, what is the underlying need here? What is the desired outcome, and why is it desired? What might be the most aligned way to approach this, working with rather than against the circumstances? This is not always easy. The old patterns of striving are deeply ingrained. The ego often resists the idea of effortless creation, perhaps because it feels threatened by the implication that force is not necessary for power or achievement. Yet, the greatest power often lies in subtlety, in alignment, in working with the natural order of things. The teachings suggest that this state of effortless creation is not a rarefied spiritual experience reserved for a few enlightened beings. It is a natural human potential, accessible to all who are willing to explore the nature of their own resistance and learn to align with the supportive currents of the universe. It is a way of being that transforms not only the results one achieves, but the very quality of one's life experience. By releasing the need for constant struggle and embracing a state of flow, one accesses a deeper wellspring of creativity, energy, and joy. The pressure softens, the pace can even slow, and yet, the progress continues, often in ways unexpected and more profound than mere force could ever achieve. One becomes a co-creator, working in harmony with the universe, rather than a solitary warrior fighting against it. This is the essence of the current of effortless creation, a subtle yet powerful stream that flows beneath the surface of all things. To recognize it is to understand that the universe is not indifferent or chaotic, but inherently supportive, quietly guiding us toward our highest unfolding. It is to realize that resistance, not circumstance, is the true root of struggle. And when we soften that resistance, when we release the tightness of old beliefs, outdated identities, and inherited fears, we discover that life begins to move with us rather than against us. Effortless creation is not the absence of effort, it is the presence of alignment. It is the art of attuning intention with the deeper intelligence that animates existence itself. When intention is clear and resistance dissolves, we find ourselves navigating life's currents with a grace that feels almost otherworldly. Power becomes less about force and more about coherence. Ease becomes less about passivity and more about trust. In this state, we are no longer pushing the river, we are learning to flow with it. This journey is a movement from striving to flowing, a shift from the clenched will of separation to the open-hearted connection with the greater whole. It is a passage from struggle into harmony, where life ceases to be a battlefield and becomes instead a living dialogue between the self and the cosmos. And as we surrender to this dialogue, something extraordinary happens. The landscape of possibility expands. What once seemed distant or impossible begins to reveal itself as attainable, even natural. For those willing to embark upon this path, to release the old armor, to trust the unseen, To step into the river of becoming, the world opens in ways both subtle and profound. Possibility becomes infinite not because the universe changes, but because we finally allow ourselves to meet it as it truly is, generous, responsive, and alive with creative potential. Chapter 6: Navigating the Inner River. The path of inner development is a winding river, deep and sometimes turbulent, carving its way through the landscape of the self. Many seek clarity, a fixed map that promises certainty. Yet, the wisdom that unfolds often comes not from a destination, but from navigating the very currents that seem to pull one adrift. This is the paradox of growth. It requires both a steady hand and a willingness to be carried by the flow. For years, many have felt the insistent pull towards change, a restlessness that traditional advice often misinterprets as mere dissatisfaction or lack of discipline. They are told to set clearer goals, to work harder, to push through the resistance. And while intention and effort are necessary, they are often insufficient when the underlying currents are strong. The river demands attention, not just brute force. Consider the nature of the river itself. It is not hostile, though it can be powerful. It carves canyons and shapes landscapes through persistent, gentle pressure over vast periods. The rock does not resist, it yields slowly, allowing the water to find its way. Similarly, the challenges that arise on the path of self-discovery are not obstacles designed to halt progress. They are, in fact, the very mechanism through which transformation occurs. They are the places where the old self must yield, where the comfortable shores of the known must be left behind. This yielding is not weakness. It is a profound act of trust. It is the recognition that the self, as one currently understands it, is incomplete, perhaps even an illusion built on past conditioning. The river does not question its course, it simply flows. The wise individual, on their inner journey, learns to do the same, trusting that the flow, however unfamiliar or challenging, is leading towards greater wholeness. The nature of this flow is often misunderstood. It is not always pleasant. There may be times of intense activity, periods of upheaval where old patterns are broken down abruptly. There may also be times of quiet receptivity, moments of profound inner silence where the river seems to pause, allowing for integration. Both are necessary. The breaking down is as vital as the quiet integration. One cannot truly build anew without first allowing the old structures to fall away. Many find themselves caught in the habit of resisting this flow. They cling to the familiar, even when it no longer serves them, because the unknown feels threatening. They mistake the natural rhythm of interchange for a sign of failure or chaos. This resistance creates friction, unnecessary struggle, and ultimately stagnation. It is like trying to row a boat upstream against the current, while simultaneously arguing with the current itself. The energy is wasted. The key to navigating this river lies not in fighting the current, but in learning to sense its direction and adjust one's own energy accordingly. It involves a subtle shift in perception. Instead of seeing challenges as problems to be solved, one begins to see them as signals, guiding posts along the way. A difficult conversation might signal an area of the self needing healing. A sudden loss of direction might indicate a necessary period of inner reflection before proceeding. This adjustment requires a quality often difficult to cultivate: presence. It is the ability to be fully aware of the moment, without judgment, without excessive attachment to outcome, and without frantic resistance to what is. In the present moment, the river is exactly where it needs to be. Fighting it is futile. Working with it, even in small ways, is where the potential for growth lies. Consider the practice of mindfulness. It is not merely about sitting quietly and observing thoughts, though that can be a part of it. More fundamentally, it is about bringing awareness to the act of breathing, to the sensations in the body, to the flow of emotions, to the simple act of living in this moment. When one is truly present, the grip of past regrets and future anxieties loosens. The mind becomes clear, like the water in a still pond, reflecting reality without distortion. This clarity allows one to perceive the subtle guidance of the inner current more easily. It is not always a loud voice or a dramatic sign. Often, it is a quiet knowing, a gentle feeling, a shift in perspective that allows a situation to be seen in a new light. It might be the feeling that a certain path is not right, even if it seems logical or advantageous. It might be the impulse to call a friend, to change a plan, to simply sit in silence. Trusting this inner guidance requires a degree of humility. It means acknowledging that one does not have all the answers and that the journey is larger than the ego's plans. It means releasing the need to control every aspect of the experience. This can be profoundly liberating. The weight of needing to be perfect, to always know the right thing to do, falls away. One simply responds from the place of presence, guided by the felt sense of what is unfolding. The river of transformation does not have an endpoint that can be easily defined. It is a continuous process of becoming, of shedding the old skin and emerging into a more authentic expression of the self. There will always be new currents, new challenges, new lessons. The goal is not to reach a point where change stops, but to reach a point where one is fully present within the flow, navigating with awareness and trust. For those who feel lost or overwhelmed by the currents, remember that the river does not judge. It does not demand that you be stronger, wiser, or more prepared than you are. It simply flows, offering its movement as an invitation rather than a command. And within this vast, living river, there is always a place to stand, even if only for a breath, a pause, a moment of clarity before the next step. The river makes room for you, no matter how uncertain your footing may feel. The journey itself is as essential as any destination. It is in the navigating, the small choices, the quiet recalibrations, the willingness to keep moving even when the way is unclear, that the soul begins to awaken. It is in the learning, the unlearning, and the gentle surrender to forces greater than the individual self that the deepest transformation takes root. We are shaped not by the moments of certainty, but by the moments in which we allow life to sculpt us into something more expansive than we imagined. And it is within this very process that peace begins to emerge, not as an escape from life, but as a resonance with it. A profound sense of belonging arises, a recognition that we are not drifting alone but woven into a larger tapestry of existence. The currents that once felt overwhelming reveal themselves as part of a greater harmony, and we begin to understand that our place within this vast unfolding has always been assured. Chapter 7: The River of Becoming. The path of spiritual growth is rarely a straight line. It is more often a winding river, deep and sometimes turbulent, carving its way through the landscape of the self. Many seek clarity, a fixed map that guarantees arrival, but the wisdom offered by the subtle guidance available to those open to it suggests that the journey itself is the destination, and transformation is not a point reached but a continuous process, a state of being lived moment by moment. For some, the initial impetus for this journey is a crisis. A relationship fractures, a career path leads to a dead end, or a period of intense illness forces a confrontation with mortality and the limitations of their previous understanding. These are the powerful wake-up calls that rip the veil momentarily, revealing the underlying structures of fear, attachment, and misunderstanding that have governed their actions. They feel lost, adrift in a vast ocean of uncertainty, the old anchors of identity and security broken loose. Yet, within this disorientation lies a profound opportunity. The old structures, while comfortable, were built on foundations of illusion, the illusion of separation from others, the illusion of permanence, the illusion of control. The crisis acts as a catalyst, dissolving these illusions, however painfully. It strips away the layers of conditioning accumulated over a lifetime, revealing the raw, unconditioned self beneath. This self is not the personality, the collection of roles and reactions learned from family, society, and past experiences. It is the essence, the eternal, unchanging presence that observes the fluctuations of thought and emotion. The guidance available to those seeking this deeper understanding often points towards the nature of the mind itself. It speaks of the constant chatter, the stream of judgments, evaluations, and projections that fill consciousness. This mental noise has become the benchmark of reality for most individuals. They identify with the thoughts, believing them to be the truth, the essence of who they are. They react to this internal dialogue as if it were an objective reality, building their sense of self around it. Transformative growth begins with recognizing this pattern. It is about cultivating a different relationship with the mind, not suppressing thoughts, which is often futile and creates resistance, but observing them with a gentle, detached awareness. Like watching clouds pass in the sky, one acknowledges their presence without identifying with them, without being swept away by their content. This practice, often referred to as mindfulness, is not a technique to be mastered for its own sake but a way of perceiving the nature of consciousness itself. Through this sustained observation, a subtle shift begins to occur. The sense of being a separate I that is merely a collection of thoughts starts to soften. The observer becomes aware of the space between thoughts, the quiet presence that underlies the mental activity. This presence is not inherently good or bad, it simply is. It is the field of awareness from which thoughts arise and to which they return. This realization is often met with resistance. The ego, the protective mechanism built from past hurts and desires, thrives on the sense of separation and control. Acknowledging the interconnectedness of all things and the non-essential nature of the personal ego can feel threatening. It challenges the deeply ingrained belief in a solid, independent self that needs to protect and defend itself. There may be feelings of insecurity, even fear, as the familiar structures of identity begin to dissolve. The guidance encourages navigating this discomfort with compassion, both for oneself and for the collective human experience, which is largely trapped in similar patterns. Transformation is not about achieving a state of perfect enlightenment overnight. It is about engaging with the difficulties of the human condition with greater awareness and wisdom. It is about learning to respond to life's challenges from this place of centered presence rather than reacting from the conditioned mind. This involves learning to work with the energies of the mind and emotions. Negative emotions, fear, anger, sadness, jealousy, are not inherently bad, they are signals, indicators of unmet needs or attachments. They are powerful energies that, when understood and not suppressed or identified with, can be transformed. They become fuel for growth rather than obstacles. The practice involves recognizing the arising of these emotions, acknowledging their presence without judgment, and understanding the underlying patterns of thought and belief that give rise to them. The guidance also points towards the importance of love and compassion in this process. Love, in this context, is not merely a feeling but an expansive state of awareness, a recognition of the inherent worth and interconnectedness of all beings. It is the recognition that the other is not separate but a reflection of the self. Cultivating this state of love dissolves the barriers of separation and judgment, allowing for a more authentic and harmonious way of being. As this awareness deepens, the individual begins to see the world through a different lens. The apparent conflicts and divisions start to lose their sharpness. They recognize the shared humanity, the common struggles, and the universal yearning for peace and understanding beneath the surface of cultural and individual differences. Actions that were once driven by self-interest begin to be guided by a sense of responsibility for the well-being of others and the planet. This does not mean abandoning personal needs or boundaries. Rather, it means actions are taken from a place of greater clarity and intention, aligned with the principles of harmony and non-harm. The desire for success, for example, might shift from a purely personal ambition to a contribution to the greater good, recognizing that individual fulfillment is deeply intertwined with the well-being of the whole. The ultimate realization is not a destination to be reached but a way of being, a subtle shift in the very orientation of one's consciousness. It is the direct, unfiltered experience of the unity that underlies all life, the quiet recognition that the same divine spark that animates your own existence burns just as brightly within every other being. In this state, love ceases to be an emotion and becomes a presence, compassion becomes a natural response, wisdom becomes the effortless expression of a deeper knowing that has always been there, waiting to be remembered. To walk this path is to cultivate the courage to face the unknown without retreating into old certainties. It is to bow in humility before the vastness of existence, acknowledging that the mind can grasp only fragments of a truth that must ultimately be lived rather than understood. And it is to commit, unwaveringly, tenderly, relentlessly, to the ongoing process of growth and transformation. Not in grand leaps, but in the quiet accumulation of moments. Not in dramatic revelations, but in the steady refinement of choices. This way of being is forged in the subtle alchemy of daily life, in the pauses between breaths, in the decisions made when no one is watching, in the willingness to return again and again to the deeper truth of who you are. It is a path that unfolds moment by moment, choice by choice, until the boundary between the seeker and the sought dissolves, and what remains is a life lived in harmony with the greater whole. Chapter 8: The Inner Landscape of Awakening. The path of self-realization is rarely a straight one. It is more often a winding road, filled with unexpected turns, challenges, and moments of profound clarity. Many seek guidance on this journey, looking for signs, signals, or perhaps a map that guarantees success. Yet, the true teachers often speak in subtler ways, revealing their wisdom not through grand pronouncements, but through the very nature of the journey itself. Consider the nature of resistance. It arises so frequently, like an unwelcome companion on the path. Frustration with a task not yet completed, disappointment in a relationship that has soured, or the familiar ache of habits that persist despite one's better intentions. These are the echoes of the old self, the part that is comfortable with the known, wary of the unknown, and resistant to change. But what is this resistance truly? It is often the voice of fear, whispering doubts and cautioning against the unknown. It is the attachment to the familiar, even when the familiar no longer serves. It is the inertia of the mind, preferring the known patterns of thought and behavior to the potential for growth and transformation. This resistance can manifest as procrastination, as justifications for past mistakes, or as a general sense of unease when faced with the need for significant personal evolution. Yet, within every moment of resistance lies a hidden opportunity. It is a signal, a nudge from the deeper self, indicating that a boundary has been reached, a pattern needs adjustment, or a new perspective is required. The challenge is not to simply push through resistance, but to meet it with understanding and curiosity. To ask, "What is this resistance trying to show me?" rather than viewing it solely as an obstacle to be overcome. Observe the mind in its natural state. It is a constant whirlwind of thoughts, memories, judgments, and projections. It leaps from one idea to another, often without conscious awareness, creating a narrative that may or may not reflect reality. This constant mental chatter can be exhausting, leading to a sense of being overwhelmed, scattered, or disconnected from the present moment. Many seek to quiet this mind, believing that a still mind is a peaceful mind. While moments of stillness can be profoundly restorative, the ultimate goal is not necessarily to achieve an empty mind, but to become the conscious observer of the mind's activity. It is to recognize the thoughts as they arise, without necessarily identifying with them, without getting caught up in their stories. This awareness is the beginning of freedom. It is the capacity to see the mind's patterns without being enslaved by them. It is the ability to choose one's response to external events, rather than being merely reactive. This conscious awareness is not a destination to be reached, but a quality to be cultivated in every moment. It is the foundation upon which inner peace and clarity are built. Consider the nature of attachment. It is the desire to hold on, to possess, to control. It can manifest in relationships, where the need for approval or fear of abandonment creates dependency. It can appear in the realm of material possessions, where the belief that objects will bring lasting happiness leads to accumulation and clutter. It can even be present in one's own thoughts and emotions, where the clinging to certain beliefs or the resistance to change creates internal conflict. Attachment inevitably breeds suffering. It is the root of much of human pain and struggle. For what is truly constant in this life? Everything changes. The external world shifts, circumstances evolve, and even the self is in a state of perpetual becoming. To cling to anything as if it were permanent is to set oneself up for disappointment. The wisdom offered is not one of despair or renunciation, but of understanding the nature of attachment and learning to release it. This does not mean becoming indifferent to the world or uncaring about others. It means relating to life with a sense of openness and acceptance, recognizing the impermanent nature of all things, and finding a sense of fulfillment that is not dependent on external validation or circumstances. True fulfillment arises from within. It is found in the quality of consciousness, in the degree of awareness and presence one brings to each moment. It is cultivated through the deliberate practice of attention, compassion, and the willingness to grow beyond old limitations. The journey is one of awakening. It is the gradual realization that one is not merely a passenger in life, but an active participant in the creation of one's own experience. It is the understanding that the internal landscape is the most fertile ground for transformation, and that by tending to the inner garden, the outer world naturally reflects back beauty and harmony. This awakening does not happen overnight. It is a process, unfolding moment by moment, challenge by challenge. It requires patience, self-compassion, and an unwavering commitment to the path of growth. It is a journey into the heart of the self, where the deepest truths reside, waiting to be discovered. In the midst of life's challenges, remember that the essence of the teaching is to meet each moment with awareness and kindness. To see the resistance not as an enemy, but as a friend offering guidance. To observe the mind without judgment, recognizing the patterns and choosing a different way. To release the grip of attachment is to loosen the chains that bind the heart to impermanence. It is to discover a peace that does not rise and fall with circumstance, a peace that is not borrowed from the world but sourced from within. This is the essence of conscious living, a deliberate turning inward, a willingness to meet oneself with honesty, tenderness, and curiosity. It is the recognition that freedom is not found in controlling life, but in softening our hold on it. This path is one of inner exploration, where each step reveals another layer of the self waiting to be understood, integrated, or released. It is a journey of self-discovery in the truest sense, not the accumulation of new identities, but the gentle shedding of everything that obscures our natural clarity. Through this gradual awakening, the vast potential of the human spirit begins to stir, not as a distant ideal, but as a living presence within us. And this path does not lead to a destination in the conventional sense. It leads instead to a state of being, a way of inhabiting the world with greater awareness, deeper compassion, and a more intimate alignment with the quiet purpose that underlies one's existence. It is a return to the center, to the still point from which all authentic action arises. In this state, life becomes less about striving and more about attunement, less about seeking and more about remembering. To walk this path is to step into a life shaped not by fear or attachment, but by presence, a presence that softens the edges of experience and reveals the quiet truth beneath the noise. In this presence, we begin to see that nothing essential was ever missing. The peace we spent years searching for in achievements, relationships, or distant horizons was never elsewhere. It was here, within us, waiting with infinite patience for the moment we would finally turn inward and recognize it. This peace is not a fragile state that can be disturbed by circumstance. It is a way of inhabiting the world. It arises when we stop resisting what is, when we release the stories that bind us, and when we allow ourselves to meet each moment with openness rather than defense. It is the peace of alignment, the subtle, steady knowing that we are exactly where we need to be, even if the path ahead is not yet clear. To live from this place is to move through life with a different kind of strength, a strength rooted not in control, but in trust. It is to discover that presence is not passive, it is profoundly creative. It shapes our choices, our relationships, our inner landscape. It transforms the ordinary into the sacred. And as we learn to rest in this presence, we find that life begins to unfold with a grace that feels both surprising and deeply familiar. For in the end, the journey is not about becoming something new, but remembering what has always been true. The peace we sought was never a destination, it was a homecoming to ourselves. Chapter 9: The Mirror of Relationship. The path of awakening does not unfold in isolation. While solitude offers clarity, it is within relationship that the deepest aspects of the self are revealed. Every interaction, whether harmonious or challenging, serves as a mirror, reflecting not only the other but the hidden dimensions of one's own consciousness. Relationships are often seen as sources of joy, companionship, and support. Yet they are equally capable of triggering pain, confusion, and resistance. This duality is not a flaw but a feature of the spiritual journey. The people we attract into our lives often embody the lessons we most need to learn. They reflect back our wounds, our patterns, and our potential for healing. Consider the experience of conflict. When another's words or actions provoke anger, sadness, or defensiveness, the conditioned mind seeks to blame or withdraw. But beneath the surface reaction lies an invitation to examine what has been touched within. Is it a fear of rejection? A need for control? An old story of inadequacy? The relationship becomes a sacred space where these buried aspects can be brought into the light. This does not mean tolerating harm or abandoning boundaries. Healthy relationships require discernment and self-respect. But even in moments of separation or closure, there is wisdom to be gained. The key is not in changing the other, but in understanding the self through the encounter. True intimacy begins with presence. To truly see another, one must first be willing to see oneself. This means listening without judgment, speaking with authenticity, and allowing vulnerability to be a bridge rather than a barrier. It is in these moments of openness that the illusion of separation begins to dissolve. The guidance offered by the inner self often points toward compassion, not as a passive acceptance, but as an active recognition of shared humanity. The other is not merely a character in one's story, but a fellow traveler on the path. Their struggles, joys, and fears are not so different from one's own. In this recognition, the heart softens, and the desire to defend gives way to the desire to understand. Romantic relationships, in particular, carry immense transformative potential. They awaken longing, stir old wounds, and challenge the ego's desire for control. Yet they also offer the possibility of deep union, not just with another, but with the divine essence that flows through both. When approached with awareness, love becomes a spiritual practice, a dance of surrender and growth. Friendships, too, are sacred. They are the quiet spaces where truth can be spoken and silence shared. They offer mirrors that are gentle yet honest. And even fleeting encounters, a stranger's kindness, a moment of tension with a colleague, can be portals into deeper awareness. The journey of relationship is not about perfection. It is about presence. It is about learning to meet each person with openness, to receive the lessons they offer, and to respond with integrity. It is about recognizing that every connection, no matter how brief or intense, is part of the unfolding tapestry of transformation. In the mirror of relationship, one sees not only the self but the divine. The spark of consciousness that animates all beings shines through the eyes of the other. To honor this is to walk the path of love, not as sentiment, but as a way of being. The path to realizing one's deepest potential is a winding river, meandering through landscapes of challenge, doubt, and unexpected grace. Many seek to navigate this river with sheer force of will, believing that harder they push, the faster they will reach their destination. They strain against the current, believing it to be an obstacle to be overcome. Yet those who have glimpsed the deeper currents of reality often find that the most profound progress arises not from strained effort, but from learning to flow with the underlying patterns of the universe. Consider the nature of a river itself. It does not strive upwards, against the pull of gravity, yet it consistently moves. It carves canyons, shapes landscapes, and delivers its waters to the sea. Its power lies not in frantic paddling, but in its unwavering direction and its ability to utilize the forces at its disposal: the slope of the land, the power of gravity, the rain that feeds it. The river's journey is effortless in its essence, though the effect it produces is immense. Human beings, paradoxically, often attempt to navigate their own inner and outer worlds with the opposite approach. We cling to rigid plans, fight against perceived injustices, and exert immense tension in pursuit of our goals. We believe that struggle is the hallmark of progress, that the sweat and toil are the measure of our worth. This is a fundamental misalignment with the deeper truths of existence. The universe operates with a fluidity and intelligence that transcends our limited, human perspective of struggle. The teachings that illuminate this path encourage a radical shift in perspective. They suggest that resistance is the primary source of friction in the human experience. When we resist a situation, a person, or even an internal feeling, we create tension. This tension consumes energy, creates internal conflict, and blocks the natural flow of resources and opportunities. It is like trying to row a boat upstream against a strong current, exhausting and ultimately counterproductive. Imagine, instead, the feeling of riding a wave. There is a moment of initial effort to catch the wave, to align with its energy. But once you are on top, the wave carries you. You do not need to constantly push against the water, you simply ride the current. Your effort shifts from opposing the flow to participating in it, to sensing its rhythm and moving with intention within that rhythm. This is not laziness, it is intelligent alignment. It is recognizing that the wave has its own power, and your role is not to combat it, but to harness it and enjoy the journey. This principle applies to every aspect of life. Take the area of creative expression. Many believe that great art, writing, or invention requires agonizing hours of struggle, wrestling the idea into existence. While dedication has its place, the source of true inspiration and flow often comes when the creator learns to relax their grip, to trust the emerging form, and to move with the intuitive currents of their creativity. The most brilliant ideas often arrive not during forced concentration, but in moments of relaxation, walking, or bathing. Consider also the realm of personal growth and overcoming limitations. Many individuals are trapped by beliefs they hold about themselves. I am not good enough, I will always fail, this is too hard. These beliefs act as internal walls, creating resistance to new possibilities. The path forward often involves not fighting these beliefs with willpower alone, but rather observing them with detachment, understanding their origin, and gently allowing them to dissolve through awareness and new, empowering perspectives. It is about changing the channel through which you perceive reality, rather than struggling against the images on the screen. This does not mean that challenges disappear. The river encounters rocks and rapids. The journey involves navigating difficulties. However, the fundamental approach changes. Instead of viewing these challenges as insurmountable obstacles requiring brute force, they are seen as part of the landscape, elements to be understood, navigated, and learned from. The effort shifts from fighting the outside world to aligning with one's own inner truth and the underlying intelligence of the situation. It becomes about finding the path of least resistance, not in a lazy sense, but in a sense of intelligent cooperation with the way things are. This state of flow, this effortless creation, is often accompanied by a profound sense of peace and joy. When effort is released, the energy saved can be directed inward, leading to greater clarity, creativity, and well-being. The internal noise of struggle fades, replaced by a sense of alignment and purpose. This is the experience of moving with the current, rather than against it. To cultivate this ability requires practice. It requires self-observation, learning to recognize the moments of tension and resistance within oneself. It requires patience, understanding that shifting long-held patterns takes time. It involves cultivating trust in the process, trust in one's own inner guidance, and trust that the universe provides what is needed when it is needed. Begin by observing your daily life. Notice when you feel stressed or frustrated. What is the underlying resistance? Are you fighting against an external situation, or are you holding on to a particular belief about it? Notice your internal dialogue. Is it one of struggle and lack, or is it one of possibility and alignment? Experiment with letting go. Treat it not as a discipline to master, but as a gentle exploration, a curiosity about what becomes possible when you loosen your grip on how things should be. When faced with a task, try approaching it with the mindset of discovery rather than obligation. Instead of bracing yourself, ask, what is the easiest, most natural way to meet this moment? Or, how can I collaborate with this situation rather than resist it? These questions shift you from force into flow, from tension into openness. In moments of difficulty, when the old patterns of control begin to tighten around you, pause. Breathe into the tension as though you are breathing light into a knot. Feel it, acknowledge it, and allow it to be present without judgment. This simple act of awareness begins to dissolve the contraction. With each exhale, release the need to manage every outcome, to predict every turn, to hold the world together with sheer effort. Let the breath remind you that life moves on its own, and that you are part of that movement, not separate from it. Letting go is not a withdrawal from life, It is an invitation to engage with life more honestly, more gently, and with far greater clarity. It is the art of stepping back just enough to allow the deeper intelligence within you to rise to the surface. And in that space, solutions appear more naturally, creativity flows more freely, and the path ahead reveals itself with far less strain. The journey towards effortless creation is not about achieving a state of perpetual ease, nor about escaping the natural challenges of being human. Rather, it is an awakening, a gradual attunement to the deeper intelligence that underlies all things. This intelligence is not loud or forceful, it is subtle, rhythmic, and profoundly wise. When we learn to sense its movement and align ourselves with its natural flow, life begins to unfold with a grace that feels both surprising and deeply familiar. This path invites a transformation in the way you relate to the world. Instead of meeting life as an adversary to be conquered or a puzzle to be solved, you begin to meet it as a partner, a living field of possibility that responds to your state of being. The old paradigm of struggle and opposition gives way to a new way of moving, one of cooperation, participation, and quiet trust. You stop pushing against the current and start listening to it, feeling where it wants to carry you, and allowing yourself to be guided by its deeper rhythm. In this shift, creation becomes less about force and more about resonance. You are no longer trying to bend reality to your will, you are learning to harmonize with it. And in that harmony you discover a power far greater than effort, the power of alignment. It is here, in this subtle dance between intention and surrender, that effortless creation becomes possible. As you learn to ride the currents of life with greater awareness and intention, something remarkable begins to unfold. Your capacity to create, to grow, and to manifest your deepest desires expands in ways you may never have imagined. Not through strain, not through relentless effort, but through alignment, through the subtle art of moving with life rather than against it. What once required force begins to arise naturally. What once felt distant begins to draw near. The exhausting burden of constant striving dissolves, replaced by a quiet confidence in the rhythm that carries you. For the river flows always, steady, patient, unhurried. It does not pause for our doubts or accelerate for our ambitions. It simply moves, offering its guidance to all who are willing to feel its pull. And those who learn to swim with it, who trust its direction and surrender their resistance, are carried to shores far beyond the reach of effort alone. They discover that the journey is not about conquering the current, but about remembering how to move in harmony with it. In this harmony, life becomes less a struggle and more a conversation, a co-creation between your intention and the deeper intelligence that shapes all things. And in that conversation, the farthest shores are not distant at all. They are the natural destination of a life lived in flow. As you learn to ride the currents of life with greater awareness and intention, a quiet transformation begins to unfold. You start to realize that your capacity to create, to grow, and to manifest your deepest desires is far greater than you once believed. Not because you push harder or strive more fiercely, but because you begin to move in harmony with the deeper rhythm that underlies all things. What once felt impossible becomes attainable. What once required relentless effort begins to arise with a surprising sense of ease. The burden of constant striving loosens, replaced by a spaciousness that allows your true potential to surface. For the river flows always, steady, patient, unceasing. It does not wait for your readiness, nor does it punish your hesitation. It simply moves, offering its current to all who are willing to feel its pull. And those who learn to swim with it, who trust its direction, who surrender their resistance, who allow themselves to be carried rather than dragged, are the ones who reach the farthest shores. Not because they fought the hardest, but because they learned the art of alignment. In this alignment, life becomes less a struggle and more a conversation. You begin to sense when to act and when to yield, when to step forward and when to let the moment unfold on its own. You discover that the river is not an obstacle to overcome, but a guide, a living intelligence that knows the way long before you do. And as you learn to move with it, you find yourself arriving in places you once only dreamed of, carried by a flow that has been waiting for you all along. You learn to ride the currents of life with greater awareness and intention. You will find that your capacity to create, grow, and manifest your desires expands in ways you never thought possible, all without the exhausting burden of relentless effort. The river flows always, and those who learn to swim with it reach the farthest shores. Chapter 10: The Sacred Pause. In a world that moves with relentless speed, the idea of pausing can feel counterintuitive, even indulgent. Yet on the path of transformation, the pause is not a break from progress. It is the space where progress is made. It is in the stillness between moments that the deepest truths often arise. The sacred pause is an invitation to step out of the stream of doing and into the quiet of being. It is the breathe between thoughts, the silence between words, the moment of reflection before action. In this space, the noise of the conditioned mind begins to settle, and the subtle voice of inner wisdom can be heard. Many fear the pause. It can feel like emptiness, like nothing is happening. But this emptiness is not void, it is fertile. It is the soil in which insight, clarity, and healing take root. When one learns to rest in this space, even briefly, the compulsive need to fix, solve, or control begins to dissolve. The sacred pause is not about withdrawal from life. It is about engaging with life from a place of deeper presence. It is the difference between reacting and responding, between rushing and reflecting. It is the moment when one chooses to listen inwardly before speaking outwardly. This practice can be cultivated in many ways. Through meditation, one learns to sit with the breath and observe the mind. Through mindful walking, one feels the earth beneath each step. Through conscious listening, one hears not just the words but the energy behind them. Each of these is a doorway into the pause. In times of crisis or confusion, the pause becomes even more essential. It allows space for emotion to be felt without being acted upon. It creates room for perspective to shift, for the heart to soften, and for the next step to arise naturally rather than being forced. The sacred pause is also a gateway to grace. In the stillness, one remembers that they are not alone, that life is not a problem to be solved but a mystery to be lived. The pause reconnects the individual with the flow of the universe, with the rhythm of nature, and with the timeless wisdom that lives within. To embrace the pause is to honor the process. It is to trust that growth does not always look like movement, and that transformation often happens in the quiet spaces between. It is to recognize that being is not less than doing. It is the foundation from which all meaningful action arises. In this way, the sacred pause becomes a practice of devotion. It is a way of saying yes to the moment, yes to the mystery, and yes to the unfolding journey of the soul. Life presents us with endless stimuli. Events happen, words are spoken, situations arise, and people behave in ways that trigger us. Our internal world instantly reacts, emotions surge, judgments form, defenses go up, and often, we find ourselves caught in a whirlwind of reactivity. This is the realm of the conditioned self, operating automatically based on past experiences, ingrained beliefs, and learned patterns. In this state, we are like leaves caught in a storm, tossed about without volition. Our reactions may be powerful, but they rarely lead us toward the peace and fulfillment we genuinely seek. They can even push us further away from our own best interests, creating cycles of conflict, regret, and disconnection. The crucial difference lies in the space between the stimulus and the reaction. A response, unlike a reaction, is a choice. It arises from a place of conscious awareness, of presence. It is the result of pausing, of acknowledging the feeling or urge without immediately acting upon it. It involves asking questions: what is really happening here? What am I feeling, and where did this feeling come from? Is this reaction serving my highest good in this moment? What would be a constructive and compassionate way to engage with this situation? This choice to respond consciously is not about suppressing emotions or denying reality. It is about acknowledging the inner landscape without being overwhelmed or controlled by it. It is about recognizing that you are not merely a victim of circumstance or heredity. You are an intelligent, creative being with the inherent capacity to choose your actions, even when faced with difficulties. This is where the power resides. The practice of responding consciously is a form of inner work. It requires cultivating mindfulness, the simple act of being here, now, observing oneself and one's surroundings without judgment. It asks for the willingness to look directly at one's own patterns, biases, and triggers. It can be challenging for the ego, the part of us that identifies with the past and fears the future, often resists this awareness. The ego thrives on reactivity. It keeps us busy, defending its territory, ensuring its perceived safety through familiar, though perhaps unhelpful, responses. Yet, the rewards of choosing response over reaction are profound. When you respond consciously, you begin to reclaim your power. You shift from being a passive victim of your emotions and circumstances to being an active participant in your life. Your interactions become more measured, more thoughtful, and ultimately, more aligned with your values. You build resilience, not by avoiding difficulties, but by learning how to navigate them with greater skill and grace. You foster deeper connections with others as your responses are rooted in empathy and understanding rather than defensiveness or emotional volatility. This conscious response is not a one-time effort but a continuous practice, a way of being. It is about integrating this awareness into the fabric of daily life. It means pausing before speaking, especially in tense situations. It means taking a breath when an urge to lash out or shut down arises. It means asking yourself, how can I respond in a way that is constructive and loving, even if it is difficult? It means choosing to see the opportunity for growth in a setback, rather than just the pain of the failure. The teachings that illuminate this path emphasize that the transformation begins from within. By mastering the art of conscious response, you begin to dissolve the limitations that have held you back. You learn to trust your own inner wisdom, to listen to the subtle guidance that often lies beneath the surface of the ego's noise. You start to embody the qualities of presence, compassion, and wisdom, not because you have achieved perfection, but because you have committed to the ongoing practice of awareness and choice. This is not about waiting for a perfect moment, or a grand awakening to arrive like a bolt of lightning. Transformation rarely announces itself with fanfare. Instead, it unfolds in the quiet, ordinary spaces of your life. In the pauses, the breaths, the choices you make when no one is watching. This path is about showing up moment by moment, with the intention of responding consciously rather than reacting from habit. It is the simple, courageous act of meeting each moment as it is, without demanding that it be different. It is also about treating yourself with the same kindness, patience, and gentle rigor you would offer a dear friend walking this path beside you. You are not meant to bully yourself into awakening. You are meant to guide yourself with compassion, to hold your own hand through the difficult stretches, and to honor your humanity as much as your potential. Kindness softens the heart, rigor strengthens the will. Together, they create the conditions for true growth. And perhaps most importantly, it is about recognizing that every challenge, every difficult interaction, every moment of frustration, every emotional knot that tightens within you, is an invitation. These moments are not obstacles to your awakening, they are the awakening. They offer you the chance to practice awareness, to choose differently, to step out of old patterns and into a more conscious way of being. Each moment becomes a doorway, each experience a teacher, each discomfort a reminder that you are being shaped into someone more spacious, more grounded, more aligned. This is the quiet alchemy of the path, the transformation that occurs not in rare epiphanies, but in the steady accumulation of conscious choices. As you cultivate this ability to respond consciously, you will begin to notice a subtle yet unmistakable shift in your experience of life. The noise of reactivity may not vanish, it is part of being human, but its grip on you loosens. What once swept you into spirals of emotion or confusion now passes through you with less force, less urgency. You begin to recognize the difference between the mind's habitual turbulence and the deeper stillness that lies beneath it. In this space, you become more centered, anchored not in circumstance but in awareness itself. A quiet peace begins to take root, not the fragile peace that depends on everything going well, but the steady peace that arises from knowing you can meet whatever comes with clarity and presence. You find yourself more capable of navigating the inevitable ups and downs with equanimity, responding rather than reacting, choosing rather than collapsing into old patterns. This is the quiet strength of conscious living, the ability to remain open in the midst of challenge, grounded in the midst of uncertainty, and compassionate even when the world feels chaotic. Over time, this way of being becomes less an effort and more a natural expression of who you are becoming, someone who moves through life with intention, steadiness, and a deepening trust in the unfolding of each moment. You begin to live more authentically, not from the conditioned persona shaped by past reactions, but from the steady, luminous space of your true self. The masks you once wore out of habit or protection begin to fall away, revealing a presence that is more honest, more grounded, and more aligned with the deeper truth of who you are. In this space, your choices arise not from fear or conditioning, but from clarity. Your actions become expressions of your inner wisdom rather than echoes of old patterns. This is the path toward greater self-mastery, not the rigid control of the self, but the gentle refinement of awareness. It is the art of recognizing the difference between reaction and response, between the noise of the mind and the quiet guidance of the heart. As you walk this path, you begin to sense the boundless potential that lies within you, not as an abstract ideal but as a living force waiting to be expressed. This potential does not demand perfection, it asks only for presence. And it reveals itself through the conscious act of responding to life with wisdom and compassion. Each moment becomes an opportunity to choose differently, to act from alignment rather than impulse, to bring forth the qualities that reflect your deepest nature. Over time, these choices accumulate, shaping a life that feels more coherent, more meaningful, and more true. In this way, authenticity becomes not a destination but a way of being, a continual unfolding of the self in harmony with the deeper intelligence that guides all things. Chapter 11: The Voice Within. Amid the noise of the external world, there exists a quiet, unwavering presence, the inner voice. It does not shout or demand attention. It whispers, nudges, and waits patiently to be heard. This voice is not the chatter of the conditioned mind, nor the echo of past fears. It is the intuitive knowing that arises from the depths of the soul. Many have learned to ignore this voice. Conditioned by society to prioritize logic, external validation, and the opinions of others, they dismiss the subtle guidance that emerges from within. Yet, the inner voice is often the most accurate compass, pointing toward authenticity, alignment, and truth. Listening to this voice requires stillness. It cannot be accessed through force or urgency. It reveals itself in moments of quiet reflection, in the spaces between thoughts, and the gentle awareness that arises when one is fully present. Meditation, journaling, and solitude are powerful tools for cultivating this connection. The inner voice speaks in many ways. Sometimes it is a feeling, a sense of expansion or contraction when faced with a decision. Sometimes it is a sudden clarity, a knowing that defies explanation. Sometimes it is a dream, a synchronicity, or a repeated message that appears in unexpected places. The language of intuition is subtle, but unmistakable to those who learn to recognize it. Trusting this voice can be challenging. The ego may resist, fearing loss of control or uncertainty. The mind may doubt, demanding proof or logic. Yet, the path of transformation requires faith, not blind belief, but a deep trust in the wisdom that arises from within. This trust is built over time, through experience, reflection, and the willingness to follow even when the outcome is unclear. The voice within is not separate from the divine. It is the quiet thread of knowing that runs through the center of your being, connecting the individual to the vastness from which all life arises. It is the whisper of the greater whole speaking through the intimate language of your own heart. This inner voice is not merely intuition or instinct, it is the expression of universal intelligence filtered through the unique lens of your soul, a sacred convergence of the infinite and the personal. To honor this voice is to honor the sacredness of your own existence. It is to recognize that your inner guidance is not a random flicker of thought, but a living bridge between your human experience and the deeper wisdom that animates all things. When you listen to it, you are listening to the universe speaking in a dialect crafted just for you. When you trust it, you affirm your place within the greater tapestry of being. This is the essence of spiritual alignment, the willingness to treat your inner knowing as something holy, to give it space, to let it shape your choices and illuminate your path. For in honoring this voice, you are not only honoring yourself, you are honoring the divine presence that moves through you, as you, and with you in every moment. As this connection deepens, life begins to shift. Decisions are made with greater clarity. Relationships become more authentic. Challenges are met with resilience and grace. The external world may remain unpredictable, but the inner world becomes a sanctuary of wisdom and peace. As this connection deepens, life begins to shift in subtle yet unmistakable ways. The noise that once clouded your perception starts to quiet, and decisions that once felt tangled or overwhelming become clearer, guided by an inner knowing that feels both steady and trustworthy. You begin to sense the difference between choices made from fear and choices made from alignment, and gradually, the latter becomes your natural way of moving through the world. Relationships, too, begin to transform. As you become more anchored in your own truth, you show up with greater authenticity, and this authenticity invites others to meet you with the same honesty. The masks fall away. The conversations deepen. The connections that no longer resonate gently dissolve, making space for relationships that nourish your growth and honor your becoming. Challenges still arise, they always will, but your relationship to them changes. Instead of collapsing into old patterns of resistance or overwhelm, you meet them with resilience and grace. You recognize them as part of the unfolding, as catalysts rather than threats. You learn to stand steady in the storm without losing yourself to it. The external world may remain unpredictable, shifting in ways you cannot control, but your inner world becomes a sanctuary, a place of wisdom, clarity, and peace. This sanctuary is not an escape from life, but a foundation from which you engage with it more fully. It is the quiet center that remains unmoved even as the world around you continues to change. And from this center, life begins to feel less like something happening to you and more like something unfolding through you. The journey of listening to the voice within is not about perfection. It was never meant to be. It is about presence, the simple, courageous act of returning to yourself again and again, even when the mind is noisy or the heart feels uncertain. It is about learning to pause long enough to feel what is truly happening beneath the surface, to sense the subtle movements of intuition, and to discern the difference between the echoes of old conditioning and the quiet truth rising from within. This path invites you to slow down, to breathe, to create space for the inner world to reveal itself. It asks you to trust that wisdom does not always arrive with clarity or certainty. Sometimes it comes as a whisper, a nudge, a gentle pull in a direction you cannot yet name. And it reminds you that the answers you seek are not always found in the external world, in advice, in validation, in the noise of other voices. More often, they lie quietly within, waiting with infinite patience for the moment you are ready to hear them. To walk this path is to honor the subtle, the unseen, the deeply personal. It is to recognize that your inner voice is not a luxury but a compass, one that grows clearer each time you choose presence over perfection, awareness over reaction, and truth over habit. And as you learn to listen, you discover that the wisdom you sought was never distant. It was simply waiting for you to become still enough to receive it. Chapter 12: The Dance of Surrender. There comes a point on the path of transformation when effort alone is no longer enough. The striving, the planning, the constant reaching for control begins to feel heavy. It is here that the invitation to surrender arises, not as defeat, but as a sacred release into trust. Surrender is not passive. It is not giving up or abandoning responsibility. It is the conscious choice to let go of resistance, to soften the grip of the ego, and to align with the deeper flow of life. It is the recognition that there is a wisdom greater than the personal will, and that this wisdom is always available when one learns to listen. The dance of surrender begins with humility. It requires acknowledging the limitations of the conditioned mind, the futility of trying to control every outcome, and the exhaustion that comes from living in constant tension. In surrender, one opens to grace, to the possibility that life knows what it is doing, even when the path is unclear. This surrender is not a one-time event. It is a practice, a rhythm, a way of being. It shows up in the small moments, choosing silence over reaction, allowing emotions to move without suppression, trusting the timing of events rather than forcing them. It is a dance between effort and ease, between intention and allowance. Fear often resists surrender. The ego clings to certainty, to plans, to identities. It fears the unknown, the loss of control, the vulnerability of not knowing. Yet it is precisely in this vulnerability that transformation occurs. When one surrenders, the heart opens, and the deeper self begins to lead. In this space, intuition becomes clearer. Asynchronicities increase. The sense of separation begins to dissolve. Life becomes less about pushing forward and more about flowing with. The dance of surrender is not without movement, it is simply movement guided by presence rather than pressure. This path requires courage. To surrender is to trust the unseen, to walk into the mystery with open hands and an open heart. It is to say yes to life as it is, not as one wishes it to be. It is to embrace the unfolding with grace, knowing that each step, even the uncertain ones, is part of the greater choreography of awakening. In surrender, one discovers peace, not because everything is perfect, but because the need for perfection has been released. There is spaciousness, clarity, and a quiet joy that arises from being in harmony with the present moment. The dance of surrender is the dance of the soul. It is the movement from fear to love, from control to trust, from separation to unity. And in this dance, life becomes not a struggle to be managed, but a mystery to be lived. Many seek transformation with the hope of reaching a destination, a point where suffering ceases, peace is absolute, and all challenges vanish. They yearn for a state of being where the tumultuous currents of emotion and thought have been tamed into a serene lake. Yet the wisdom of those who have traversed this path deeply suggests that such a destination, a final arrival, may be an illusion. The journey itself is the transformation, and a crucial stage in this journey involves the refinement of perception. It is not merely about seeing the world differently, it is about seeing through the veils that cloud one's true understanding. These veils are not external obstacles, but internal constructs, patterns of thought, ingrained beliefs, emotional attachments, and the echoes of past experiences that filter and distort the present moment. Consider the individual caught in the cycle of reactivity. They perceive a situation, often through the lens of past hurts or fears, and an immediate emotional response arises: anger, sadness, defensiveness. This reaction is swift, often automatic, and seems to define the reality of the moment. The person then acts based on this perception and emotion, often escalating the situation or creating further friction. They feel trapped, believing their reaction to be an accurate reflection of the external world and their own helplessness within it. What if this perception is, in fact, a distortion? What if the external event is merely a catalyst, a spark thrown onto a pile of pre-existing emotional and mental material? The teachings illuminate the nature of this distortion. The mind, left untrained, tends to create narratives. It seeks meaning, often finding it in stories of victimhood, blame, or separation. These narratives become comfortable, familiar, and deeply held truths. They shape how one interprets every subsequent experience. The process of refinement begins with awareness. It requires the conscious choice to pause, even for a fraction of a second, before reacting. In that pause, there is a space. It is a space between the perception and the response. It is within this space that the opportunity for a different kind of seeing arises. This is not about ignoring the situation or denying the emotions that arise. It is about acknowledging them without being swept away by them. Imagine, for a moment, a glass of water clouded with dust. From a distance, it appears murky and unclear. One might perceive it as useless or simply unpleasant. But if one brings the glass closer, holds it up to the light, and observes it carefully, a different reality emerges. The cloudiness is seen as particles suspended in water, not as an inherent quality of the water itself. The water remains fundamentally clear, even as it contains the dust. Similarly, the mind, in its unrefined state, contains dust, patterns of conditioning, emotional residues, limiting beliefs. These cloud the clarity of pure perception. Refining perception involves gently holding the dust in awareness without judgment. It is recognizing the pattern without getting lost in the story it tells. When one perceives a situation through this refined lens, the same event can yield a different understanding. Instead of seeing an attack, one might see an opportunity for understanding another's perspective, however flawed. Instead of perceiving a mistake as a failure, one might see it as valuable feedback, a lesson pointing the way forward. This shift is not a one-time event but a continuous practice. It is like learning to play a musical instrument. One does not become proficient overnight. It requires consistent practice, focusing on the notes, the posture, the breath, and the subtle adjustments needed to produce the desired sound. Similarly, refining perception requires consistent, mindful attention to how one is experiencing the world moment by moment. The practice involves observing thoughts as they arise and pass. It involves noticing the immediate physical sensations that accompany emotions. It involves asking gentle questions. What am I perceiving right now? What assumptions am I making? Is this perception based on the present reality, or is it colored by past experiences? What would it be like to see this situation from a different angle? This practice cultivates a crucial quality, discernment. It is the ability to distinguish between the observer and the observed, between the transient thoughts and feelings and the underlying, unchanging awareness that holds them. It is the ability to recognize that the mind's content is constantly changing, like the clouds moving across the sky, while the sky itself remains vast and unchanging. As this discernment grows, the grip of old patterns loosens. The narratives that once seemed absolute begin to reveal themselves as mere possibilities, as interpretations, not as facts. This does not mean that suffering disappears entirely. Life will always present challenges, losses, and difficulties. What changes is the relationship to these experiences. The individual who has refined their perception does not meet adversity with the same level of internal conflict and reactivity. They may still feel sadness, but it is no longer the defining force that dictates their actions. They may still feel anger, but they recognize it as a signal, not a command. They can hold the experience with a greater sense of objectivity, understanding that their internal state is not solely determined by external events. They begin to respond from a place of greater inner stability, drawing upon a deeper wellspring of wisdom and compassion. This refinement is not about achieving a state of perfect enlightenment or dwelling in a perpetual state of bliss. Such ideals, while alluring, often pull us away from the very heart of the path. True refinement is far more grounded, far more intimate. It is about learning to engage with the reality of the present moment with greater authenticity, clarity, and responsiveness. It is the willingness to meet life as it is, not as we wish it to be, and to participate fully in each unfolding experience. It is about showing up with honesty, with presence, and with a deepening capacity to remain open even when the moment is uncomfortable or uncertain. This kind of engagement does not require perfection, it requires sincerity. It asks us to bring our whole selves, the tender parts, the confused parts, the wise parts, into the living conversation of now. In this way, refinement becomes less about transcending the human experience and more about inhabiting it with greater skill, compassion, and awareness. It is the art of responding rather than reacting, of seeing clearly rather than through the haze of old patterns, of choosing alignment over habit. And as this capacity grows, the present moment ceases to feel like something to endure and becomes instead a doorway into deeper connection, deeper understanding, and deeper peace. It is about seeing more clearly, not just with the eyes, but with the inner vision that perceives truth beneath appearances. It is about understanding more deeply, allowing insight to arise from a place beyond intellect, from the quiet wisdom that lives at the center of your being. And it is about acting with greater integrity, letting your choices reflect the alignment between your inner truth and your outer expression. This path invites a transformation of the very lens through which you view yourself and the world. As that lens becomes clearer, more refined, more attuned to what is real, the distortions of fear, judgment, and old conditioning begin to dissolve. You start to see life not through the narrow filters of the past, but through a wider, more compassionate perspective, one that honors the interconnectedness of all things. In this clarity, a greater flow of love, light, and understanding becomes possible. These qualities are not imported from outside. They arise naturally when the veils of illusion begin to lift. They move through you with increasing ease, illuminating your perceptions, softening your responses, and guiding your actions. What once felt obscured becomes visible. What once felt separate becomes unified. What once felt heavy becomes infused with meaning. This is the quiet alchemy of awakening, the gradual unveiling of a deeper reality, one that has always been present, waiting for the moment you are ready to see. The journey is ongoing. There is no final plateau, no moment where growth concludes or awareness becomes complete. Instead, each moment offers a fresh opportunity to practice this refined perception, to return to presence, to see with clearer eyes, to meet life with a more open heart. Every breath becomes a reminder that awakening is not a single event but a continual unfolding. Each challenge, too, becomes a teacher. Not an obstacle to be resented, but a doorway inviting you deeper into the understanding of yourself and the nature of reality. Difficult moments reveal where old patterns still linger, where fear still hides, where the heart is still learning to trust. They illuminate the places within you that are ready to be seen, softened, and transformed. In this way, life itself becomes the path, every interaction, every emotion, every uncertainty a chance to refine your perception and expand your awareness. The journey is not linear, it spirals inward and outward, revealing new layers of truth as you grow. And with each turn of the spiral, you come into closer alignment with the deeper intelligence that guides all things. The path is one of continuous learning, unlearning, and relearning, a living cycle that mirrors the rhythm of growth itself. It is a journey of shedding what no longer serves, reclaiming what was forgotten, and opening to new ways of seeing and being. With each turn of this spiral, you move closer to a greater alignment with the truth that lies beneath the surface of everyday experience, the truth that is subtle, enduring, and always present, even when obscured by the noise of the world. As this alignment deepens, something profound begins to emerge. Peace is no longer something you chase. It becomes the quiet ground upon which you stand. Purpose is no longer a distant ideal. It becomes the natural expression of your being. These qualities are not final destinations to be reached after years of striving, but the very essence of the journey itself, arising moment by moment as you live in greater harmony with your inner truth. In this way, the path becomes less about arriving somewhere and more about inhabiting each step with awareness, sincerity, and openness. The journey itself becomes the teacher, the guide, and the revelation. Chapter 13: The Embodied Path. Spiritual insight, no matter how profound, remains incomplete until it is lived. Realization alone is not the culmination of the path, it is the invitation. The journey of awakening is not only about transcendent moments that lift you beyond the ordinary, it is about embodiment, about allowing those moments to reshape the way you inhabit your life. It is about bringing the light of awareness into the body, into the breath, into the subtle movements of daily living. It is about letting insight inform the way you speak, the way you listen, the way you respond to the world around you. Awakening becomes real not in the heights of meditation, but in the choices made moment by moment, in how you meet discomfort, how you hold your boundaries, how you offer kindness, how you return to presence when the mind wanders. Embodiment is the bridge between knowing and being. It is the process through which wisdom becomes action, compassion becomes behavior, and insight becomes a lived reality rather than a distant ideal. When awareness settles into the body, spirituality ceases to be an abstract pursuit and becomes a way of moving through the world with integrity, clarity, and grounded grace. This is where awakening takes root, not above life, but within it. To walk the embodied path is to recognize that the physical form is not separate from the spiritual essence. The body is not an obstacle to transcend but a sacred vessel, an instrument through which consciousness expresses itself in the tangible world. It is the meeting point of the seen and the unseen, the bridge between the infinite and the intimate. When you honor the body, you honor the very ground through which your awakening becomes real. Every breath becomes an invitation to return to presence. Every movement becomes a gesture of awareness. Every sensation, subtle or intense, pleasant or challenging, becomes an opportunity to listen more deeply to the intelligence that lives within you. The body speaks in whispers, in pulses, in rhythms, in tensions that reveal where energy flows freely and where it longs to be released. To walk this path is to learn its language. Embodiment is the art of allowing awareness to descend from the mind into the living field of the body. It is the practice of inhabiting yourself fully, of letting presence permeate your muscles, your breath, your posture, your gestures. In this way, spirituality ceases to be an abstract concept and becomes a lived experience, grounded, real, and intimately woven into the fabric of daily life. The body is not merely the container of your journey, it is part of the journey. And each moment you return to it, you return to yourself. Many seekers become enamored with the abstract, the mystical, the otherworldly. The allure of transcendence can be powerful. Visions, insights, and elevated states seem to promise a shortcut to awakening. Yet true transformation does not occur in the rarefied heights of altered experience. It happens in the ordinary, in the way one speaks, listens, eats, rests, and engages with others. It is woven into the fabric of daily life, where the patterns of the self are most visible and most malleable. The embodied path invites a different kind of devotion. It asks, can you bring your highest awareness into the most mundane moment? Can you be present while washing dishes, answering an email, or standing in a queue? Can you meet another person with genuine attention, even when you are tired or distracted? Can you breathe consciously in the midst of frustration, or soften your tone when irritation arises? These are the true thresholds of awakening, not the dramatic revelations, but the quiet choices made again and again in the midst of ordinary life. When awareness enters these moments, the mundane becomes sacred. The everyday becomes a field of practice. And the spiritual path becomes not an escape from the world, but a deeper participation in it. This is where transformation takes root, in the simple, lived expression of presence. This path begins with attention. Not the strained attention of effort, but the soft, steady awareness that invites you back into your own body. It begins with feeling the feet on the ground, sensing the weight that anchors you to the earth. It begins with noticing the rhythm of the breath as it rises and falls, the subtle movement that has carried you through every moment of your life. It begins with recognizing the tension in the shoulders, the tightness in the jaw, the places where the body quietly holds what the mind has not yet acknowledged. To walk this path is to become intimate with the subtle signals of the body, the way it leans toward truth with a sense of expansion, the way it contracts around fear or falsehood, the way it opens effortlessly in the presence of love. These responses are not random. They are the language of your deeper intelligence, speaking through sensation rather than thought. The body does not lie. It reveals what is real long before the mind has sorted through its stories. It is a direct channel to the present moment, a living compass that guides you back to yourself again and again. When you learn to listen to it, gently, consistently, without judgment, you discover that presence is not something you must create. It is something you return to, something that has been waiting for you all along. Embodiment also means honoring the cycles of nature. Just as the seasons shift, so too do the energies within. There are times for action and times for rest, times for expansion and times for retreat. To live in harmony with these rhythms is to align with the deeper intelligence of life. The embodied path invites integration. It asks you to move beyond concepts, beyond the comfort of intellectual understanding, and into the living reality of practice. It is not enough to know compassion with the mind, it must be felt in the heart, lived through the body, and expressed through the hands. Compassion becomes real when it shapes your tone of voice, your gestures, your choices, your willingness to soften when the moment invites tenderness. It is not enough to understand presence as an idea, it must be practiced in conversation, in conflict, in solitude, in the quiet spaces where no one is watching. Presence becomes meaningful when it steadies you in discomfort, when it guides you to listen more deeply, when it helps you remain open even when the mind wants to close. It is in these ordinary moments that awareness is tested, strengthened, and refined. The teachings must become flesh. They must be lived through breath and movement, through the way you hold yourself, through the way you meet the world. Insight becomes transformation only when it descends from the realm of thought into the realm of embodiment. This is where the path becomes real, not in lofty ideals, but in the lived expression of wisdom through the body, moment by moment. This requires patience. Old habits do not dissolve overnight, nor do long-held patterns release themselves simply because we have recognized them. The conditioned mind may resist, clinging to familiar narratives even when they no longer serve. The body may hold tension, echoing old fears and unspoken memories. The emotions may surge, rising and falling like waves as deeper layers of the self come into view. Yet with gentle persistence, something begins to shift. Not through force, but through steady, compassionate practice. Each time you return to presence, each time you soften into awareness, each time you choose alignment over habit, the new way of being takes root a little more deeply. What once felt effortful becomes more natural. What once felt foreign becomes familiar. What once felt aspirational becomes embodied. This is where the spiritual becomes practical, not an idea floating above life, but a lived expression woven into breath, movement, and choice. And this is where the divine becomes human, not as something distant or unreachable, but as the quiet radiance that infuses your everyday actions, your relationships, your way of walking through the world. In this integration, awakening ceases to be a concept and becomes a way of being. Embodiment is also about authenticity. It is the willingness to show up as you are, without pretense, without performance, without the subtle masks that once felt necessary for protection. It is the courage to speak truth even when the voice trembles, to feel deeply even when the heart is tender, to be vulnerable even when the mind urges you to retreat. Authenticity is not a posture, it is a return to the unfiltered essence of your being. To live authentically is to honor your inner experience without distortion. It is to allow your words to reflect your truth, your actions to align with your values, and your presence to be an honest expression of your inner state. This kind of honesty is not harsh or self-indulgent. It is spacious, grounded, and rooted in self-respect. And in this authenticity, something profound happens. Others are invited to do the same. Your openness becomes permission. Your vulnerability becomes a doorway. Your presence becomes a quiet reminder that it is safe to be real. Connection deepens because it is no longer built on performance but on truth. Healing unfolds because the heart is finally allowed to breathe. Authenticity is not merely a personal virtue, it is a relational offering, a way of creating spaces where honesty, tenderness, and genuine connection can flourish. Ultimately, the embodied path is the path of wholeness. It is the seamless union of spirit and matter, the meeting place where the invisible and the tangible recognize themselves as expressions of the same source. It is the reconciliation of heaven and earth within the human form, the understanding that transcendence and groundedness are not opposites, but partners in the dance of awakening. Insight becomes meaningful only when it moves into action. Wisdom becomes alive only when it is lived through the body. This path reveals a profound truth: the sacred is not somewhere else. It is not hidden in distant realms or reserved for rare moments of revelation. It is here, in this body, in this breath, in this life. It is present in the rise and fall of the chest, in the warmth of the hands, in the quiet pulse that has carried you through every moment of your existence. When you recognize this, the ordinary becomes luminous. The mundane becomes holy. The present moment becomes a doorway into the infinite. Wholeness is not a destination but a remembering that nothing essential has ever been missing. The sacred has always been here, waiting for you to notice. To walk this path is to live the truth. Not merely to glimpse it in moments of clarity, nor to hold it as an idea or a memory, but to let it permeate the whole of your being. It is not enough to know the truth intellectually. It must be embodied, breathed, and acted. It must shape the way you move, the way you speak, the way you meet the world. To become the truth is to allow insight to settle into the body, to inform your choices, to guide your actions even when no one is watching. It is to let wisdom become instinct, compassion become reflex, presence become your natural state. This is not a performance but a transformation, a quiet, steady alignment between your inner knowing and your outer expression. In this becoming, the path ceases to be something you follow and becomes something you are. Truth is no longer a destination, it is the ground beneath your feet. The world spins in a relentless dance of change, a ceaseless ebb and flow that carries all upon its currents. For many, this constant motion becomes a source of anxiety, a reminder of the fragility of their plans, the uncertainty of their path, and the impermanence of their hold on the familiar. Life shifts without warning, reshaping landscapes both inner and outer, and the mind, longing for stability, clings to what it knows even as it slips through its grasp. In this ever-changing rhythm, the human heart often seeks refuge in predictability, imagining that safety lies in control. Yet the more tightly one holds, the more painful the inevitable changes become. The world does not pause for our preferences. It moves according to deeper tides, inviting us, sometimes gently, sometimes forcefully, to adapt, to soften, to let go. But within this motion lies an invitation to discover a steadiness that does not depend on external conditions, a center that remains unmoved even as everything around it shifts. When one learns to rest in this inner stillness, change no longer feels like a threat. It becomes a teacher, a guide, a reminder that life is not meant to be grasped but experienced, moment by moment. They yearn for stability, for a shore upon which they can anchor their lives, forgetting that the very nature of existence is fluid, much like the river into which they were born. They cling to the banks, grasping at the illusion of permanence, believing that safety lies in what does not move. Yet the river has its own wisdom. It teaches that life is not meant to be held still, but to be entered, felt, and trusted. In the midst of this ceaseless motion, there is another possibility, not to resist the flow, but to discover the stillness that exists within it. Beneath the surface currents, beneath the turbulence and the shifting tides, there is a quiet depth untouched by change. This inner stillness is not found by controlling the river, but by surrendering to it. It arises when one stops fighting the movement of life and allows themselves to be carried by something larger, something wiser. Surrender is not defeat, it is alignment. It is the recognition that the river knows where it is going, even when the mind does not. It is the softening of the grip, the release of the need to predict, manage, or secure every outcome. In this surrender, a profound truth reveals itself. Stability does not come from the world outside, but from the center within, the center that remains unmoved even as everything else shifts. This center is not created, it is remembered. It has always been there, a quiet presence beneath the noise of thought, a steady pulse beneath the fluctuations of emotion. When one learns to rest in this inner ground, the world's changes no longer feel threatening. They become part of the dance, part of the unfolding, part of the river's natural rhythm. From this place, life can be met with clarity, courage, and grace. The river still moves, but the one who moves with it is no longer afraid. Yet there is a profound truth woven into the fabric of reality, a truth that the weary and the seeking often overlook. Transformation is not an event to be feared, but the very essence of the human experience. It is not an interruption to life, it is life. From the moment we draw our first breath, we are carried by a current that is always moving, always reshaping, always inviting us into deeper expressions of who we are meant to become. This current is the silent force within which we swim, the unseen momentum that propels us forward, ever upward, toward greater understanding and alignment with the universal life force. It is the same current that turns seeds into forests, rivers into canyons, and moments of confusion into clarity. It is the pulse of evolution itself, moving through every cell, every thought, every unfolding chapter of our lives. And contrary to the fears of the mind, this current is not hostile. It does not seek to break us, punish us, or pull us under. It is, in its own way, profoundly benevolent, a guiding intelligence that knows when to dissolve what has become too small, when to loosen what we cling to, and when to open the path towards something more expansive. Even when its movements feel disruptive, they are in service of a deeper harmony. Transformation reshapes the old to make way for the new, not out of cruelty, but out of love, the kind of love that refuses to let us remain confined within outdated versions of ourselves. It is the love that calls us into wholeness, into authenticity, into alignment with the truth that has always lived at the center of our being. To recognize this is to soften into the flow rather than resist it. It is to understand that the river is not here to drown us, but to carry us home. Consider the life of the oak tree. It begins as a tiny acorn, nestled in the soil, seemingly dormant, yet brimming with silent potential. Within that small, unassuming shell lies the blueprint of a giant, a future written in the language of nature long before the first sprout breaks through the earth. The acorn does not rush its unfolding. It waits, held in darkness, trusting the unseen processes that prepare it for emergence. It endures the chill of winter, the harshness of drought, the relentless pressure of growth. It is shaped by wind and rain, by the shifting seasons, by forces far greater than itself. Yet through it all, it remains rooted, drawing sustenance from the earth, nourishment from the rain, strength from the sun. It does not resist the forces that sculpt its form, it allows them to do their work. In this surrender, it discovers its true nature. And in this slow, patient process, it becomes something far greater than it once appeared to be. Its roots delve deeper into the soil, anchoring it with quiet determination. Its trunk thickens, becoming a pillar of strength. Its branches reach higher, stretching toward the sky in a gesture of aspiration and openness. Over time, it becomes a sanctuary, a home for birds, a refuge for animals, a source of shade, nourishment, and life for countless beings. The oak does not lament the loss of its acorn form. It does not cling to what it once was. It embraces the journey of becoming, trusting that each stage of transformation is necessary, each shedding essential, each expansion a natural expression of its inner truth. In the life of the oak, we see a reflection of our own path, the courage to grow, the willingness to be shaped, and the quiet wisdom of surrendering to the forces that guide us toward our fullest expression. This is the path available to each soul. It is a path of surrender, not to chaos, not to randomness, but to the inherent flow of life itself. It is the surrender that comes from recognizing that existence is not a mistake, that the unfolding of one's journey is held within a larger wisdom. It is a path of trust, a trust that even in the midst of upheaval, confusion, or loss, there is a deeper intelligence at work, guiding the soul toward its highest good, even when the mind cannot yet see the purpose. This trust does not erase suffering. It does not shield the heart from the ache of loss or the weight of challenge. Just as the oak tree feels the stress of the wind, the thirst of the summer sun, and the strain of stretching toward the sky, the soul too feels the pressures of its own becoming. Growth is not without friction. Transformation is not without discomfort. But the oak continues to grow. It does not collapse under the force of the storm. It learns to bend. It does not curse the drought. It sends its roots deeper in search of water. Its strength is not the absence of adversity, but the result of it, forged in the very conditions that once threatened to break it. So it is with the soul. Through the practice of awareness and surrender, the soul deepens its connection to the inner wellspring of peace, a peace that does not depend on circumstances, a peace that remains steady even when the outer world trembles. In this connection, trials become teachers. Challenges become catalysts. Pain becomes refinement rather than destruction. The soul is not diminished by adversity, it is shaped by it. And in that shaping, it becomes more aligned, more authentic, more whole. The mind, however, often struggles against this current. It thrives on the known, the predictable, the controllable. It seeks to build structures of thought, theories, beliefs, that offer a sense of security in a world it perceives as chaotic. When the current of transformation begins to stir, when the familiar gives way to the unknown, the mind may react with resistance, with fear. It may try to grasp at the old ways, to fight the inevitable flow, mistaking this resistance for strength, when in reality, it is merely clinging to the past. The teachings invite us to observe the mind without judgment, to witness its patterns and its fears with detachment. To recognize that the thoughts which arise are merely waves upon the surface of the ocean of consciousness, not the ocean itself. True stability does not come from controlling the thoughts, but from understanding that the self is far greater than the mind, that there is a deeper awareness that remains constant even as the thoughts shift and change. This deeper awareness is the seat of presence. It is the quiet space within, the still point from which we can observe the world without becoming lost in it. It is from this place that the soul can navigate the currents of transformation with grace and ease. When we rest in this awareness, we are not buffeted by the waves of change. We become the steady hand that guides the ship, regardless of the weather. The practice, therefore, becomes one of aligning with this current, of learning to ride the waves rather than drowning in them. It is about cultivating a state of mind where, regardless of external circumstances, there is an inner equilibrium. This does not require suppressing emotions or ignoring difficulties. It means meeting them with an open heart and a clear mind, recognizing them as part of the process, as signals from the soul about areas needing growth and integration. Imagine standing by a river. You can either stand firm and resist its flow, getting swept away in the struggle, or you can learn to wade, to feel its power, to understand its path, and perhaps even find a way to use its energy to move forward. The river is always flowing. The choice is whether to fight it or to become a part of its movement. The journey of transformation is inherently spiritual. It is about moving beyond the ego's attachments, beyond the need to control and possess, beyond the illusion of separation. It is about recognizing the interconnectedness of all things, about feeling the pulse of the universe within oneself. As the individual ego diminishes in importance, the sense of unity expands, bringing with it a profound sense of peace and purpose. This is not a journey that one undertakes in isolation. The current of transformation flows through all beings, and we are supported by the collective consciousness of humanity, by the wisdom of those who have traveled this path before us and those who walk it now. There is an invisible web of energy, a field of potential, that we can tap into for guidance and strength. So, if you find yourself feeling overwhelmed by the tides of change, remember this: you are not a passenger on this journey, but a pilot. You are not merely being swept along, you are choosing your course within the flow. Embrace the transformation, not as an enemy, but as a friend. See it as an opportunity for growth, for expansion, for a deeper connection with the divine spark that resides within you and all of creation. The path may sometimes be turbulent, but the direction is always upward, toward a state of greater harmony, greater love, and greater understanding. Trust the current, and allow yourself to be carried toward the light, toward the realization of your true, magnificent potential. Chapter 14: Living the Truth. There comes a moment in the journey of awakening when insight must become action. The truths discovered in silence, in reflection, in the depths of meditation, these are not meant to remain hidden within. They are not treasures to be hoarded in the inner sanctum of the mind. They are meant to be lived, embodied, and expressed in the world. Insight is the spark, but embodiment is the flame. Without expression, even the most profound revelation remains incomplete, like a seed that never breaks open to meet the sun. For awakening is not a private possession, it is a way of being. It is the shift from knowing the path to walking it. The inner realizations that arise in stillness are invitations to speak differently, to listen differently, to move through the world with a deeper presence and a gentler heart. They call us to bring the clarity of the inner realm into the complexity of daily life, where true transformation is tested and refined. There is a sacred courage required here. It is one thing to touch truth in meditation, where the world is quiet and the mind is soft. It is another to carry that truth into conversation, into conflict, into the unpredictable terrain of human relationship. Yet this is where awakening becomes real. This is where the inner and outer worlds begin to merge. When insight informs action, the spiritual path ceases to be an escape from life and becomes a deeper participation in it. To embody truth is to allow it to shape your choices. It is to let compassion guide your responses, even when irritation arises. It is to let presence steady your breath, even when circumstances feel overwhelming. It is to let clarity illuminate your decisions, even when the old patterns tug at your sleeves. Embodiment is not perfection, it is alignment, a continual returning to what you know to be true, again and again, moment by moment. And as this alignment deepens, something remarkable begins to unfold. The boundaries between meditation and life dissolve. The stillness once found only in silence begins to permeate movement. The awareness once reserved for sacred spaces begins to infuse the ordinary. Washing dishes becomes a meditation. Walking becomes a prayer. Speaking becomes an offering. The world itself becomes the practice. This is the quiet revolution of awakening, the shift from insight as an inner experience to insight as a lived expression. It is the moment when the soul steps forward, not just in contemplation, but in action, shaping a life that reflects the truth it has discovered. Living the truth is not about perfection. It is not about adhering to rigid ideals or presenting a flawless image to the world. Perfection belongs to the realm of illusion, a mask crafted to protect the ego, not a reflection of the soul. The path of truth asks for something far more courageous: authenticity. Authenticity is the willingness to align one's outer life with the inner knowing, even when it is inconvenient, uncomfortable, or misunderstood. It is the choice to honor what is real within you rather than conform to the expectations that surround you. It is the quiet bravery of letting your actions reflect your deepest values, even when the world offers easier paths of compromise. To live authentically is to allow your inner truth to shape your words, your decisions, your relationships, your way of moving through the world. It is to speak with honesty when silence would be simpler. It is to set boundaries when old patterns urge you to please. It is to remain open-hearted even when vulnerability feels risky. Authenticity is not about being flawless, it is about being whole. This alignment is rarely effortless. It may ask you to disappoint others, to step away from familiar roles, to walk paths that few understand. But each time you choose truth over convenience, integrity over approval, presence over performance, you strengthen the bridge between your inner and outer worlds. You become more coherent, more grounded, more real. And in this realness, something powerful happens. Your very presence becomes a beacon. Others feel the resonance of your honesty. They sense the freedom in your alignment. Your authenticity becomes an invitation, a quiet permission for others to return to their own truth. Living the truth is not about being perfect. It is about being true. This alignment begins with integrity. To speak what one knows to be true, to act in accordance with one's values, to make choices that reflect the deeper wisdom of the heart. It is the courage to say no when necessary, to walk away from what no longer serves, and to stand firm in the face of external pressure. Living the truth also means embracing vulnerability. The path is not always clear. Doubts arise. Mistakes are made. But truth is not a fixed point, it is a living presence that evolves as one grows. To live it is to remain open, curious, and humble, knowing that each moment offers a new opportunity to deepen understanding. This way of being transforms relationships. When one lives from truth, connection becomes more honest, more compassionate, more real. There is less need for masks, for manipulation, for control. There is space for others to be themselves, and for love to flow freely. Living the truth also impacts the collective. Each individual who chooses authenticity contributes to a world that values honesty, empathy, and wisdom. The ripple effect is profound. One act of truth can inspire another, creating a wave of transformation that reaches far beyond the self. This path is not without challenge. The world often rewards conformity, and truth can be disruptive. But it is also liberating. It frees the soul from the burden of pretending, from the weight of compromise, from the fear of rejection. It allows one to walk with clarity, with purpose, and with peace. To live the truth is to honor the sacredness of life. It is to recognize that every moment is an opportunity to express the divine essence within. It is to become a beacon, not of perfection, but of presence. A living testament to the power of awareness, love, and authenticity. The river of life flows relentlessly, carrying each soul upon its currents towards the vast ocean of being. For many, this flow feels like a chaotic rapids, a confusing jumble of desires, fears, and external pressures. They struggle against the tide, trying to steer their own course, only to be swept further into the unknown. Yet, for those who learn to perceive the deeper patterns, the river reveals itself not as an enemy, but as a teacher and a guide. Perception, the subtle art of awareness, is the key that unlocks the understanding of these currents. It is the ability to witness the inner and outer landscape without immediate judgment or reaction. Like a skilled sailor reading the wind and waves, one who cultivates perception can navigate the river with greater ease and grace. This isn't about suppressing emotions or ignoring responsibilities, but rather about observing them as they pass, like clouds moving across the sky. Consider the nature of desire. It is a powerful force, often seen as the driver of human action. It arises from a sense of lack, a feeling that something is missing in the present moment. The ego, that persistent part of our consciousness focused on separation and individuality, thrives on desire. It manufactures wants, large and small, keeping the mind busy and the energy fragmented. Yet desire, when viewed through the lens of perception, reveals itself as a signal. It points towards what we truly value, what aspects of our higher self are seeking expression or integration. Instead of viewing desire as a problem to be overcome or a source of suffering to be eliminated, imagine observing it with curiosity. Ask yourself, what is this desire rooted in? What deeper need is it attempting to fulfill? Often, beneath the surface layer of a specific want lies a more profound longing for connection, for growth, for peace, for creativity. By perceiving the root of the desire, one can begin to address it more directly, not with the futile effort of suppression, but with understanding and alignment. This perception extends beyond the realm of desire into the landscape of thought. The mind is a landscape rich with patterns, many of which were established long ago, often in response to past experiences. Worry, anxiety, criticism, and judgment are common thought patterns that create internal friction and resistance. They are like rocks in the river, causing turbulence and slowing the flow. To navigate these mental currents requires a different approach. It requires seeing the thoughts for what they are, mental phenomena arising and passing away, rather than accepting them as absolute truth or allowing them to dictate emotional state. Through the practice of mindful awareness, one can begin to observe the thought process without getting entangled in it. This creates a subtle but significant shift in relationship to the mind. The observer, separate from the observed, begins to emerge. This observing self is the seat of consciousness from which true choice arises. It is the quiet space between the arising of a thought and the reaction to it. In that space lies power. When caught in the whirlwind of reactive thinking, the mind feels like a prisoner, driven by forces beyond its control. But when perception allows one to step back and witness the mental landscape, the feeling of being a victim diminishes. A sense of agency, however small, begins to bloom. Consider the nature of conflict, both internal and external. Much conflict arises from a fundamental misunderstanding, the belief in separation, the conviction that I am distinct and separate from other. This illusion creates a fertile ground for judgment, resentment, and competition. We see the world through the distorted lens of our own egoistic perspective, failing to recognize the shared essence that connects all beings. Perception has the power to dissolve this illusion of separation. By truly seeing another person, not just as a collection of behaviors or beliefs, but as another soul navigating the same river of life, a profound shift can occur. Empathy, the ability to feel what another feels, becomes a natural consequence of this expanded perception. It allows for understanding where others are coming from, even if agreement isn't possible. This doesn't mean abandoning boundaries or ignoring harmful actions. It means responding from a place of greater clarity and compassion, rather than from the heat of egoistic reactivity. When perception illuminates the interconnectedness of all things, actions flow from a place of service and contribution, rather than from the need for validation or control. The journey towards mastering perception is not one of arrival, but of ongoing refinement. It is a practice, like meditation or conscious breathing, that requires consistent application. Each moment offers an opportunity to return to awareness, to observe the inner and outer landscape with curiosity and without judgment. In the stillness that arises from cultivated perception, the underlying structure of reality begins to reveal itself. Beneath the surface turmoil of thoughts and emotions, there is a profound peace, an unshakable presence. This is the foundation from which true transformation occurs. It is the quiet recognition that one is not merely a passenger on the river of life, but a co-creator of the very current, guided by the wisdom that perceives the deeper flow. By embracing perception, one learns to flow with the river rather than against it. When awareness opens, resistance begins to dissolve. The struggles lessen not because life becomes easier, but because one stops fighting the natural movement of existence. The river has always been flowing, perception simply reveals its direction. In that revelation, something within relaxes. The grip loosens. The heart softens. The journey becomes less about control and more about participation. As perception deepens, joy begins to arise, not the fleeting joy dependent on circumstance, but a quiet, steady joy that comes from alignment. When one flows with life rather than resisting it, the inner landscape shifts. There is more space, more ease, more trust. Even challenges are met with a different quality of presence, for they are no longer seen as obstacles but as part of the river's natural rhythm. And as joy deepens, the path forward becomes clearer. Choices that once felt tangled begin to reveal their simplicity. The noise of fear and confusion fades, allowing the deeper intelligence of the heart to speak. Clarity does not always provide certainty, but it does provide direction, a sense of inner rightness that guides each step with quiet confidence. This is the essence of the teaching: see clearly, choose wisely, and allow the current of transformation to carry you toward the full expression of your being. Clarity is the seeing. Wisdom is the choosing. Surrender is the allowing. When these three come together, life becomes a dance rather than a struggle, a journey of unfolding rather than a battle of resistance. Chapter 15: The Circle of Return. To walk the path of awakening is to discover that the outer world, with all its experiences, challenges, and revelations, is ultimately a mirror guiding one back to the inner world. No matter how far the soul wanders, every encounter, every triumph, every wound, and every moment of wonder becomes part of the great reflection. Life does not push us away from ourselves, it continually leads us back. The soul may travel through countless landscapes, seeking meaning, chasing dreams, confronting shadows, or reaching for light, but beneath every outward movement lies an inward call. The world becomes a teacher, a guide, a living scripture written in the language of experience. What appears external is, in truth, an invitation to look deeper within. Awakening is the recognition that nothing is separate. The outer journey and the inner journey are two expressions of the same unfolding. And as this understanding deepens, one begins to see that every step taken in the world is also a step taken toward the center of one's own being. To walk the path of awakening is to discover that the outer world, with all its experiences, challenges, and revelations, is ultimately a mirror guiding one back to the inner world. No matter how far the soul wanders, through ambition, desire, loss, discovery, or longing, it is always being led home. The circle of return is not a retreat from life, but a deeper entry into it, a recognition that the truth we seek in distant places has been quietly waiting within us all along. The spiral of transformation does not repeat the past, it revisits it from higher ground. Each turn brings greater clarity, greater compassion, greater understanding. What once felt like confusion becomes insight. What once felt like fragmentation becomes coherence. The journey inward is not a collapse into isolation, but an expansion into wholeness, a remembering of the essence that has never been lost. This is the rhythm of awakening, outward into experience, inward into meaning, outward into expression, inward into truth. The circle completes itself not by returning us to who we were, but by revealing who we have always been beneath the layers of forgetting. In this return, the soul recognizes its own depth, its own wisdom, its own unbroken continuity with the greater flow of life. The circle of return is the soul's quiet homecoming. The return is not regression. It is not a retreat into old patterns or a denial of growth. It is the integration of all that has been learned, felt, and discovered. It is the moment when the seeker becomes the knower, when the wanderer recognizes that the home they longed for was always within. To return is to gather the scattered pieces of one's journey and bring them into coherence. It is the soft recognition that every step, whether taken in clarity or confusion, was part of a greater unfolding. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was meaningless. Every joy, every wound, every revelation becomes part of the tapestry that now rests within the heart. The circle of return is the soul's affirmation that growth does not lead away from oneself, but deeper into one's own essence. It is the realization that the path was never about becoming someone new, but about remembering who one has always been beneath the layers of fear, striving, and forgetting. In this homecoming, the seeker no longer searches for belonging in distant places. They feel the quiet truth rising from within, that the sanctuary they sought in the world is the sanctuary of their own being. The return is the moment when the soul stands in its own light and knows it has arrived. This return is marked by simplicity. The complex philosophies, the intense practices, the striving for enlightenment, all begin to soften. What remains is presence. What remains is love. What remains is the quiet knowing that life is sacred, and that each breath is a miracle. Simplicity is not a loss of depth, it is the revelation of what has always been essential. The mind no longer needs to grasp for elaborate explanations or spiritual achievements. The heart no longer seeks validation through effort. Instead, there is a gentle settling, a falling away of everything that once obscured the truth. What is left is the direct experience of being, unadorned, unforced, unmistakably real. In this simplicity, the seeker discovers a freedom that striving could never produce. There is no longer a need to become anything. There is only the quiet joy of being what one already is. Presence becomes the true practice, not as a discipline but as a natural state. Love becomes the true teaching, not as an ideal but as the very fabric of existence. And in this softened state, life reveals its sacredness in the smallest moments. A breath becomes a blessing. A pause becomes a doorway. A glance, a sound, a touch becomes a reminder of the miracle of existence. Nothing needs to be added. Nothing needs to be perfected. The ordinary becomes luminous. This is the grace of the return, the rediscovery of simplicity as the highest form of wisdom, and the recognition that the miracle was never hidden, it was simply waiting to be seen. The circle of return invites reflection. It asks, what have I learned? What have I released? What have I become? It honors the path walked, the challenges faced, the insights gained. And it reminds the soul that the journey is not about becoming someone else, but about remembering who one truly is. Reflection is not an intellectual exercise, it is a sacred pause. It is the moment when the soul turns gently toward its own experience and listens. In this listening, the deeper meaning of the journey begins to reveal itself. The struggles that once felt heavy are seen as catalysts. The losses that once felt unbearable are understood as openings. The moments of clarity, however brief, become guiding lights that shape the path forward. To reflect is to acknowledge the quiet courage it took to walk through uncertainty. It is to honor the resilience that carried the heart through seasons of doubt and transformation. It is to recognize that every step, whether taken in fear or in faith, has contributed to the unfolding of one's true nature. And in this recognition, something softens. The seeker no longer measures progress by external achievements or spiritual milestones. Instead, they feel the subtle shift within, a greater honesty, a deeper compassion, a more grounded presence. The journey becomes less about striving and more about remembering. For the essence of awakening is not self-improvement, it is self-recognition. It is the gentle unveiling of the truth that has always lived beneath the noise of the world. The circle of return brings the soul back to this truth, back to the quiet center where authenticity resides, back to the remembrance of who one truly is. This remembrance is not intellectual. It is felt in the body, in the heart, in the subtle energy that flows through all things. It is the recognition of unity, of interconnectedness, of the divine spark that lives in every being. It is the return to wholeness. True remembrance does not arise from thought. It arises from a shift in perception, a softening of the boundaries that once seemed to separate self from other, inner from outer, the sacred from the ordinary. It is a felt sense, a quiet resonance that moves through the body like a subtle warmth, a gentle clarity, a deep exhale that says, "I am part of something vast, and that vastness is also within me." In this remembrance, the heart awakens to its natural state of openness. Compassion flows without effort. Presence deepens without striving. The world is no longer experienced as a collection of isolated events, but as a living tapestry woven from the same essence that animates one's own being. Every encounter becomes a meeting with the divine in another form. This recognition of unity is not a concept to be understood but a truth to be lived. It dissolves the illusion of separation and reveals the quiet harmony that underlies all existence. The divine spark is seen not as something to be attained, but as something that has always been shining at the core of every life. To remember this is to return to wholeness, to the unbroken, undivided nature of the soul. It is the homecoming that every seeker longs for, the moment when the inner and outer worlds merge into a single, radiant truth. In this space, the need to prove, to strive, to seek begins to dissolve. There is no longer a desperate search for meaning, there is meaning in every moment. There is no longer a fear of being lost, there is guidance in every breath. The circle has closed, not to end the journey, but to begin it anew from a deeper place. When striving falls away, what remains is a profound ease. The heart no longer pushes against life, trying to force its way into clarity. Instead, clarity arises naturally, like light returning at dawn. The seeker discovers that meaning was never something to be hunted or earned, it was woven into the fabric of existence from the beginning. Every moment becomes a teacher. Every breath becomes a compass. In this softened state, the fear of being lost dissolves. One begins to sense an inner current, subtle, steady, unmistakable, that guides each step. It is not loud or dramatic. It does not demand attention. It simply moves through the body as intuition, through the heart as resonance, through the mind as quiet knowing. Guidance becomes less about answers and more about alignment. The closing of the circle is not a conclusion but a threshold. It marks the completion of one cycle of becoming and the beginning of another. The journey continues, but now from a place of deeper presence, deeper trust, deeper connection to the truth within. The seeker steps forward not with urgency, but with grace. This is the renewal at the heart of the return. The journey begins again, but this time with the wisdom of all that has been integrated, and with the quiet confidence that one is already home. The return also brings responsibility. With awareness comes the call to serve, to uplift, to share the light that has been cultivated. The journey was never just for the self, it was for the healing of the whole. The wisdom gained must now be lived, not just privately, but in the world. Awakening is not an escape from life, it is a deeper participation in it. When the heart opens and the inner landscape becomes clear, a quiet truth emerges: what has been received must be given. The light that has been uncovered is not meant to be hidden away in solitude. It is meant to illuminate the paths of others, to soften the suffering of the world, to remind those who have forgotten their own radiance. This responsibility is not a burden but a natural expression of awakening. It arises effortlessly, like a spring overflowing after years of gathering rain. Service becomes less about duty and more about alignment, an authentic response to the recognition that all beings are interconnected. To uplift another is to uplift oneself. To offer compassion is to honor the same essence that lives within. The journey inward prepares the seeker for this outward offering. The insights gained in silence become guidance for those still searching. The wounds that have been healed become medicine for others. The clarity that has been cultivated becomes a beacon in times of confusion. This is how wisdom becomes alive, when it moves from the inner sanctuary into the shared world. To live this wisdom is to embody the truth that awakening is communal. It ripples outward. It touches lives. It transforms spaces. The return is not the end of the path. It is the beginning of a new way of walking, one in which the awakened heart becomes a source of healing for the whole. And so the circle continues. Each return leads to a new beginning. Each insight opens the door to deeper understanding. The path spirals inward and outward, expanding and contracting, always moving, always evolving. The journey does not end with awakening, it deepens. Every cycle brings the seeker into contact with new layers of truth, new facets of the self, new expressions of the sacred. What once seemed final becomes a threshold. What once felt complete becomes the foundation for a more refined clarity. The spiral carries the soul forward and inward at the same time, revealing that growth is not linear but rhythmic, alive, and endlessly unfolding. With each turn of the spiral, perception widens. The heart becomes more spacious. The mind becomes more transparent. The soul becomes more attuned to the subtle currents that guide its evolution. Expansion and contraction are no longer seen as opposites but as complementary movements of the same divine rhythm, like the inhale and exhale of consciousness itself. The path evolves because the seeker evolves. And the seeker evolves because the path continues to reveal itself in ever-deepening ways. This is the mystery and the beauty of the spiral. It brings one closer to the center while simultaneously opening into greater vastness. It is a dance between the known and the unknown, the familiar and the infinite. Thus the circle continues, not as repetition, but as revelation. Each return is a renewal. Each beginning is a remembering. And the journey, ever unfolding, becomes a living expression of the soul's eternal evolution. To walk the circle of return is to live in harmony with the rhythm of life. It is to honor the sacred in the ordinary, to bring presence to each moment, and to trust that the journey is unfolding exactly as it should. The heart of the journey, the place where true growth occurs, lies not in avoiding the difficulties, but in learning to navigate them with wisdom and compassion. To live in harmony with life's rhythm is to recognize that every moment carries its own teaching. Some moments invite expansion, others call for stillness. Some bring clarity, Others reveal the places where healing is needed. When the seeker walks with presence, even the simplest experiences become sacred. An inhale, a pause, a glance, a sound. Nothing is dismissed. Nothing is wasted. Everything becomes part of the unfolding. Trust becomes the quiet foundation of this way of being. Not blind trust, but a deep inner knowing that life is intelligent, that the path is purposeful, and that even the challenges are woven with meaning. Instead of resisting what arises, the seeker learns to meet each moment with openness, allowing life to reveal its wisdom in its own time. True growth does not come from avoiding difficulty but from entering it with awareness. The obstacles on the path are not barriers, they are initiations. They shape the heart, refine perception, and deepen compassion. Each challenge becomes an opportunity to practice presence, to soften where one once hardened, to respond with clarity rather than fear. Wisdom and compassion become the guiding lights. Wisdom sees the truth of the moment. Compassion holds the heart gently as it transforms. Together, they allow the seeker to navigate life with grace, even when the path is uncertain. To walk the circle of return is to live this way, to honor the sacred, to trust the unfolding, and to meet each moment as a teacher. It is the quiet art of living awake. For years, a young man drifted. His life felt like a series of disconnected tasks, driven by external pressures and the expectations of others. He worked diligently, achieved moderate success, but a persistent sense of emptiness lingered. He read books, attended seminars, and listened to podcasts, always seeking the next technique, the next strategy to fill the void. He tried controlling his environment, his schedule, even his thoughts, hoping to create a life that would bring lasting satisfaction. But the feeling of being separate from his true self, of acting from a place of fear or obligation rather than love, remained. One quiet evening, as the world outside faded into twilight, he found himself sitting alone, staring into the fire. The usual anxieties flickered, but he met them with a newfound curiosity rather than resistance. He had read about the importance of presence, of feeling into the moment without judgment, but it had always seemed too difficult, too passive. Tonight, however, something shifted. He simply was. He was the warmth of the fire, the sound of the crackling logs, the gentle rhythm of his own breathing. He felt the weight of his own body, the subtle sensations in his limbs. In that stillness, a quiet voice seemed to emerge from within, not as a booming command, but as a gentle suggestion. It spoke of the nature of the mind, how it constantly grasps, pushes away, and seeks validation from the outside world. It pointed out that he had spent his life trying to build a strong fortress around his inner self, protecting it from perceived threats, from the opinions of others, from the fear of not being enough. But this very defense had created the very emptiness he sought to escape. The voice explained that true security does not come from external achievements or possessions, but from an unwavering sense of inner worth, a recognition that his essence is inherently valuable, regardless of what happens around him. It spoke of the power of acceptance, not as resignation, but as the simple acknowledgement of reality, including his own thoughts and feelings, without needing to change or judge them. It was a radical idea. To simply be with his thoughts, even the difficult ones, without trying to immediately suppress or analyze them. He listened, not with his analytical mind, but with a growing sense of openness. He began to understand that his inner critic, the voice telling him he wasn't good enough, wasn't an external enemy to be fought. It was, perhaps, a part of him, expressing fear, trying to keep him safe by pushing away perceived threats. Instead of fighting it, he tried to feel into the emotion beneath the critical words. He noticed the tightness in his chest, the slight tremor in his hands. He allowed the feeling to be there, just observing it, without needing to fix it. This wasn't easy. The old habit of resistance was deeply ingrained. There were moments he felt overwhelmed, wanting to pull back and retreat into old patterns. But the quiet voice remained, a constant reminder to return to presence, to the feeling of being. He started to practice this, not just in moments of crisis, but in small ways throughout his day. When he felt impatient with a colleague, he paused and noticed the feeling of impatience in his body, acknowledging it without judgment. When he caught himself comparing himself unfavorably to someone else, he gently redirected his attention back to his own breath and his own experience. Slowly, painstakingly, the landscape of his inner world began to change. The constant state of high alert, the need for external validation, started to soften. He began to notice moments of quiet joy that had been overshadowed by his striving. He found himself more present with his family, more engaged in his work, not because he felt pressured, but because he genuinely wanted to be. The emptiness didn't vanish entirely, but it no longer felt absolute. It was like a vast ocean, and he was beginning to learn how to navigate its tides rather than being swept away by them. He learned that the practice wasn't about forcing a particular state of mind, but about cultivating awareness. It was about seeing the patterns of his own thinking and reacting without getting lost in them. It was about choosing, moment by moment, to return to a place of inner quiet and connection, even when it felt difficult. This choice, this gentle but persistent return, began to transform his relationship with himself and the world. The path ahead remained unknown, full of its own challenges. But he carried a new sense of confidence, not born of external achievement, but of the quiet understanding that he was inherently worthy, that he had the inner resources to navigate whatever came his way. He had learned that the greatest journey isn't about reaching a distant destination, but about the continuous process of awakening, of seeing more clearly, of living from a place of deeper connection and authenticity. And in that awakening, the true richness of life began to unfold. At the heart of every spiritual journey lies a simple, radiant truth: the light we seek outside has always lived within. It is not something to be earned or found, it is something to be remembered. This inner light is the essence of who we are, untouched by time, circumstance, or belief. This remembrance is the great turning point of the path. For so long, the seeker looks outward, toward teachers, practices, philosophies, and distant horizons, believing that illumination lies somewhere beyond reach. Yet the moment of awakening reveals that the very thing we have been searching for has been quietly shining within us from the beginning. It was never absent. It was only obscured by the noise of the world and the stories we learned to believe about ourselves. This inner light is not fragile. It does not flicker with the changing winds of circumstance. It is steady, ancient, and unwavering, a presence that remains whole even when the outer life feels fragmented. It is the part of us that has never been wounded, never been diminished, never been separated from the greater flow of existence. To touch this light is to touch the truth of our own being. And when this remembrance dawns, something profound shifts. The seeker no longer strives to become worthy of the light. They recognize they have always been its vessel. The journey becomes less about seeking and more about revealing, peeling back the layers of fear, doubt, and conditioning that once hid the radiance within. This is the essence of the return, not the discovery of something new, but the rediscovery of what has always been true. The inner light is the soul's original home, the quiet flame that guides every step, and the eternal reminder that we are, and have always been, whole. Many spend years searching for meaning in external achievements, relationships, or teachings. And while these can offer guidance and reflection, the deepest wisdom arises from within. The light within is not dependent on validation or recognition. It shines regardless of the world's response. For much of the journey, the seeker looks outward, believing that fulfillment will come from accomplishment, approval, or belonging. The world becomes a mirror in which one hopes to see their worth reflected. Yet no matter how much is achieved or how deeply one is loved, the longing persists until the inner light is recognized. External experiences can point toward truth, but they cannot replace the truth that lives within. The deepest wisdom does not arrive through praise or recognition. It emerges in silence, in stillness, in the quiet moments when the heart turns inward and remembers its own radiance. This inner light is not fragile. It does not dim when misunderstood or brighten when celebrated. It simply is, steady, ancient, and whole. When the seeker realizes this, a profound freedom arises. No longer bound to the shifting tides of external approval, they begin to live from a place of authenticity. Their actions flow from inner clarity rather than outer expectation. Their worth is no longer negotiated by circumstance but anchored in the unchanging truth of who they are. The world may respond with acceptance or resistance, admiration or indifference, but the inner light remains untouched. It shines because shining is its nature. And when one learns to trust this light, the search for meaning transforms into the expression of meaning, radiating outward from the center of one's own being. To connect with this light is to return to the source. It is to quiet the mind, soften the heart, and listen deeply. It is the moment when one stops striving and simply allows. In this stillness, the light begins to glow more clearly, subtle at first, then unmistakable. Returning to the source is not an act of effort but an act of surrender. It is the gentle release of the mind's constant reaching, the softening of the heart's defenses, the willingness to rest in what is already here. When striving falls away, the inner landscape becomes clear enough for the light to reveal itself. It does not need to be summoned, it only needs to be seen. This stillness is not empty. It is alive, vibrant, quietly radiant. Beneath the noise of thought and the weight of expectation, there is a presence that has been waiting, patiently, lovingly, for the seeker to pause long enough to notice. At first, it may feel like a whisper, a subtle warmth, a faint shimmer of awareness. But as the heart opens and the mind settles, the light grows stronger, more steady, more undeniable. In this moment of allowing, the seeker discovers that the source was never distant. It was never hidden. It was simply overshadowed by the movement of the mind. When one becomes still, the light rises naturally, like dawn breaking over a quiet horizon. It illuminates not only the inner world but the outer world as well, revealing the sacredness woven through all things. To connect with this light is to remember one's origin, one's essence, one's truth. It is the beginning of a deeper way of seeing, a deeper way of being, a deeper way of walking the path. This light is not exclusive. It is not reserved for saints or sages. It lives in every being, waiting to be acknowledged. It expresses itself through kindness, through creativity, through the quiet strength of presence. It is the spark that animates life, the pulse of divinity in motion. Living from this light transforms everything. Challenges become opportunities. Relationships deepen. Purpose clarifies. The outer world may remain chaotic, but the inner world becomes a sanctuary. Decisions are made not from fear, but from clarity. Actions arise not from obligation, but from love. To honor the light within is to live authentically. It is to speak truth, to walk with integrity, to offer compassion. It is to recognize the same light in others, even when it is obscured. This recognition dissolves judgment and separation, allowing unity to emerge. The light within also guides. It is the inner compass that knows the way, even when the path is unclear. It whispers through intuition, through dreams, through the quiet knowing that defies logic. To follow it is to trust the soul's wisdom, to walk not by sight, but by presence. This journey is not about becoming something new. It is about uncovering what has always been. It is about peeling away the layers of conditioning, fear, and doubt to reveal the brilliance beneath. It is about remembering that we are not broken, but whole. In every breath, in every moment, the light within is available. It asks only to be seen, felt, and lived. And when it is, life becomes not a struggle, but a sacred unfolding. The ordinary becomes extraordinary. The self becomes the soul. And the journey becomes a celebration of the divine essence that lives in all. Chapter 17: The Way Forward. The path ahead is not paved with certainty, but with presence. It is not marked by rigid plans, but by a quiet trust in the unfolding. The way forward is not a destination, it is a way of being. This truth, simple in utterance yet profound in practice, echoes through the ages, whispered by sages beneath ancient banyan trees, inscribed in sacred texts, and echoed in the stillness of morning meditation. To walk this path is not to seek an arrival point on a map, but to awaken to the sacredness of each step, each breath, each moment of awareness. It is to release the grip on what should be and embrace the grace of what is. In a world obsessed with outcomes, with milestones and metrics, the soul longs for something deeper, belonging not to the future, but to the now. This, then, is not a doctrine, not a rigid philosophy, but a gentle invitation, a guide for the seeker of inner wisdom, for the quiet heart who senses there's more to life than the chase. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast forest at dawn. The air is cool, mist rising like prayers from the earth. There is no visible trail, only the soft carpet of moss, the pattern of sunlight filtering through untamed branches. You could wait for a sign, for someone to hand you a map, for certainty to descend like manna from the sky. Or you could take the first step, trusting that the forest will reveal its path only to those who walk with open eyes and a listening heart. This is the nature of spiritual growth. It does not unfold through force or frantic effort, but through presence, a mindful, tender attention to the rhythms of life as they arise within and around you. Presence is not passive. It is a dynamic aliveness, a full-bodied engagement with existence. It means tasting your tea as though you've never tasted tea before. It means feeling the weight of your feet on the ground, the rhythm of your breath moving in and out like waves against the shore. In presence, thoughts do not disappear, nor do worries or fears, but they lose their power to define you. You begin to witness them, like clouds drifting across the sky of awareness. You are not the storm, you are the sky. This realization is the cornerstone of higher consciousness, the dawning understanding that you are not your mind, but the awareness in which the mind arises. And so, the journey inward commences not with a grand declaration, but with the smallest of acts, pausing, sitting quietly, closing your eyes, letting the world recede. Meditation, in this context, is not a technique to achieve enlightenment, but a daily return to the sanctuary within. Each session is a pilgrimage, no matter how brief, to the altar of stillness. Here, in the silence, you begin to hear the subtle voice of inner wisdom. It does not shout. It does not demand. It speaks in hunches, in feelings in the body, in sudden clarity during a walk, in the way a certain phrase from a poem lands like a key in a long-locked door. This is the intuition of the soul, refined not by logic, but by intimacy with the present moment. Mindfulness, then, becomes the art of living prayerfully. Washing dishes becomes a ritual of gratitude. Driving becomes an opportunity to listen to the breath. Conversations become portals to genuine connection when you truly see the person before you, not as a role or a problem, but as a soul in motion. Each moment, however ordinary, brims with sacred potential. The seeker of inner wisdom learns to sanctify the mundane, recognizing that divinity is not distant, not locked in temples or scriptures, but pulsing through the veins of the everyday. Trust, quiet, resilient trust, emerges not from blind faith, but from experience. You begin to notice patterns, how a sudden idea arrives just when you need it, how difficult emotions soften when met with compassion, how life weaves together disparate threads into unexpected tapestries of meaning. This is the unfolding, the natural intelligence of existence guiding you when you stop trying to control it. Plans may shift, dreams may evolve, relationships may transform, but when you are rooted in presence, there is no falling. You are held not by certainty, but by belonging. And yet the mind resists. It wants timelines. It wants guarantees. It wants to know if the path leads to joy, to love, to enlightenment. But inner wisdom does not speak in terms of endpoints. It speaks in whispers of authenticity. This choice aligns with your truth. This action honors your soul. This moment is yours to live fully. The seeker learns to honor these whispers, even when they lead off the well-trodden road. They may mean ending a relationship that no longer serves, leaving a career that drains the spirit, or embracing a creative calling that defies logic. These are not decisions made in arrogance, but in surrender, to something greater than the ego's need for safety and approval. Spiritual growth, in this light, is not about becoming perfect or transcending human experience. It is about becoming more human, more compassionate, more aware, more alive. It is about embracing the full spectrum of emotion, grief and gratitude, doubt and devotion, loneliness and love. The heart expands not by avoiding pain, but by learning to hold it with tenderness. In meditation, we sit with discomfort. We notice the tightness in the chest, the knot in the stomach, and instead of pushing it away, we breathe into it. We make space. We say, "This too belongs." And in that tender acknowledgement, transformation begins. The way forward is not linear. There will be days of clarity and days of confusion. There will be moments when presence feels effortless, and others when the mind races with anxiety. This is not failure. This is practice. The spiritual path is not a staircase to be climbed, but a spiral, returning again and again to the same lessons, but at a deeper level each time. You may think you've gotten it, only to find yourself lost once more. And yet, with each return, the heart remembers. The body remembers. The soul knows, even when the mind forgets. Let this be a compass for your journey, to live not by the expectations of others, but by the quiet truth within. To honor silence as much as speech. To value depth over distraction, stillness over speed. To cultivate kindness, not only toward others, but toward yourself, especially when you stumble. For inner wisdom does not reside in perfection, but in authenticity. It blooms in the soil of self-acceptance, watered by compassion and warmed by courage. So walk gently. Breathe deeply. Listen closely. The path is not ahead of you. It is beneath your feet, in the rising and falling of your chest, in the way sunlight touches your skin. You are not moving toward awakening. You are awakening, moment by moment, to the miracle of being here, now, fully, fearlessly, and free. The destination was never out there. It is right here, in the heart that dares to be present, in the soul that chooses to unfold. To walk this path is to embrace the unknown with open arms. It is to release the need for control and instead cultivate a deep inner alignment. The journey is not about arriving, it is about awakening. These 3 sentences, though brief, contain the essence of a timeless quest, the seeker's invitation to step beyond the familiar borders of the mind and step into a realm where the ordinary dissolves into the extraordinary. If you are reading this, you have already sensed a stirring within, a quiet yet relentless whisper that there is something more, something deeper, waiting to be discovered. The following guide is an expansive, descriptive companion for every soul that wishes to venture farther into the terrain of inner wisdom, higher consciousness, and lasting spiritual growth. 1. The Allure of the Unknown. 1.1. What the unknown really is. When we speak of the unknown, most of us picture darkness, uncertainty, or the frightening "what if?" In the spiritual context, however, the unknown is the fertile soil in which the seed of awakening takes root. It is the vast, uncharted interior landscape that lies beyond the mental narratives we have constructed about ourselves, our lives, and the world. Imagine a deep ocean at night, its surface reflecting a distant moon. The surface is calm, familiar, safe. Below, however, currents swirl, creatures glide, and mysteries await. 2. Embrace the unknown with open arms is to dive beneath that surface, trusting that the water will hold you, that each pulse of the tide brings you closer to the luminous core of your being. 1.2. The Gift of Curiosity. Curiosity is the compass that points toward the unknown. It is the subtle shift from "I must know everything before I can act" to "I am willing to explore what I do not yet understand." When you approach each day with the mindset of a child discovering a new world, you transform ordinary experiences into portals of insight. A simple walk in the park becomes an invitation to notice the breath of the wind, the subtle fragrance of pine, the rhythmic beating of your heart, all signals of a deeper reality trying to be heard. 1.3. Practical steps to invite the unknown. Create a mystery journal. Each evening, write down one moment where you felt a tug of curiosity, even if it seemed trivial. Over weeks, you'll notice patterns that point toward areas of the self that are yearning for exploration. Set uncertainty intentions. At the start of the day, state aloud, "Today I will welcome the unknown, trusting that each unknown moment carries a lesson." This verbal commitment rewires the subconscious from avoidance to acceptance. Engage with symbolic art. Spend time with paintings, poetry, or music that does not immediately reveal its meaning. Sit with the feeling it evokes without trying to decode it instantly. Let the mystery settle in the depth of your being. 2. Releasing the need for control. 2.1. The illusion of control. Control is a familiar comfort. We build schedules, set goals, and craft detailed plans to feel secure. Yet, every attempt to script every moment of our lives is akin to trying to hold water in cupped hands. Some inevitably slips through. The moment we cling tightly to outcomes, we create resistance, and this resistance manifests as anxiety, frustration, or a hollow feeling of emptiness. 2.2. Surrender as an active choice. Surrender is not passivity. It is an empowered decision to align with the flow of life rather than battle against it. Think of a river. While the river's water cannot be commanded, a skilled paddler can navigate its currents, allowing the river to guide while maintaining direction. In practice, surrender means observing the impulse to control. When you notice a tight grip on a plan, pause. Naming the feeling. I am afraid of losing control. Choosing to let go, perhaps by whispering, I trust the current. 2.3. Rituals for letting go. The release breath. Inhale deeply, visualizing a rope around a heavy stone representing your need for control. As you exhale, imagine the rope loosening and the stone drifting away. Repeat 5 cycles. Evening. Unburdening. Write down any lingering worries about outcomes on a piece of paper. Fold it, light it safely, and watch the smoke carry your concerns into the night. Nature walks without destination. Walk in a forest or along a beach without a set path, allowing your feet to be guided by the terrain. Notice how the world naturally unfolds, and how your inner tension eases when you stop trying to dictate the route. 3. Cultivating deep inner alignment. 3.1. Defining inner alignment. Inner alignment is the harmonious resonance between your deepest values, intuition, and outward actions, a symphony where each instrument plays in tune with the others. When you are aligned, decisions feel effortless, relationships flow with authenticity, and a quiet joy settles in the marrow of your bones. 3.2. Listening to the inner compass. The inner compass is often muffled by the clamor of external expectations, social media, and the relentless noise of the modern world. To hear it clearly, you must create sacred space for stillness. Meditation is the most direct method. By sitting in silence, you quiet the mental chatter, allowing the subtler frequencies of the heart, gut, and soul to emerge. Mindful body scan awakens the somatic wisdom that holds truths your mind may overlook. Feel the tension in your shoulders, the throbbing in your chest, the warmth in your hands. Each sensation is a messenger. 3.3. Daily practices for alignment. Time of day practice description. Morning sunrise meditation, 1015 minute, face the east, breathe in the fresh morning air, and set an intention that reflects your core values. Visualize the day unfolding in alignment with this intention. Midday mindful eating, eat one meal without distraction. Chew slowly, savor each flavor, and notice how the food nourishes not just the body but also the spirit. Evening reflective journaling, 510 minute, write about moments when you felt in sync with yourself and moments when you felt out of step. Identify patterns and gently adjust. Before sleep, heart center breathing, 5 minutes, place a hand on your heart, inhale to the count of 4, hold for 2, exhale for 6, feeling gratitude for the day's experiences, regardless of outcomes. 4. The journey versus the destination. 4.1. Why arriving is a mirage. Many spiritual traditions speak of the path rather than the goal. The notion of arrival suggests a final state, a place where learning ceases, where peace is permanent, where growth stops. Yet true awakening is a dynamic unfolding, an ever-deepening awareness that expands with each breath. When you cling to the idea of arriving, you freeze growth in a static snapshot, missing the continuous flow of revelation. 4.2. Awakening as an ongoing process. Awakening is like the sunrise. Each morning it lifts higher, painting a broader canvas across the sky. There are moments of brilliance, moments of cloud, yet the sun never truly sets for the conscious seeker. Your practice, therefore, should honor each step, no matter how small, as a luminous milestone. Celebrate micro-awakenings. When you notice a subtle shift in perception, a brief moment of non-judgment, a spontaneous feeling of unity with a passerby, acknowledge it. These are the true markers of progress. Embrace setbacks as teachers. Frustration, doubt, or spiritual, dry spells are not failures but invitations to deepen your practice. They signal areas where the ego still clings, inviting compassionate curiosity. 4.3. The role of stories and spiritual texts. Throughout history, seekers have turned to books and teachings to illuminate the path. Works such as The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle, Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda, or The Untethered Soul by Michael A. Singer provide language for experiences that often feel ineffable. Reading these texts is not a shortcut but a mirror, allowing you to recognize reflections of your own inner journey in the wisdom of others. Reading as contemplation. Rather than consuming, approach each passage as a meditation. Highlight a line, close your eyes, and let its resonance settle into your heart. Creating a spiritual library. Assemble a shelf of books that speak to various aspects: mindfulness, wherever you go, there you are, higher consciousness, a new earth, meditation techniques, the heart of meditation, and mythic narratives, the hero with 1,000 faces. Return to them regularly, allowing each to unfurl new layers of insight. 5. Practical Toolbox for the Modern Seeker. 5.1 Meditation Techniques. Anchor breath meditation. Focus on the sensation of the breath entering and leaving the nostrils. When thoughts arise, gently label them, thinking, and return to the breath. Loving kindness, meditation. Silently repeat phrases such as, "May I be safe, may I be happy, may I be free from suffering," extending outward to loved ones, strangers, and even challenging individuals. This cultivates compassion and dissolves the barrier of separation. Self-inquiry. Ramana Maharshi quietly asked, "Who am I?" Listen not for an intellectual answer but for the stillness that underlies the question. 5.2 Mindfulness in Daily Life. The 1-minute pause. At each hourly chime, stop for a breath, notice the sensations in your body, and bring your attention fully to the present moment. Mindful listening. When conversing, give your entire attention to the speaker, no preparing a response, no checking your phone. Feel the resonance of their words in your own chest. 5.3 Integrating creative expression. Art, music, dance, and writing are natural extensions of inner work. When words fail, the body can speak. Try. Freeform journaling. Let your pen flow without censorship. Scribble, draw, or collage. Sound bath sessions. Attend a gong or crystal bowl gathering, or simply play ambient music while lying down, allowing vibrations to permeate your being. 5.4 Community and shared wisdom. While the path is deeply personal, walking with others provides reflection, encouragement, and accountability. Consider weekly study circles. Gather with a small group to discuss a chosen spiritual text, sharing insights and questions. Online forums. Platforms like Insight Timer, Reddit's r/spirituality, or dedicated Facebook groups can connect you with seekers worldwide. 6. Overcoming common obstacles. 6.1 The Imposter Syndrome. Many seekers feel they are not qualified to practice spiritual work. Remember that the path is open to every heart willing to show up. The feeling of inadequacy is itself a teacher, a reminder to practice humility and self-acceptance. 6.2 Stagnation and spiritual boredom. When the daily routine feels monotonous, infuse novelty, change the time of meditation, explore a new style of yoga, or retreat to a natural setting for a weekend. Often, the sense of stagnation is a signal that you have become too comfortable with the familiar and need to stretch your awareness further. 6.3 Emotional turbulence. Awakening can stir dormant emotions, anger, grief, longing. Rather than suppress them, welcome them as messengers. Use practices such as rising up, visualizing yourself as a mountain rising above emotional storms, or emotional labeling, identifying the feeling without judgment. 7. A living blueprint, designing your personal path. Declare your intention. Write a concise statement. I commit to walking the path of inner awakening, embracing the unknown, releasing control, and aligning with my deepest truth. Place it where you'll see it daily. Map your practices. Create a weekly schedule combining meditation, mindful activities, reading, and community engagement. Keep it flexible. Allow the day to guide you. Set milestones, not goals. Instead of, I will be enlightened by December, adopt, I will notice moments of deeper presence at least 3 times a week. This shifts focus from outcome to experience. Review and adjust. Every month, revisit your journal, assess what resonates, what feels forced, and adjust accordingly. The path is organic, not rigid. 8. Closing invitation, the ever-expanding horizon. You stand now at the edge of a vast interior landscape, the very same one that mystics, philosophers, and poets have traversed for millennia. By choosing to embrace the unknown with open arms, you are already stepping into a lineage of seekers who recognize that the most profound adventure lies not beyond the horizon of the world, but within the horizon of the self. By releasing the need for control, you free yourself from the shackles of expectation and open the doorway for life's infinite intelligence to guide you. By cultivating deep inner alignment, you become a living compass, pointing toward truth, love, and compassion in every breath you take. And remember, the journey is not about arriving, it is about awakening. Each sunrise you greet, each quiet breath you honor, each page you turn in a spiritual book, and each moment you sit in stillness adds a brushstroke to the masterpiece of your consciousness. May your steps be gentle yet courageous, your heart open yet discerning, and may the path you walk become a luminous beacon for others who, like you, are yearning for the inner wisdom that already resides within. Walk with wonder, dear seeker. The unknown awaits, and it welcomes you with outstretched arms. Each step forward is an invitation to deepen, to listen more closely, to act more consciously. The way forward asks us to shed what no longer serves and to carry only what is true. It is a path of refinement, not accumulation. There will be moments of doubt, of fear, of hesitation. These are not signs of failure, they are part of the process. They remind us to pause, to reflect, to reconnect. The way forward is not linear, it spirals inward, drawing us closer to our essence. Guidance comes not from maps, but from intuition. The inner compass knows the way, even when the mind does not. To follow it is to trust the whispers of the soul, the subtle nudges that point toward growth, love, and truth. The inner compass is not a tangible instrument, nor is it marked by coordinates or boundaries. It is a quiet force, an innate wisdom that hums beneath the noise of daily life, as ancient and effortless as the turning of the earth. While the mind may be preoccupied with planning, analyzing, and questioning, the soul speaks in a language of feeling, the gentle pull of a meaningful connection, the fleeting stillness before a right decision, the inexplicable sense that a path is aligned with the rhythm of your being. This quiet inner voice is not the product of logic but of lived experience, a reservoir of truths that transcends reason. To follow it is to surrender to a deeper current, one that does not ask, "What if?" but, "What is?" Imagine standing at the edge of a forest, where the trees lean densely together, their branches weaving a canopy that obscures the sky. A map might chart the shortest route, but it cannot account for the shifting earth or the sudden bloom of a flower that seems to call your name. Here, the wise traveler does not argue with the terrain, but attunes to the subtle signs, the warmth of sunlight breaking through a gap in the trees, the soft murmur of a stream cutting through the undergrowth, the unexpected calm that settles when you take a step that feels right. These are the whispers of the soul, pointing not to destinations on a grid, but to the unfolding journey of becoming. To listen to this inner wisdom, one must first still the mind's constant chatter. The modern world conditions us to seek answers externally, to measure success by metrics, to validate our choices through data and comparison. Yet intuition thrives in silence, in the sacred space between thoughts. It reveals itself not through grand revelations, but through small, unassuming nudges, a recurring dream, a sudden clarity when faced with a difficult choice, the inexplicable urge to call someone who needs you. These are not coincidences but the soul's quiet signposts, urging us toward alignment with our highest selves. Consider the practice of meditation, a sacred pause in the river of life. When you sit in stillness, closing your eyes and watching the breath, the mind gradually releases its habitual stories. In that stillness, you may feel a subtle shift, a sense of lightness, a warmth rising in the heart, or a word or image that appears as if from nowhere. This is the soul's language, pure and unfiltered. Such practices train the nervous system to attune to the inner compass, teaching us to distinguish between the mind's endless chatter and the soul's gentle guidance. Over time, we learn to trust the quiet knowing that arises when we pause, like a river revealing its depth after the rain has ceased. The journey of the inner compass is not a straight path, but a spiral of growth. It takes courage to follow a nudge when the logical mind protests, to turn away from the familiar and step into the unknown. Think of the ocean's waves. They do not rush to the shore in a straight line, yet they always arrive. There will be moments of doubt, times when the soul's whispers seem drowned out by fear or exhaustion. But the compass does not falter. It is the unyielding North Star for those who have learned to quiet their inner storms. When we falter, the soul's voice may grow fainter, yet it is always present, like a lighthouse through the fog. The practice is not to be perfect but to return, again and again, to the act of listening. What happens when we choose to follow this inner guidance? The soul's compass does not lead us to external destinations, but to the heart of who we are. It reveals a life of integrity, where our actions arise from a place of inner resonance rather than societal expectation. It draws us toward the people, work, and experiences that nourish our spirit. Perhaps this means choosing an unconventional career over a well-trodden path, or healing a fractured relationship that calls to your heart. It may even lead you to a solitary mountain, where you sit with the wind and the silence to remember your own vastness. In these moments, the soul's wisdom whispers truths that no map could ever hold, that growth is not about reaching a finish line, but embracing the aliveness of every step. Yet this path is not without its shadows. The mind, with its fear of uncertainty, may resist the soul's nudges, conjuring stories of failure or inadequacy. Here, the practice of mindfulness becomes a lantern in the dark. When you notice fear arising, "What if I'm wrong?" or "What if there's no way forward?" meet it with gentle curiosity. Inhale the doubt, and exhale a breath of trust. Remind yourself that the soul does not mislead. Every choice that feels expansive, even if terrifying, is a step in the right direction. Every moment of feeling off course is an invitation to pause, recalibrate, and return to the rhythm of your inner truth. To follow the soul's guidance is to embody a radical kind of faith, not in the abstract, but in the living intelligence of your own being. It is the same trust that allowed a seed to push through the soil toward the sun, the same trust that flows in the blood of every mountain stream carving its way to the sea. This inner compass does not take us to a place we should be, but to the place we are, unfolding, becoming, perfect in our becoming. So how might you begin to attune to this wisdom in your own life? Start small. Before making a decision, pause. Ask, does this choice arise from the mind's stories, or from a deeper place of resonance? When faced with uncertainty, close your eyes and breathe. Notice the subtle sensations in your body. Does the thought of a particular path bring a sense of lightness, or does it feel like walking through thick fog? Keep a journal to record the times your intuition has guided you correctly. Over time, you will see a pattern of alignment. And most importantly, practice self-compassion. The soul does not demand perfection but patience. The seeker of inner wisdom walks a path illuminated not by maps, but by moonlight, the kind that catches on water and transforms a dark night into something luminous and alive. It is a path where mistakes are not failures but lessons, where the soul's whispers are not lost in the wind but found in the spaces between the breath. It is a journey that leads not to an end, but to an ever-deepening relationship with the truth of your being. So take the next step. Feel the ground beneath your feet, the infinite sky above. Listen, and follow the subtle nudges that call you toward growth, love, and truth. For the inner compass does not merely guide you to a destination, it remakes the map itself, revealing a world far more vast, and far more beautiful, than the mind could ever imagine. The way forward is also a path of service. As we evolve, we naturally extend our light to others. We become vessels of compassion, bridges of understanding, catalysts for healing. Our journey becomes a gift, not just to ourselves but to the world. And so we walk. Not with haste but with grace. Not with fear, but with faith. Not alone, but in communion with the greater whole. The way forward is not something we find, it is something we become. For those willing to look beyond the surface, there are profound truths waiting to be discovered, truths that have illuminated the paths of seekers throughout the ages, though often veiled in metaphor and personal experience. Consider the nature of the journey itself. There will be moments of clarity, when the way forward seems obvious, followed by periods of fog, where the path is obscured, and doubt takes root. It is during these latter times that the true test of commitment begins. The mind, conditioned by past failures and future anxieties, tends to whisper doubts, suggesting shortcuts, paths of least resistance, or even giving up altogether. These are the internal landscapes that demand attention, not avoidance. The foundational understanding is this: the primary source of limitation is not external circumstances, but the internal narrative we construct about them. We label experiences as good or bad, success or failure, and allow these labels to define our worth and our trajectory. This very attachment to outcome, to judgment, creates resistance. It is like trying to row a boat while simultaneously pushing against the hull. Movement is hindered. Instead, imagine approaching each experience with curiosity. What can this moment teach me? How does it offer a reflection of where I am currently focused or where I resist moving? A challenge, viewed through this lens, becomes not an obstacle, but a catalyst. It signals an area within oneself that requires attention, an opportunity for growth. A misunderstanding, instead of causing bitterness, becomes data about communication styles, assumptions, or the need for greater empathy. This shift in perspective does not happen overnight. It is not the sudden burst of enlightenment that strikes like lightning in the stillness of night, though such moments may arrive as fleeting glimpses along the path. Rather, it is a conscious, tender, and deeply courageous practice, cultivated moment by moment, breath by breath, choice by choice. It unfolds in the quiet spaces between thoughts, in the stillness after the storm of emotion, and in the humility of returning again and again to presence when the mind wanders into the past or dreads the future. True transformation is not found in dramatic epiphanies alone, but in the gentle, persistent return to awareness, a return that, over time, rewires the nervous system, softens the heart, and expands the soul. To cultivate this awareness is to become an inner gardener, tending to the soil of your mind with care and attention. Just as the earth must be prepared, weeds pulled, seeds planted, and water provided before flowers can bloom, so too must the inner landscape be nurtured. Every moment of mindfulness is a drop of water. Every breath returned to presence is a ray of sunlight. And every gentle redirection from reactivity to responsibility is a nourishing nutrient fed deep into the roots of your being. This practice begins with observation, an act so simple, yet profound in its implications. To observe your thoughts is to step back from the relentless stream of mental activity and realize, I am not my thoughts. They arise like clouds in the sky of awareness, some dark and heavy with worry, others light and playful with fantasy. But you are not the clouds, you are the sky. You are the spacious, unchanging awareness in which all thoughts, sensations, and emotions appear. This distinction, when deeply realized, is revolutionary. It dissolves the illusion of being trapped by your mental narratives. You begin to see that fear, anger, sadness, or resentment do not define you, they are visitors, not residents. And so, the practice deepens. When fear arises, perhaps a tightening in the chest, a racing heartbeat, a whirlwind of what ifs, there is no need to suppress it, dramatize it, or flee from it. Instead, you meet it with compassionate curiosity. You place a hand on your heart and whisper, I feel you. You are here. I see you. This act of acknowledgement disarms fear. It says, I am not afraid of you. And in that sacred moment of recognition, you are no longer subject to fear, you are the one who sees it, who holds space for it with love. The same is true of frustration, impatience, grief, or shame. Each emotion carries a message, a doorway into deeper self-understanding. The key is not to be swept away by the current, but to learn to float, to breathe, to witness. In stillness, the emotion loses its power to control. It passes through, like a wave receding into the ocean. And underneath, you discover something unshaken, an anchor, a quiet presence that has been with you all along. But where do we return when the storms of emotion pass? We return to the breath, the most immediate and intimate connection to the present moment. The breath is the bridge between body and mind, between the physical and the spiritual. In each inhalation, you draw in life. In each exhalation, you release tension, letting go of what no longer serves you. You breathe in peace. You breathe out resistance. The rhythm of the breath becomes a lullaby for the nervous system, a steady drumbeat calling you home. And as you return again and again to the breath, you begin to touch something more profound, the underlying essence of love and kindness that resides within every being. This is not sentimentality or emotional attachment. It is not dependent on circumstances, relationships, or moods. It is a deep, silent wellspring of compassion that flows from the core of who you are. It is what mystics have called the divine spark, the light of consciousness, the Buddha nature, the Christ consciousness, the Atman. It is the same in all, regardless of name, skin, belief, or nation. To rest in this essence is to remember your true nature. You are not merely a separate individual struggling through life. You are consciousness experiencing itself through a human form. You are the universe becoming aware of its own beauty. You carry within you the capacity to love unconditionally, to forgive deeply, to act with wisdom and grace. This is not idealism, it is the radical truth of spiritual awakening. Yet, this awareness does not come without effort. It requires discipline, not the harshness of self-punishment, but the kind attention of a devoted student. Each time you notice your mind has wandered into rumination or worry, you gently bring it back. Not with frustration, but with kindness. "Ah, there you go again," you might say with a smile. "Let's come back to now." And then you return to the breath, to the sensations in the body, to the sounds around you, to the feeling of aliveness in this very moment. Over time, this practice transforms your perception of reality. You begin to see the sacred in the ordinary, the way sunlight streams through a window, the laughter of a child, the warmth of a cup of tea in your hands. You notice the interconnectedness of all things. You feel less isolated, less defensive. You respond to others not from ego, but from empathy. You become someone who radiates calm in a chaotic world, not because you are untouched by pain, but because you have learned to hold it with compassion. This journey inward is not about escaping the world, but about engaging with it more fully, more authentically, more lovingly. It is about becoming a vessel for peace, a light in the darkness, a living testament to the possibility of awakening. It is about remembering that you are not broken, that you were never meant to be perfect, only present. To the seeker of inner wisdom, know this: you are already on the path. Every moment you choose awareness, you take a step forward. Every time you pause and breathe, you honor your soul. Every time you meet your pain with kindness, you embody the highest truth. There will be days when the mind is restless and the heart feels closed. That's okay. These, too, are part of the journey. What matters is not perfection, but persistence. Return again, and again, and again. Let this practice be your sanctuary. Let meditation be your refuge. Let mindfulness be your guide. And let love, pure, unconditioned, boundless love, be your constant companion. For in the end, all spiritual paths lead to the same destination, the heart. Not the physical organ, but the energetic center of compassion, courage, and connection. It is here, in the softness of the open heart, that we find the answers we've been seeking. It is here that we discover we were never lost, we were simply unaware of where we had always been. So breathe, feel, be, and know, deeply, profoundly know, that you are loved. You are whole. You are home. Consider the concept of alignment. Like a well-tuned instrument, the human energy field resonates most powerfully when its various parts are in harmony. When thoughts, emotions, words, and actions are congruent, there is a sense of flow, of ease. Dissonance, however, creates friction, tension, and weariness. It is the internal conflict that manifests as procrastination, indecision, or a persistent feeling of being off. The path to alignment begins with self-awareness. Take time to inquire, what am I feeling right now, without naming it as good or bad? What thoughts are swirling? Where am I holding tension in my body? This quiet observation, this non-judgmental awareness, is the first step. It is the space from which genuine choice arises, rather than reacting from a place of conditioned habit. Once aware, the next step is to consciously choose how to respond. Does this reaction serve my highest good? Does it contribute to harmony, or does it perpetuate conflict? Often, the most difficult step is the initial choice to pause, to not immediately react based on old patterns. In that pause, there lies immense power. It is the space to infuse the situation with a greater intention, such as compassion, understanding, or patience. This is where the practice of love takes center stage. Love, in this context, is not merely a feeling, though it can include warmth and affection. It is a fundamental choice to see the divine spark within oneself and others, to extend understanding rather than condemnation, and to act from a place of connection rather than separation. It is the recognition that everyone is navigating their own unique path, filled with their own joys and struggles, and that extending kindness, even in small gestures, creates ripples of positive change. Forgiveness, too, is a crucial element on this path. Holding on to resentment is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to suffer. It drains the self of vital energy and keeps one anchored to the past. True forgiveness is not about condoning harmful actions, but about releasing the hold of bitterness and resentment, freeing oneself from its negative impact. It is an act of liberation, both for the forgiver and, in its own way, for the forgiven. The journey unfolds through the integration of these principles into daily life. It is about making small, consistent choices that reflect a deeper understanding of oneself and one's place in the interconnectedness of all things. It is about seeing difficulties as opportunities for awakening, seeing challenges as invitations to grow stronger, and seeing relationships as mirrors for practicing empathy and understanding. There will be days when the path feels steep and arduous. Doubt may be a constant companion. The old narratives may feel powerful and inescapable. This is where the cultivation of patience and perseverance becomes essential. It is remembering that transformation is a process, not an event. It is like tending a garden. Seeds are sown, watered, and nurtured, and then one must trust the process and allow the growth to unfold in its own time, without forcing it. The ultimate realization is that the journey itself is the destination. The goal is not to reach a point of perfection or to eliminate all suffering, for suffering is an inherent part of the human experience. The goal is to navigate that experience with greater awareness, compassion, and authenticity. It is to live each moment as it presents itself, to respond rather than react, and to contribute, however subtly, to the creation of a more harmonious world through the choices one makes within oneself. This path requires no external validation. It is an inner exploration, a journey towards the heart. The guidance offered is not about providing answers, but about asking the right questions. It is about encouraging a shift in perspective, a move from seeing oneself as a separate entity struggling against the world, to recognizing oneself as an integral part of the unfolding mystery, capable of contributing to its beauty and its harmony through conscious, loving action. So, if you find yourself feeling lost, overwhelmed, or stuck, remember that the tools for navigating life's complexities are already within you. They lie in the willingness to look inward, to observe without judgment, to choose love over fear, and to trust in the transformative power of consistent, conscious effort. The path unfolds with each step taken from this place of inner awareness and intention, not as a predetermined trail marked by signs and milestones, but as a living, breathing expression of the soul's deepest knowing. It is not merely something to be walked, it is something to be awakened to, moment by moment, breath by breath. Every heartbeat becomes a compass, every inhalation, a renewal of purpose. This journey is not about escape from the world, but a deeper immersion into its essence, into the sacred rhythm that pulses beneath the surface of daily life. It calls us not to transcend who we are, but to remember who we have always been, luminous beings capable of profound truth, unconditional love, and boundless compassion. To walk this path is to step into the quiet courage of authenticity. It begins in stillness, perhaps in the hush of early morning before the world stirs, or in the sanctuary of breath during an evening meditation. In these sacred pauses, we encounter the self not as the roles we play, the parent, the employee, the friend, but as the silent witness beneath all roles, the awareness that observes thoughts arise and fall like waves on the shore of consciousness. This awareness is not created, it is revealed. And in that revelation, we touch the eternal. The journey itself, the unfolding path, is not linear. It spirals, ascends, descends, circles back, and often surprises us with insights hidden in the ordinary. A conversation with a stranger, the scent of rain on dry earth, the sudden memory of childhood laughter, any of these can become portals into presence, into the now, where all transformation is born. The seeker learns to recognize signs not as omens, but as reflections of inner alignment. When the heart opens, the world begins to mirror back the light within. Synchronicities occur more frequently. Ideas stream in with clarity. Obstacles transform into invitations to grow. But this path is not without resistance. The mind, long accustomed to noise and distraction, resists silence. The ego, shaped by years of conditioning, fears release. Doubt creeps in like shadows at dusk. Am I doing this right? Will I ever arrive? Yet even these moments are sacred. For in the friction between longing and resistance, we forge wisdom. The very struggle becomes part of the alchemy of awakening. Each time we return to the breath, to the feeling of our feet on the ground, to the soft glow of presence beneath the storm of thoughts, we reclaim our sovereignty. This is not a journey of perfection, but of presence. It is not about attaining enlightenment as a destination, but about living from the frequency of awakening in every act. To wash the dishes mindfully is to pray. To listen deeply to a friend is to perform an act of love. To sit in stillness and observe your emotions without judgment is to practice liberation. The seeker discovers that spiritual growth is not reserved for mountaintop retreats or ancient monasteries. It is available in kitchens, offices, subway stations, hospitals, and classrooms. The sacred is not elsewhere, it is here, disguised as a mundane, waiting to be seen. Meditation becomes the anchor, the daily return to center. Not a technique to master, but a love affair with awareness. In the silence of meditation, we encounter the depth of our own being. Thoughts may rush like a river, but beneath them flows an unshakable stillness. This stillness is not empty, it is full of potential, full of peace, full of connection to all that is. With regular practice, mindfulness begins to spill into everyday life. We notice the warmth of sunlight on skin, the texture of our words before they are spoken, the pause between stimulus and response where freedom resides. We begin to live not from reaction, but from response, chosen, conscious, loving. As awareness deepens, so does compassion, first for oneself, then for others. We see how everyone is carrying invisible burdens, how pain often disguises itself as anger, fear, or indifference. The seeker learns not to fix, but to hold space, not to offer solutions, but to be present. In this space, healing occurs. The heart, once guarded, becomes a sanctuary. We begin to understand that spiritual growth is not about climbing higher than others, but about sinking deeper into our shared humanity. Higher consciousness, then, is not a state of superiority, but of interconnectedness. It is the realization that the same life force that pulses in us flows through every leaf, every animal, every human being. It is the understanding that separation is an illusion crafted by the mind, and that in truth, we are all notes in the same cosmic melody. This awareness does not erase differences, but transforms how we relate to them, with reverence, with curiosity, with humility. The spiritual seeker often longs for quick results, sudden awakenings, dramatic visions, immediate peace. But the real magic is in the slow, steady unfolding. Like a lotus rising from mud, transformation requires time, darkness, and pressure. Growth often happens beneath the surface, unseen, even by ourselves. Trust becomes essential. Trust in the process. Trust in the inner voice. Trust in the unseen forces that guide us. Call them God, the universe, spirit, or pure intelligence. This trust is not blind, it is cultivated through experience. Each time we choose presence over distraction, kindness over judgment, stillness over busyness, we water the seeds of faith. And so the journey continues, each step both a departure and a return. We leave behind old identities, limiting beliefs, unconscious patterns. But we also return to the breath, to the body, to the now. Return to gratitude, to wonder, to love. The path is not found by looking forward to some distant peak, but by fully inhabiting the ground beneath our feet. Wherever you are, that is the starting point. Whatever you are feeling, fear, joy, confusion, clarity, that is the doorway. This guide, then, is not about reaching a final destination, but about learning to walk with grace, with courage, with open eyes and an open heart. It is about becoming a conscious participant in your own unfolding. It is about remembering that you are not broken, but whole, already complete, even in the midst of becoming. The wisdom you seek is not stored in ancient texts or distant teachers, though they may inspire and guide. It lives within you, encoded in your breath, reflected in your gaze, whispered in your silence. Let this be your practice, to meet each moment as if it were a teacher. To pause before reacting. To breathe before speaking. To feel before judging. To listen, to the wind, to the stillness, to the quiet voice within. Let your life be the meditation. Let your love be the offering. Let your presence be the revolution. You are not lost. You are not late. You are exactly where you need to be. The path unfolds because you walk it. And with each step taken from this place of inner awareness and intention, the world becomes a little more awake, a little more kind, a little more alive. So keep going, seeker. The light you carry is needed. The journey is the destination. And you, precious, imperfect, radiant you, are already home. Chapter 18: The Eternal Now. Time, as we commonly understand it, is a construct, a linear unfolding of past, present, and future. Yet the deepest spiritual teachings remind us that the only true moment is now. The eternal now is not a fleeting instant, it is the infinite presence in which all life unfolds. To live in the eternal now is to step out of the mind's obsession with what was and what might be. It is to release regret and anticipation, and to rest in the clarity of being. In this space, peace is not something to be achieved, it is something to be remembered. The now is where truth resides. It is where intuition speaks, where love flows freely, where healing begins. When we are fully present, we become attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. We notice the beauty in simplicity, the wisdom in silence, the sacredness in the ordinary. This presence is not passive, it is deeply alive. It allows us to respond rather than react, to create rather than consume, to connect rather than escape. The eternal now is the gateway to the soul, the portal through which divine intelligence flows. Many fear the present because it demands vulnerability. It asks us to feel, to face, to surrender. But in doing so, it also offers liberation. The now does not carry the weight of the past or the pressure of the future. It is light, spacious, and free. Practicing presence is a discipline. It requires awareness, intention, and compassion. It is cultivated through breath, through stillness, through conscious attention. And with time, it becomes a way of life, a return to the natural state of being. In the eternal now, we remember who we are. not as identities shaped by time, but as timeless expressions of love and wisdom. We see ourselves not as separate, but as part of a vast and interconnected whole. And in this recognition, we find peace. Chapter 19: The Gift of Being. In a world that often glorifies doing, achieving, and becoming, the simple act of being is revolutionary. To be, fully, consciously, and unapologetically, is to reclaim the sacredness of existence itself. Being is not passive. It is the most active form of presence. It is the state in which we are most aligned with our essence, unburdened by expectation or performance. In being, we do not strive, we allow. We do not chase, we receive. The gift of being is found in the breath, in the stillness between thoughts, in the quiet joy of presence. It is the moment when we stop trying to fix, improve, or escape ourselves and instead embrace who we are, as we are. This gift is often overlooked because it cannot be measured. It does not produce accolades or applause. Yet it is the foundation of all true transformation. Without being, doing becomes hollow. Without being, becoming loses direction. To honor the gift of being is to slow down, to listen, to feel. It is to recognize that our worth is not tied to productivity or perfection, but to presence. It is to remember that we are not machines, we are miracles. Being allows us to connect deeply, with ourselves, with others, with life. It opens the heart, softens the mind, and awakens the soul. It is the space where love flows freely, where wisdom arises naturally, where healing begins effortlessly. In being, we return to the source. We remember that we are not separate from life, we are life. We are not observers, we are participants in a divine dance that unfolds moment by moment. The gift of being is available to all. It requires no special skill, no spiritual attainment. Only willingness. Only awareness. Only the courage to stop and simply be. Life often presents crossroads, moments where the path forward is not clearly illuminated. Sarah stood at such a juncture. The familiar road behind her represented a life of comfort, routine, and predictable outcomes. The path ahead was shrouded in mist, uncertain, demanding courage and a leap of faith. She hesitated, her mind replaying years of conditioning, the fear of failure, the anxiety of the unknown, the pull of familiarity. In her contemplation, she felt a subtle shift within. A quiet, persistent voice began to whisper, guidance that seemed to emanate from somewhere deep within her own being, yet carried a resonance of profound understanding. It spoke not of fear, but of possibility. It reminded her that the comfort of the known, while safe, often stunts growth, while the challenges of the unknown hold the seeds of transformation. This inner voice, gentle yet insistent, encouraged Sarah to look beyond the immediate. It suggested that the hesitations and doubts she experienced were natural, even necessary, parts of the journey towards a more authentic and fulfilling existence. It pointed towards the potential for discovering a deeper purpose, one that resonated with her truest self, rather than the persona shaped by societal expectations and past conditioning. Sarah knew she couldn't simply will the fear away. The path ahead required not the absence of fear, but the courage to move through it. The guidance she received wasn't a magic solution, it was an invitation to explore, to inquire, to listen more deeply. Chapter 20: The Nature of Conditioning. The inner voice continued its quiet teaching, helping Sarah to understand the nature of the conditioning that held her, and many others, in its grip. It spoke of the subtle ways in which external influences, family, education, culture, media, shape our beliefs, desires, and fears from a very young age. We often adopt these patterns without conscious awareness, allowing them to dictate our choices and limit our perceived options. Consider how societal narratives define success, happiness, and the right way to live. These external frameworks can create a tightrope we walk, constantly measuring ourselves against unrealistic standards. The voice explained that this external conditioning often creates a disconnect between our true inner nature, our unique talents, passions, and values, and the life we are actually living. This disconnect, Sarah began to see, is the root of much of our internal conflict and dissatisfaction. We feel a sense of emptiness, a longing for something just beyond our grasp, because we are living according to external rules rather than internal guidance. The path forward, the guidance suggested, involved becoming more aware of these ingrained patterns. It meant learning to distinguish between the voice of conditioning and the authentic call of our own soul. This awareness wasn't about rebellion or rejection of the external world. Rather, it was about recognizing what is truly ours and what has been borrowed or imposed. It was about reclaiming our inner space, allowing ourselves to breathe more freely and make choices that align more closely with our authentic selves. Chapter 21: Listening Beyond the Noise. The journey inward, the path of aligning with one's true self, requires a dedicated practice of listening. This is not merely hearing sounds, but cultivating a deep inner listening, a state of receptivity where the mind quiets down enough to hear the softer, more resonant guidance. The teaching emphasized that the mind, designed for analysis and reaction, is often the greatest obstacle to this listening. The guidance offered practical ways to quiet the mental chatter. It spoke of the value of stillness, suggesting practices like mindful breathing, meditation, or simply sitting quietly in nature. These practices weren't about achieving a state of emptiness, but about creating space. It was in this space, the teaching suggested, that the deeper wisdom becomes accessible. Imagine the mind as a busy marketplace, filled with endless streams of thoughts, worries, judgments, and memories. The practice of stillness is like finding a quiet corner in this marketplace, allowing the noise to recede slightly so that a different kind of sound can be heard, the subtle hum of intuition, the gentle nudging of inner guidance. This inner voice, Sarah learned, speaks in ways that are often simple, direct, and resonant. It might be a feeling, a sudden insight, a recurring image, or a quiet knowing. Developing this inner listening is a gradual process. It requires patience and persistence, gentle encouragement towards oneself. The guidance reminded Sarah that the mind will inevitably wander. The practice lies in gently returning the focus to the inner space, again and again. Over time, this practice builds the capacity to receive and trust the guidance that comes from within. Chapter 22: The Power of Choice and Responsibility. As Sarah deepened her understanding and practice, the concept of choice became increasingly prominent in her experience. The guidance clarified that while external circumstances are beyond our control, our internal response to them is ours to choose. We may not choose the events that happen, but we can choose our perspective, our attitude, and our actions in response. This shift in understanding brings with it a profound sense of empowerment. Instead of feeling like a passive victim of circumstance, we become active participants in shaping our own reality through the choices we make moment by moment. Each decision, big or small, is an opportunity to align more closely with our values and our authentic self. Responsibility, the teaching explained, is not a burden, but a natural consequence of this awareness. When we understand that we have the power to choose our response, we also recognize that we are responsible for the outcomes of those choices. This responsibility, however, is not about harsh self-judgment. It is about acknowledging our actions and learning from them, seeing challenges as opportunities for growth rather than as failures. The guidance encouraged Sarah to look at past decisions through this new lens. Where did she feel stuck or dissatisfied? Often, it wasn't the external event itself, but her internal reaction and the subsequent choices she made based on that reaction. By recognizing this pattern, she could begin to consciously alter her approach, choosing responses that were more aligned with inner peace and purpose. This understanding of choice and responsibility transforms the way we navigate life's difficulties. It moves us away from a sense of helplessness towards a grounded sense of agency, allowing us to face challenges with greater resilience and clarity. Chapter 23: Embracing the Journey. The path of self-discovery is not a destination with a fixed endpoint. It is an ongoing journey, a continuous unfolding. The guidance Sarah received emphasized the importance of embracing the process itself, with all its ups and downs. The true transformation lies not in reaching a perfect state of being, but in the willingness to keep inquiry alive, to keep learning, and to keep growing. There will always be new challenges, new lessons, new layers of self to uncover. The journey involves learning to trust the process, even when it feels difficult or confusing. It means valuing the small steps of progress, celebrating the moments of insight, and learning from the inevitable setbacks. The teaching spoke of the nature of growth as often involving periods of seeming regression. What appears as a step backward is often a necessary shedding of old patterns, a deepening of understanding before a new level of awareness can emerge. This understanding fosters greater patience and self-compassion on the path. Sarah realized that the journey is also about connection. While the inner guidance is personal, the human experience is inherently relational. Sharing her insights, her struggles, and her growth with trusted individuals can provide support, perspective, and deepen her understanding. The journey is not meant to be undertaken in isolation. As Sarah stepped onto the uncertain path, she carried with her the understanding she had gained. She knew the fear would still be there, the doubts would still arise. But she also knew she had a quiet guide within, a deeper purpose to explore, and the courage, cultivated through awareness and choice, to move forward. The journey had begun, and it was, she realized, the most meaningful work she would ever do. Chapter 24: The Sacred Mirror. Every relationship, every encounter, every moment of reflection is a mirror, an opportunity to see ourselves more clearly. The sacred mirror does not distort or flatter. It reveals. It invites. It teaches. When we look into the world and see beauty, it is because beauty lives within us. When we are triggered by another's behavior, it is often because that behavior touches something unresolved in our own heart. The mirror does not judge, it simply reflects. To engage with the sacred mirror is to approach life with humility and curiosity. It is to ask, "What is this showing me about myself?" rather than, "Why is this happening to me?" This shift transforms victimhood into empowerment, blame into insight. The mirror is not always gentle. Sometimes it shows us our shadows, our fears, our defenses, our wounds. But even these reflections are gifts. They point us toward healing, toward integration, toward wholeness. Others become our greatest teachers. The ones who challenge us, frustrate us, or inspire us are all part of the curriculum of awakening. They hold up the mirror so we can see what we've hidden, forgotten, or denied. The sacred mirror also reveals our light. It shows us our capacity for love, our strength, our wisdom. When we see these qualities in others, we are recognizing them in ourselves. This is the essence of unity, the understanding that we are not separate, but reflections of one another. To live with this awareness is to walk through life with grace. It is to honor every experience as sacred, every person as divine, every moment as meaningful. The mirror becomes not a source of judgment, but a tool for transformation. And so we look, not with fear, but with love. Not to criticize, but to understand. Not to escape, but to embrace. The sacred mirror is always present, always guiding, always inviting us to see more deeply and live more fully. A journey towards self-mastery. Life, in its intricate dance, presents each individual with a unique path. For many, this journey is filled with challenges, doubts, and a persistent yearning for something more, a deeper sense of purpose and peace. It is within this quest for understanding that the wisdom of the ages whispers guidance, offering a beacon for those willing to listen. This book aims to illuminate that path, drawing from the timeless teachings that have been passed down through the ages, now accessible to all who seek them. The foundation of self-awareness. The journey towards self-mastery begins with self-awareness. It is essential to understand that within each person lies a wellspring of wisdom, a reservoir of potential waiting to be tapped. Yet, this inner wisdom is often overshadowed by the noise of daily life, the chatter of the mind, and the distractions of the external world. To begin, one must cultivate a quiet space within, a sanctuary where the voice of the inner self can be heard above the clamor. This is not always an easy task, for the mind is trained to resist stillness, to fill every moment with thought and worry. However, with practice and dedication, even the most restless mind can learn to find peace in silence. Meditation, mindfulness, and introspection are powerful tools in this endeavor. They help to quiet the mind, allowing one to connect with the deeper aspects of the self. As the mind becomes still, the answers to life's questions often become clear, revealing insights that were previously hidden. The power of intention. Once a foundation of self-awareness is established, the next step is to understand the power of intention. Intention is the force that drives every action, the energy that shapes reality. It is the clear, focused direction given to the universe, guiding one's thoughts, words, and deeds towards a desired outcome. To harness the power of intention, one must first clarify what it is they truly desire. This is not always straightforward, for the mind is often clouded by societal expectations, personal fears, and past conditioning. Yet, with honest self-reflection, the heart can reveal its deepest yearnings. Once intention is set, it is important to align one's actions with this purpose. This does not mean that every step will be perfect or that the path will be without obstacles. Rather, it means staying true to the core direction, even when faced with challenges. It is in the alignment of intention and action that the true power of intention unfolds. The role of love. Love is the fundamental force that underlies all of creation. It is the energy that connects every soul, the light that guides each individual on their path. To understand the teachings is to understand the central role that love must play in one's life. Love is not merely a feeling, but a choice, a commitment to the well-being of all. It is the force that inspires compassion, empathy, and understanding. When one acts from a place of love, their actions are imbued with a powerful energy that can transform both themselves and the world around them. Cultivating love begins with self-love. It is essential to recognize that one is inherently worthy of love, regardless of external circumstances or the opinions of others. When one learns to love and accept themselves, this love can then be extended to others, creating a ripple effect that touches the lives of many. Embracing the lessons of life. Life is a series of lessons, each one designed to help one grow and evolve. Challenges and difficulties are not meant to be overcome but to be embraced as opportunities for learning. It is through these experiences that one's true strength and resilience are revealed. To embrace the lessons of life, one must approach each experience with an open heart and mind. This means being willing to learn from both success and failure, to see the wisdom in every outcome. It is in the face of adversity that the deepest lessons are often found, guiding one towards greater understanding and growth. The journey of transformation. The path of self-mastery is one of transformation. It is a journey from the known to the unknown, from the limited to the limitless. As one progresses along this path, they will find that their perspectives shift, their understanding deepens, and their connection to the universe expands. This transformation is not always easy, for it requires one to let go of old patterns and beliefs, to embrace new ways of thinking and being. Yet it is through this process of transformation that one truly realizes their potential, unlocking the boundless possibilities that lie within. The integration of wisdom. As the journey progresses, the wisdom gained along the way must be integrated into one's life. This means applying the insights and understanding to everyday situations, to the challenges and joys of daily existence. It is through this integration that the teachings become a living reality, guiding one's actions and decisions. Integration also involves sharing the wisdom with others. By extending the light of understanding to those around them, one can help to uplift and inspire others on their own paths. This creates a community of learners, each contributing to the collective growth and evolution of all. The continuation of the path. The journey towards self-mastery is never-ending. It is a path of continuous learning and growth, a lifelong pursuit of understanding and enlightenment. As one progresses, they will find that the more they learn, the more there is to learn. The path is infinite, and the possibilities are limitless. Yet, it is important to remember that the journey is as important as the destination. It is through the process of learning and growing that one truly experiences the richness of life. Each step taken, each lesson learned contributes to the unfolding of the self, revealing the incredible potential that lies within. Conclusion. The path of self-mastery is a noble endeavor, one that requires dedication, courage, and an open heart. It is a journey filled with challenges and rewards, lessons and growth. For those who are willing to embark on this path, the rewards are immeasurable, offering a deeper sense of purpose, peace, and fulfillment. By cultivating self-awareness, harnessing the power of intention, embracing love, and integrating the wisdom gained along the way, one can transform their life and contribute to the greater good of the world. The journey is within, and the potential is limitless. Those who are willing to explore this path will find that the answers they seek have always been within them, waiting to be discovered. Chapter 25. The Dance of Duality. Life unfolds as a dance between opposites, light and shadow, joy and sorrow, stillness and motion. This duality is not a flaw in the design, it is the rhythm of existence. To understand it is to embrace the fullness of life. Duality teaches us through contrast. We know peace because we have felt chaos. We recognize love because we have known fear. Each polarity offers a mirror, a lesson, a doorway into deeper awareness. The dance is not about choosing one over the other, it is about learning to move gracefully between them. Many seek to escape the shadow, to cling only to the light. But in doing so, they deny half of the truth. The shadow is not the enemy, it is the teacher. It reveals what is hidden, what is unhealed, what is waiting to be integrated. When we face it with courage, it transforms into wisdom. The dance of duality also invites balance. It asks us to hold both strength and softness, clarity and mystery, action and surrender. This balance is not static, it is dynamic, ever shifting, like the tides. To find harmony is to remain attuned, responsive, and open. Within this dance lies the paradox of unity. Though life appears divided, beneath the surface all is one. The opposites are not separate, they are expressions of the same source. Day and night, inhale and exhale, birth and death, all arise from the same eternal pulse. To live consciously within duality is to become a dancer. Not rigid, not resistant, but fluid. It is to move with life rather than against it. To honor both the ascent and the descent, the expansion and the contraction, the joy and the grief. This dance is sacred. It is the choreography of the soul's evolution. Each step, each turn, each pause carries meaning. And when we surrender to it, we discover that the dance itself is the destination. What is often missed, however, is the understanding that the path itself is as important as the destination, and that the answers sought frequently reside not outside, but within. Consider the journey of Sarah. She stood at a crossroads, not merely of physical location, but of purpose. Years of navigating a career path that, while intellectually stimulating, felt increasingly disconnected from her deeper self had left her feeling adrift. The external markers of achievement, promotions, salary increases, no longer brought the satisfaction they once had. A persistent sense of emptiness gnawed at her, a void that no amount of socializing or material acquisition could fill. She felt stuck, looking at multiple directions but unsure which way held true potential. In her moments of reflection, Sarah found herself drawn to certain feelings, certain ways of being. She remembered moments of genuine connection with others, acts of small kindness that left her feeling unexpectedly light. She recalled times in nature, standing before a towering tree or watching the ocean waves, where a sense of calm and awe washed over her, quieting the incessant chatter in her mind. These experiences felt authentic, real, yet they seemed alien in the context of her daily life, buried under layers of expectation and obligation. This internal conflict is a familiar one. The external world, with its demands and definitions of success, often pulls individuals away from their innate connection to their own wisdom and inner truth. It fosters a belief that happiness lies elsewhere, in achieving more, acquiring more, or changing circumstances. The ascended understanding suggests a different perspective. It posits that the primary work of an individual's soul is not to conquer the external world, but to awaken to the truth of their own being, to align their thoughts, feelings, and actions with their core essence. This alignment does not happen overnight. It is not a switch that can be flipped. It is a gradual unfolding, a process of turning the inner eye towards the self, with patience and self-compassion. It begins with the simple act of awareness. To observe one's thoughts without judgment, to notice the patterns of reaction, the internal dialogue that often dictates feeling and behavior. Sarah started by dedicating just 10 minutes each day to sit quietly, perhaps with eyes closed or gazing out a window, simply noticing the stream of thoughts and the emotions that accompanied them. This practice, seemingly simple, is profound. It begins to peel back the layers of conditioning, revealing the underlying feelings, the anxiety, the desire for approval, the fear of imperfection, that often drive actions disconnected from true self-worth. The ascended teachings illuminate that these feelings are not inherently bad, but they are signals, pointing towards areas within oneself that require attention and understanding. They are the shadows that emerge when the light of awareness fails to penetrate deeper. As Sarah continued this practice, she began to notice the subtle shifts. The overwhelming feeling of being stuck started to lessen. She found herself making choices that felt more congruent with her values, even if they were less conventional or offered less immediate reward. She might decline a social engagement that felt draining, choosing instead to spend time alone with a book or engaging in a creative pursuit. She might offer a kind word to a stranger, noticing the brief flicker of warmth that accompanied the act. These small choices, guided by an emerging inner compass rather than external pressures, began to rebuild her sense of self-trust. The journey also involves learning to manage the ebb and flow of emotions. Life will inevitably bring sadness, frustration, and disappointment. The key is not to suppress these feelings, but to observe them with curiosity, understanding that they are part of the human experience. The Ascended Wisdom teaches that emotions are like waves in the ocean. They rise, they crest, and they fall. To resist or fight them only creates unnecessary suffering. Instead, by allowing the feelings to be present without judgment, one can observe their nature and understand their transient quality. This awareness provides a space between the stimulus and the reaction, fostering a greater sense of inner stability. Cultivating a tender-hearted approach is another vital aspect of this unfolding path. This means consciously choosing compassion, both for oneself and others. It involves recognizing the shared humanity in everyone, even those with whom one disagrees or feels disconnected. It means extending understanding rather than judgment, seeing the struggles and the light within others. When Sarah encountered someone difficult in her workplace, instead of reacting with anger or frustration, she tried to pause and consider what might be driving that person's behavior. This shift in perspective did not always resolve the situation, but it changed Sarah's internal experience, freeing her from much of the emotional burden that previously accompanied such encounters. This inner work naturally extends into the outer world. As one's inner foundation becomes more stable and aligned, the quality of interactions and relationships improves. Actions become more deliberate and authentic, less driven by fear or the need for external validation. The focus shifts from accumulating more to contributing more, from seeking control to embracing connection. Sarah found that her relationships, both personal and professional, began to deepen as she became more genuine and less reactive. People were drawn to her quiet confidence and her ability to listen without immediately offering solutions. The pursuit of this path is not linear. There will be setbacks, moments of doubt, and periods where the progress seems negligible. What sustains one is the understanding that this is the very nature of growth. It is rarely smooth or predictable. The key is to maintain the orientation towards inner exploration, even when the external circumstances seem challenging. It is to remember that the true measure of success is not found in the accumulation of external achievements, but in the degree to which one lives in accordance with their own deepest truth. Sarah's journey was not about finding a magic formula or a guaranteed path to happiness. It was about discovering her own inner resources, learning to listen to the quiet guidance within, and making choices that reflected her authentic self. She learned that the emptiness she had felt was not a lack within her, but a signal that she had been looking for fulfillment in the wrong places. The unfolding path revealed the richness that lay in alignment, awareness, and connection, not to things or people primarily, but to the vast, unfolding potential of her own being. And in this alignment, she began to find a peace and a purpose that the external world could never provide. Chapter 26: The Return to Wholeness. Wholeness is not something we acquire, it is something we remember. Beneath the layers of conditioning, fear, and fragmentation lies a self that has never been broken. The journey of awakening is not about becoming perfect, it is about becoming whole. To return to wholeness is to reclaim every part of ourselves. The light and the shadow. The joy and the sorrow. the strength, and the vulnerability. It is to stop rejecting what we deem unworthy and instead embrace it with compassion. Wholeness does not mean sameness. It honors the complexity of our being, the contradictions, the paradoxes, the evolving truths. It is the spaciousness that allows all aspects of self to coexist in harmony. This return begins with acceptance. When we stop fighting who we are, we begin to heal. When we stop hiding, we begin to shine. Acceptance is not resignation, it is liberation. It frees us from the tyranny of self-judgment and opens the door to transformation. Integration is the next step. It is the conscious weaving together of all our experiences, insights, and emotions into a coherent whole. It is the alchemy of turning wounds into wisdom, confusion into clarity, and separation into unity. In wholeness, we no longer seek completion from others. We no longer chase validation or approval. We become rooted in our own essence, anchored in truth, and guided by love. Relationships deepen, creativity flourishes, and life becomes a reflection of inner harmony. The return to wholeness is also a return to the divine. As we embrace our full humanity, we awaken to our divinity. We recognize that we are not separate from the source, we are expressions of it. This recognition dissolves fear and awakens reverence. And so we return, not to a place, but to a state of being. Not to an ideal, but to a truth. Wholeness is not a destination, it is our natural state. It is the quiet knowing that we are enough, we are worthy, we are complete. Life often presents itself as a series of routines, each day bleeding into the next in a familiar, comforting rhythm. For Eleanor, this rhythm had become a sanctuary, a shield against the unpredictable storms that had once defined her existence. She navigated her days with practice's ease, checking off tasks on her list, fulfilling obligations, maintaining the delicate balance of her quiet life. Yet, beneath the surface tranquility, a subtle restlessness lingered. It was a quiet hum, an undercurrent of dissatisfaction that no amount of accomplishment could fully silence. She would find herself staring out the window during her lunch break, watching the clouds drift across an indifferent sky, wondering briefly what lay beyond the familiar streets and routines. Then the thought would pass, dismissed as a fleeting fancy, and she would return to her desk, to the emails, the reports, the endless cycle. This pattern was her life, and for a long time, she had believed it to be sufficient. Content, perhaps, but not truly fulfilled. The restlessness, however, was insidious. It wasn't a loud call demanding change, but a persistent whisper suggesting that something more was possible, that the present moment, while safe, held untapped potential. It was a nudge from an unseen source, hinting that Eleanor's true journey was not yet complete. One afternoon, the familiar hum intensified. It wasn't a thought or a feeling in the conventional sense, but more like a gentle pressure, a sense of awareness expanding beyond her usual confines. It was as if a door, previously unnoticed, had quietly opened, revealing a landscape beyond her current perception. This expansion was unsettling, yet strangely inviting. It brought with it a sense of profound connection, not to people or places, but to an underlying current of existence itself. Eleanor sat quietly, her mind initially resisting this intrusion. The comfortable boundaries of her awareness felt threatened. This sensation was unfamiliar, uncomfortable, and yet undeniably present. She tried to focus on her breathing, on the physical sensations of the moment, but the subtle pressure persisted, a gentle reminder that her usual ways of perceiving were incomplete. What began as a fleeting experience became, over the following days and weeks, a gradual deepening of awareness. Eleanor started noticing nuances she had previously overlooked. The way light fell on the aging wood of the park bench she sometimes sat on. The intricate patterns of dust motes dancing in sunbeams. The subtle shifts in the mood of those around her, often reflecting states of being she herself felt, yet had never consciously connected to before. This heightened sensitivity was initially disorienting. The world seemed louder, more complex. The quiet moments, once comforting, now sometimes felt overwhelming. She found herself observing her own thoughts with a new clarity, noticing the automatic patterns, the ingrained reactions, the stories she told herself without question. And with this observation came a dawning realization: her feelings, her reactions, her sense of self were not fixed, immutable truths, but rather responses to an ever-changing internal and external landscape. It was during this period of introspection that Eleanor encountered a passage, not in a book, but in the quiet moments of her own observation. It wasn't a command or a doctrine, but a simple, profound observation about the nature of the mind and the quality of presence. It spoke of the mind's tendency to cling to the past, holding on to memories, regrets, and hurts, and simultaneously projecting into the future, creating anxieties and desires. This constant mental chatter, the author of the passage, or perhaps the voice within Eleanor that resonated with this truth, suggested, was the primary source of suffering. It created a subtle, persistent tension, a disconnection from the richness of the present moment, which was the only reality that truly existed. The insight wasn't sudden, but gradual. Eleanor began experimenting, gently redirecting her attention away from the endless stream of thoughts towards the simple act of breathing. She noticed how the breath was a constant, reliable anchor to the present. With each inhale and exhale, she could feel herself becoming more grounded, more present. The mental noise didn't vanish entirely, but its hold loosened. She learned to observe her thoughts without judgment, recognizing them as mere mental events, like clouds passing through the sky of her awareness, rather than objective truths defining her reality. This practice, this conscious cultivation of presence, began to transform Eleanor from the inside out. The restlessness that had once plagued her began to shift into a quiet sense of peace. The dissatisfaction with her routine wasn't erased, but now it was viewed differently. It was no longer seen as a sign of lacking something external, but as an invitation to explore inner states, to deepen the practice of presence. She started making small changes. She allowed herself to linger a moment longer during her morning walk, simply feeling the ground beneath her feet and the air on her skin. She listened more intently to the conversations of others, trying to hear beyond the words to the underlying emotions. She found herself responding less from ingrained habits and more from a place of conscious choice, guided by a growing inner stillness. The external world didn't necessarily change dramatically, but Eleanor's experience of it did. The mundane became infused with a new quality of awareness. The routine tasks took on a sense of purpose, not because they were grand achievements, but because she was doing them with full presence, acknowledging the value in the simple act of engagement. There were still challenges, moments of doubt, times when the old patterns of reactivity resurfaced. But Eleanor approached these moments with a new understanding. She recognized the arising tension, observed it without judgment, and gently, patiently, returned her focus to the present. It was less about fighting the difficult emotions and more about acknowledging their presence without being swept away by them. This subtle shift, this commitment to presence even in the face of discomfort, began to build an inner resilience that had been previously unimagined. Eleanor realized that the path to inner peace, to a sense of fulfillment that went beyond external achievements, wasn't a destination to be reached, but a quality of being to be cultivated moment by moment. It was about waking up to the richness of the present, about seeing the divine spark not in grand gestures, but in the simple, conscious engagement with life as it unfolds. The static of the mundane had given way to a deeper, more resonant silence, a space from which true strength and clarity could emerge. Her journey had only just begun. Chapter 27: The Voice of Silence. In a world saturated with noise, opinions, distractions, demands, the voice of silence often goes unheard. Yet it is in silence that the deepest truths are spoken. It is in stillness that the soul finds its voice. Silence is not emptiness. It is fullness beyond words. It holds the wisdom that language cannot capture, the knowing that thought cannot reach. To listen to silence is to tune into the frequency of the divine. The voice of silence speaks softly. It does not shout or demand. It whispers through intuition, through the breath, through the quiet pulse of presence. It is the gentle nudge that guides us when logic fails, the inner compass that points toward truth. To hear this voice, we must become still. We must quiet the mind, soften the heart, and open the inner ear. This is not always easy. The mind resists silence, fearing what it might reveal. But in surrendering to it, we discover clarity, peace, and profound insight. Silence is also healing. It allows space for emotions to settle, for wounds to breathe, for the spirit to recalibrate. In silence, we do not need to explain or justify, we simply are. And in that being, we begin to remember our wholeness. The voice of silence is not exclusive to meditation or solitude. It can be found in nature, in art, in the gaze of a loved one. It lives in the spaces between words, in the pauses that carry meaning, in the moments that transcend time. To cultivate silence is to cultivate depth. It is to move beyond surface reactions and into soulful responses. It is to become a vessel for wisdom, a channel for grace, a mirror for truth. And so we listen, not with ears, but with presence. Not for answers, but for understanding. Not to escape, but to return. The voice of silence is always speaking. We need only to be still enough to hear. Chapter 28: The Sacred Flame. Within each soul burns a sacred flame, a divine spark that cannot be extinguished. It is the essence of life, the pulse of spirit, the eternal light that guides us home. This flame is not given, it is inherent. It is not earned, it is remembered. The sacred flame is the source of our passion, our purpose, our power. It is the fire that fuels transformation, the light that dispels illusion, the warmth that heals the coldness of separation. To connect with it is to awaken to our true nature. This flame does not flicker with circumstance. It remains steady through joy and sorrow, clarity and confusion. Even when buried beneath layers of doubt or pain, it continues to burn, quietly, patiently, waiting to be seen. To tend the sacred flame is to live with devotion. It is to honor the soul's calling, to walk with integrity, to speak with truth. It is to choose love over fear, presence over distraction, and courage over comfort. The flame also purifies. It burns away what no longer serves, old patterns, false identities, limiting beliefs. This process may be uncomfortable, even painful, but it is always liberating. The fire does not destroy, it transforms. In moments of stillness, we can feel its warmth. In acts of kindness, we see its glow. In deep connection, we share its light. The sacred flame is not ours alone, it is the divine thread that links all beings. When we recognize it in ourselves, we begin to see it in others. Living from this flame is not about perfection, it is about authenticity. It is about showing up fully, vulnerably, and wholeheartedly. It is about allowing the fire within to illuminate the path ahead, even when the way is uncertain. And so we tend the flame, with breath, with prayer, with intention. We protect it from the winds of doubt, feed it with the wood of wisdom, and let it rise, bright, bold, and beautiful. For in its light, we remember who we are. And in its warmth, we find our way. Life often presents itself as a relentless barrage of challenges and changes. The external world seems perpetually in flux, pulling at our attention, evoking emotions, and demanding responses. Within this external noise, we sometimes lose our inner compass, feeling adrift, anxious, or disconnected from a deeper sense of peace. We search for answers outside ourselves, hoping to find a stable ground upon which to build a life of meaning and equanimity. But the path to lasting inner stability does not lie primarily in altering the external circumstances. While navigating the world's complexities is necessary, the true anchor lies within. For centuries, wise souls who have transcended the limitations of the physical form have offered guidance on this very path. Their teachings, though expressed through different words and times, converge on a fundamental truth: our inner world dictates our outer experience. The key to transforming our lives lies not in changing the world, but in transforming ourselves. Consider the nature of the mind. It is incredibly adept at grasping, holding onto, and reacting to the endless stream of thoughts, memories, and sensory inputs. It thrives on story, creating narratives about who we are, what happened, what might happen, and why things are the way they are. These stories give our lives structure, but they can also become rigid prisons. We identify so strongly with our thoughts that we believe them to be absolute truth. We become entangled in past regrets or future anxieties, losing touch with the present moment, which is the only place where true life resides. The journey toward inner stability begins with the simple yet profound act of awareness. It is about waking up to the nature of our own minds. We start by observing our thoughts without immediate judgment or engagement. Like watching clouds drift across the sky, we acknowledge their presence, the worry, the plan, the memory, and then gently redirect our focus back to the present. This isn't about suppressing thoughts, but about not being swept away by them. It is learning to stand as an observer, creating a subtle but crucial distance between the thinking mind and the feeling self. This practice cultivates mindfulness. It allows us to experience the present moment more fully, with all its nuances, the sensations in our body, the sounds around us, the quality of the air. When we are truly present, we are less reactive. We don't automatically fall into old patterns of behavior or emotional responses dictated solely by past conditioning. Instead, we gain the space to choose how we respond. This choice is not about forced positivity, but about responding from a place of greater clarity and understanding. Consider the nature of emotions. They are like waves in the ocean, natural, powerful, and constantly changing. We often try to fight or suppress difficult emotions, viewing them as enemies to be vanquished. However, these emotions are also messengers. They arise from within us for a reason, often pointing to unmet needs, ingrained beliefs, or areas where we are out of alignment with our deeper values. Inner stability doesn't mean living without experiencing difficult emotions. It means learning to navigate them with greater awareness and compassion. When we feel distress, instead of immediately reacting or pushing it away, we can turn towards it with gentle curiosity. What is this feeling trying to tell me? What need is it highlighting? By acknowledging the emotion without judgment, we begin to disentangle it from our identity. We understand that the feeling is temporary, like a wave that will eventually recede, and that we are not the feeling itself. This perspective allows the emotion to pass through us more cleanly, reducing its hold on our system and preventing it from creating further internal turmoil. This inner work naturally extends to our relationships. How often do we approach others from a place of needing, expecting, or judging? True connection arises when we meet others with openness, and without the projections of our own stories and desires. When we practice awareness and emotional regulation within ourselves, we bring a different quality to our interactions. We become less reactive to the perceived slights or frustrations of others, less attached to outcomes, and more available for genuine empathy and understanding. Furthermore, cultivating inner stability involves recognizing the interconnection of all things. We are not isolated islands, but part of a vast web of existence. This understanding fosters a sense of belonging and reduces the constant striving for individual importance. When we feel connected, our sense of self expands beyond the ego, and our actions naturally become more aligned with the well-being of others and the world at large. This isn't about grand gestures, but about small acts of kindness, compassion, and responsibility that arise from a place of genuine care. The journey toward inner stability is not a destination to be reached, but an ongoing process of awakening and alignment. It requires consistent practice, like tending a garden. There will be days when the weeds, distractions, old patterns, negative thoughts seem to grow more readily. There will be challenges and setbacks. The key is to return to the practice, again and again. Each moment of awareness, each choice to respond rather than react, is a step forward. The wisdom of the ages suggests that beneath the surface of the turbulent world lies a field of stillness and peace. Our task is not to escape the world, but to cultivate the inner capacity to remain centered within it. By turning our attention inward, practicing awareness, navigating our emotions with compassion, and recognizing our interconnectedness, we can discover an unshakable inner stability. This stability doesn't protect us from life's difficulties, but it equips us to meet them with grace, resilience, and a profound sense of inner peace. The unfolding path lies within, waiting for our awakening. Chapter 29: The Call Beyond the Noise. In the midst of the world's endless chatter, its demands, distractions, and distortions, there exists a quiet call. It does not clamor for attention. It does not compete. It simply waits, steady and unwavering, for us to hear. This call is the voice of the soul. It speaks not in words, but in feeling. Not in urgency, but in resonance. It is the gentle pull toward truth, the subtle nudge toward alignment, the whisper that says, "There is more." To hear this call, we must first recognize the noise. The noise of expectation, of fear, of comparison. The noise of the mind spinning stories, of the world selling identities. This noise is loud, but it is not real. It is a distraction from the deeper knowing that lives beneath. The call beyond the noise invites us inward. It asks us to pause, to breathe, to listen. It does not demand answers, it offers presence. It does not promise certainty, it offers clarity. And in that clarity, we begin to remember. This call is not always comfortable. It may challenge our beliefs, disrupt our patterns, or lead us into unfamiliar terrain. But it always guides us toward authenticity. It always leads us home. To follow the call is to trust the unseen. It is to walk not by sight, but by soul. It is to honor the quiet wisdom that arises when we stop trying to be who we're told to be and start becoming who we truly are. The call beyond the noise is universal. It speaks to every heart, in every moment. It is the thread that connects us to the divine, the compass that points toward purpose, the melody that harmonizes our being. And so we listen, not with ears, but with openness. Not with judgment, but with curiosity. Not with resistance, but with surrender. For in answering the call, we do not escape the world, we transform it. Life often presents itself as a cacophony. A relentless stream of external demands, internal anxieties, and the echoing chatter of others' expectations. In this symphony of noise, many find their spirits fraying, their sense of self diluted, their inner compass obscured. They move through the days like automatons, reacting to stimuli rather than responding from a place of conscious choice. This feeling, this sense of being adrift in a turbulent sea, is not a sign of weakness. It is, instead, a profound invitation, a call to step onto a different path, one less dictated by the world's pressures and more illuminated by an inner light. For centuries, echoes of wisdom have drifted through the ages, offering guidance to those willing to listen beyond the surface. These teachings, refined through intense spiritual exploration and the direct experience of profound consciousness, point towards a fundamental truth: our capacity for resilience, peace, and purpose is far greater than we typically believe. It resides not in external circumstances, but within us, waiting to be awakened. The journey towards this awakening often begins not with grand gestures, but with a flicker of doubt or a moment of profound dissatisfaction. Perhaps it is the quiet ache of unfulfilled potential. Maybe it is the exhaustion of constantly striving to meet external standards while feeling increasingly disconnected from one's own core. It could even be a sudden, jarring crisis that forces a pause, a moment of stark realization that the old ways are no longer sufficient. This is the fertile ground where transformation takes root. It is in these moments of perceived limitation, of feeling overwhelmed or lost, that the potential for profound inner shifts becomes most apparent. The teachings suggest that such experiences are not merely obstacles to be overcome, but opportunities for awakening. They are signals that the ego's rigid structures are beginning to crack, revealing the underlying reality of a boundless inner self. The first step on this path is often one of simple awareness. To begin observing one's own thoughts and emotions without immediate judgment or reaction. To notice the patterns of thinking that lead to stress or dissatisfaction. To recognize the subtle ways in which external influences attempt to shape one's inner state. This act of observation, in itself, is a powerful tool. It creates a space between stimulus and response, allowing for a choice rather than a reflex. It is the beginning of disentangling oneself from the relentless momentum of the ego-driven narrative. This initial awareness is not about achieving a state of constant emptiness or suppression of feelings. Far from it. The wisdom points towards embracing the full spectrum of human experience: joy, sorrow, anger, peace, seeing each as a facet of the human journey. The goal is not to stop feeling, but to understand the transient nature of emotions and thoughts, recognizing that they are not inherently who we are. They are like clouds passing through the vast sky of consciousness. From this place of mindful observation, the next stage involves cultivating a deeper connection with one's own intrinsic nature. This is where the practice of inner stillness becomes invaluable. In the quiet moments, away from the noise and demands, the deeper currents of the self can be felt. It is in stillness that insights arise, not through frantic intellectual pursuit, but through a state of receptive awareness. The teachings often emphasize the power of love, understood not merely as an emotional state, but as a fundamental, universal energy that underlies all existence. Cultivating love, both for oneself and others, is presented as a key factor in building inner resilience. This is not about naive positivity or ignoring difficult realities. It is about recognizing the inherent worth and divinity within every being, including oneself. It is about extending compassion, even to those with whom we disagree, seeing beyond the surface personality to the shared underlying essence. This practice of loving awareness begins to soften the rigid edges of the ego. It transforms the way one relates to challenges. Instead of viewing difficulties as personal attacks or insurmountable obstacles, they can be seen as opportunities for growth, for further refining one's understanding and expanding one's capacity for love and compassion. Resilience, in this context, is not about bouncing back unscathed. It is about navigating the inevitable storms of life with greater grace, flexibility, and a deeper sense of inner support. As this inner work progresses, a profound shift often occurs. The sense of being a separate, isolated self begins to diminish, replaced by a growing awareness of interconnectedness. The boundaries between oneself and others, between oneself and the world, start to soften. This does not lead to a loss of individuality, but rather to a more authentic expression of the self, free from the need to constantly defend or define oneself based on external validation. This expanded awareness brings with it a greater sense of peace and equanimity. The external noise continues, of course, but its impact lessens. The internal reference point becomes stronger, more reliable. Decisions are made from this deeper wellspring of wisdom and love, rather than from the fluctuating tides of emotional reactivity or social conditioning. The path unfolding before those who heed this call is one of continuous discovery. It is a journey into the vastness of the inner self, a process of unlearning the limitations imposed by the conditioned mind and reclaiming the inherent power and peace that reside within. It is not a destination to be reached, but a way of being, a state of consciousness that permeates all aspects of life. For those navigating the complexities of the modern world, this inner path offers a vital counterbalance. It provides a framework for finding meaning and purpose beyond material success or social status. It offers tools for managing stress, fostering deeper relationships, and living with greater authenticity and integrity. It is a path towards not just surviving, but truly thriving, flourishing from the inside out. The invitation remains open. It is a call to look beyond the surface, to recognize the inner light that already shines within, and to begin cultivating the awareness, love, and presence necessary to live a life of profound resilience and purpose. The unfolding path awaits those ready to step away from the noise and into the quiet strength of their own true nature. Chapter 30: The Unseen Current. Beneath the surface of our daily lives, beyond the plans, the patterns, and the noise, flows an unseen current. It moves quietly, steadily, guiding us toward truth, growth, and remembrance. Though invisible to the eye, it is deeply felt by the soul. This current is the pulse of divine intelligence. It is the rhythm of life unfolding, the subtle force that orchestrates asynchronicities, nudges intuition, and opens doors we didn't know existed. To align with it is to surrender control and trust the deeper flow. Often, we resist this current. We cling to certainty, push against change, and try to force outcomes. But the unseen current does not respond to force, it responds to openness. It invites us to soften, to listen, to allow. When we attune to this flow, life begins to feel less like a struggle and more like a dance. Challenges become invitations. Delays become divine timing. What once felt random begins to reveal a quiet order, a sacred choreography beneath the chaos. The unseen current is not linear. It spirals, weaves, and meanders. It honors the soul's timing, not the ego's urgency. It may lead us through shadow before light, through silence before clarity. But it always leads us home. To trust this current is to cultivate faith, not blind belief, but embodied knowing. It is to recognize that something greater is always at work, even when we cannot see it. It is to walk with reverence, knowing that every step is part of a larger unfolding. This current lives in the breath, in the pause, in the space between thoughts. It speaks through dreams, through nature, through the quiet voice within. It is not loud, but it is unmistakable. And once felt, it cannot be forgotten. And so we surrender, not in defeat, but in devotion. We let go of the need to control and choose instead to flow. For in the unseen current, we are not lost, we are carried. We are not drifting, we are being guided. We are not alone, we are deeply held. Life often presents itself as a turbulent sea, waves crashing against the shore with unpredictable force. Many find themselves adrift, battling the winds and tides, struggling to maintain a semblance of control. They search for solid ground, for a map that promises a calm harbor, yet the path remains shrouded in mist. This is the universal human experience, a journey filled with challenges that test our mettle and force us to confront aspects of ourselves we prefer to ignore. Yet, within this very struggle lies a profound truth. The storms do not define the sea, they are merely its expression. The same is true for the human experience. The difficulties we encounter are not obstacles to be merely overcome, but opportunities for growth, for the refinement of our inner essence. This understanding, however, is not easily grasped. It requires a shift in perspective, a turning inward from the relentless demands of the external world. Consider the nature of a seed. It lies dormant, seemingly inert, yet within it resides the blueprint for a complex and vibrant life. It holds the potential for a tree, complete with leaves, branches, and roots, yet this potential remains unrealized until conditions are right. It is then that the seed begins to unfold, pushing against the confines of its shell, reaching towards the light, drawing nourishment from the earth. This process is not without struggle. The seed must break free, must struggle against the soil, yet its ultimate purpose is growth, expansion, the realization of its inherent potential. Human beings are like these seeds. We too possess an inherent potential for wholeness, for peace, for a deep connection to the universe. This potential lies buried deep within, often obscured by layers of conditioning, fear, and past experiences. The journey of self-discovery is, in many ways, the process of the seed breaking open, of recognizing and releasing the constraints that have held us back. The path towards realizing this potential is not one of seeking external validation or accumulating possessions. These may provide temporary comfort or distraction, but they cannot fulfill the deeper longing that resides within each of us. True fulfillment comes from within, from the cultivation of an inner state of being that is independent of external circumstances. This state is often described as balance, a center of quiet strength from which we can observe the world with clarity and respond to its challenges with equanimity. For many, this state seems unattainable, a distant ideal that can never be reached. The demands of daily life, work, relationships, responsibilities, create a sense of urgency, a feeling that there is always something more to do, something more to achieve. This constant striving keeps us focused outward, away from the inner work that is essential for true transformation. But what if the key to navigating the complexities of life lies not in constant striving, but in a different approach? What if, instead of fighting against the waves, we learn to ride them? This does not mean passivity or resignation, but rather a recognition of the natural flow of life and a willingness to adapt to it, to find our balance within the ebb and flow. This is where the wisdom of the ages comes into play. For centuries, enlightened beings have offered guidance on how to cultivate this inner resilience, how to navigate the challenges of life with grace and ease. Their teachings, though expressed in different languages and cultures, share a common thread: the importance of turning inward, of recognizing the interconnectedness of all things, and of cultivating a state of presence. Presence is the key. It is the ability to be fully engaged in the present moment, without being overwhelmed by past regrets or future anxieties. When we are present, we are able to see things as they truly are, without the distortion of our ego or our expectations. We are able to respond to life with clarity and compassion, rather than reacting impulsively from a place of fear or desire. This does not come easily. The mind is naturally prone to wandering, to getting caught up in its endless stream of thoughts and emotions. But just as the seed must break free from its shell, we must learn to break free from the constraints of our own minds. This requires practice, a consistent effort to bring our attention back to the present moment, again and again. There are many techniques that can help us cultivate presence. Mindfulness meditation, for example, is a powerful tool for training the mind to focus on the present moment. By observing our thoughts and feelings without judgment, we begin to disentangle ourselves from them, gaining a sense of perspective and clarity. Other practices, such as yoga, Tai Chi, and even simple breathing exercises, can also help us connect with our bodies and the present moment. The journey of self-discovery is a personal one, and there is no single path that is right for everyone. Some may find solace in solitude, while others thrive in community. Some may be drawn to intellectual exploration, while others respond more deeply to artistic or creative expression. The important thing is to find what resonates with you, what helps you connect with your inner truth. As we begin to cultivate this inner resilience, we will find that our relationship with the world changes. We will become less reactive, more compassionate. We will be better able to handle the inevitable challenges that life throws our way. We will begin to realize our inherent potential, to live more fully and authentically. This is not a journey that can be completed in a single lifetime. It is a lifelong process of learning, growing, and evolving. But it is a journey that is worth taking, for it leads to a deeper understanding of ourselves and our place in the universe. It leads to a state of inner peace, a sense of connection, and a profound sense of purpose. The seed knows its purpose. It knows that it must grow, that it must reach for the light. And just as the seed has the potential to become a tree, so too do we have the potential to become our greatest selves. The journey may be challenging, but the rewards are immeasurable. It is a journey of unfolding, of realizing the incredible potential that lies within each of us. And it is a journey that begins with a single, conscious choice: to turn inward and to embrace the unfolding path. Chapter 31: A Journey Towards Self-Realization. The journey towards self-realization is not a straight path, it is a spiral inward. It is a sacred unfolding, a gradual awakening to the truth that has always lived within. It is not about becoming someone new, but about remembering who we truly are. This journey begins with a question: who am I? Not the roles we play, the names we carry, or the stories we tell, but the essence beneath it all. To ask this question sincerely is to open the door to transformation. Self-realization is not a destination, it is a deepening. With each layer we shed, each illusion we dissolve, we come closer to the core. It is a process of peeling away the false to reveal the eternal. The ego resists, but the soul rejoices. Along the way, we encounter mirrors, people, experiences, emotions that reflect our inner world. These reflections are not distractions, they are guides. They show us what we have denied, what we have forgotten, and what we are ready to embrace. The journey requires courage. To face our shadows, to sit with discomfort, to release attachments. but it also offers grace. In every moment of surrender, we are met with light. In every act of honesty, we are met with freedom. Self-realization is not isolation, it is connection. As we awaken to our true nature, we begin to see that same essence in others. Separation dissolves. Compassion arises. We no longer seek to dominate or compare, we seek to understand and unite. This path is illuminated by presence. The more we live in the now, the more we align with truth. The more we listen inwardly, the more we hear the voice of the soul. The more we trust, the more we are guided. And so we walk, not with haste, but with reverence. Not with fear, but with faith. Each step is sacred. Each breath is a blessing. Each moment is an invitation to return to the self that is whole, wise, and free. Life, in its intricate tapestry, presents each individual with a unique path. For many, this path is shrouded in uncertainty, filled with questions and the search for meaning. It is a journey not merely of external exploration, but of profound internal discovery. Within each soul lies a wellspring of wisdom, often obscured by the noise and demands of the everyday world. The task, then, becomes one of learning to listen, to connect with that deeper knowing. This book aims to illuminate that connection. It is not a guide offering simple answers, but rather a companion on the journey, presenting perspectives that encourage introspection and self-awareness. These perspectives draw from a timeless understanding, a collective wisdom that has been refined and shared across ages, guiding those seeking to transcend the limitations of the ego and tap into a greater sense of purpose. The journey begins with recognition. One must first acknowledge the nature of the self, not as the fluctuating thoughts and emotions that arise and fall, but as the underlying awareness that observes them. This awareness is the stable ground upon which the house of selfhood is built. Yet, this ground is often overlooked, buried beneath layers of conditioning, societal expectations, and personal narratives. Consider the mind as a vast landscape. On this landscape, thoughts and emotions constantly move like weather patterns, storms, clear skies, calm seas. The natural state is not one of relentless activity, but of quiet presence, the awareness that observes the weather without being swept away by it. Many spend their lives identifying with the weather itself, reacting intensely to every storm and becoming lost in the sunshine, never pausing to realize they are the sky itself, the unchanging observer. The first step towards inner peace and clarity is therefore cultivation of this awareness. It involves turning the gaze inward, away from the endless external distractions. This is not about suppressing thoughts or feelings, but about observing them with gentle detachment. When a thought arises, simply notice it without judgment. Observe its nature, its impermanence. See it as a cloud passing through the sky of your mind, not as the sky itself. This practice, though simple, is profound. It begins to weaken the grip of the ego, the part of us that believes the thoughts and feelings are we. As this inner stillness begins to take root, a subtle shift occurs. The noise lessens, and beneath it, a deeper voice becomes audible. This is the voice of intuition, the direct connection to the universal flow of intelligence. It speaks in whispers, often through feelings, asynchronicities, and moments of sudden clarity. It guides towards choices that align with one's true self, rather than choices dictated by fear, desire, or societal pressure. Developing this intuition requires patience and practice. It is like learning to play a musical instrument. One must first learn the notes, then the scales, and finally, how to feel the music. Begin by paying attention to your inner landscape. Notice the subtle nudges, the feelings that arise in response to different situations. Do you feel drawn to certain people or activities? Do certain opportunities feel right or wrong, even without a clear rational explanation? These are the whispers of intuition speaking. Trust is a crucial element in this process. Trust the process of inner growth. Trust that the answers you seek are within you. Trust that the guidance you receive, however unconventional it may seem, is leading you towards your highest good. This trust dissolves resistance, allowing the flow of wisdom to be felt more directly. Integration is the final, yet ongoing, stage of this journey. Understanding the teachings intellectually is only the beginning. True transformation occurs when these insights are woven into the fabric of daily life. It means making choices that reflect the deeper understanding gained. It means communicating with more authenticity, acting with greater compassion, and approaching challenges with a sense of inner resilience. This integration is not always smooth. The old patterns, the ingrained habits of the ego, will still arise. The mind will still try to cling to the familiar. The key is to meet these challenges with awareness and understanding. When a reaction arises, pause. Observe it without judgment. Then, consciously choose a response that aligns more closely with the deeper self you are discovering. Each such choice is a step away from the old identity and a step towards greater wholeness. The journey towards self-realization is, in essence, a journey home. It is the process of remembering who you truly are, a sovereign, creative being of light, connected to the infinite intelligence that permeates all existence. This realization does not come overnight, but through consistent effort in turning the attention inward, cultivating awareness, listening to the guidance of intuition, and integrating these insights into every aspect of life. The path may seem daunting at times, filled with uncertainty and the unknown. Yet, within you resides the strength and wisdom to navigate it. By embracing the process, by learning to listen to the deeper guidance available to all, you can transform your life, finding greater purpose, peace, and a profound sense of connection to the universe. The unfolding path is before you, waiting to be walked step by aware step. Chapter 32: The Call of the Unseen Current. There is a quiet force that moves beneath the surface of our lives, a current not seen, but deeply felt. It does not shout, yet it speaks. It does not push, yet it guides. This unseen current is the call of the soul, the whisper of the divine, the rhythm of truth. To feel this current is to sense that life is more than what appears. It is to recognize that behind every coincidence, every longing, every moment of stillness, something greater is at work. The current does not follow the logic of the mind, it follows the wisdom of the heart. This call often arises in silence, in the pause between breaths, in the ache of longing, in the beauty that catches us off guard. It is the feeling that we are being drawn, not outward but inward, not toward answers, but toward essence. To follow the unseen current is to surrender the need for control. It is to trust the flow, even when the direction is unclear. It is to walk with faith, knowing that the path is not always straight, but always sacred. The current may lead us through shadow, through uncertainty, through transformation. But it never abandons us. It moves with us, within us, as us. It is the pulse of life itself, calling us to awaken, to remember, to return. When we align with this current, life begins to harmonize. The noise fades. The distractions lose their grip. We begin to live not from reaction, but from resonance. Not from fear, but from knowing. And so we listen, not with ears, but with presence. We follow, not with maps, but with trust. We become, not by effort, but by allowing. For the unseen current is not something we chase, it is something we become. Life often presents itself as a relentless barrage of challenges and uncertainties. The external world seems to whirl around us, driven by forces beyond our direct control. We feel tossed by storms, pulled in conflicting directions, and sometimes simply lost in the noise. In these moments, the search for a quiet center, an inner sanctuary of peace and clarity, becomes paramount. This journey towards inner stability is not about finding a permanent escape from the world's demands, but rather about cultivating an inner resilience that allows us to navigate its complexities with greater ease and grace. The path to this stability is often misunderstood. Many seek external validation, material possessions, or fleeting pleasures as sources of lasting happiness and security. Yet, these external anchors are inherently fragile. The happiness derived from them is conditional, dependent on circumstances that are always changing. True, enduring stability must be rooted internally. It arises not from a lack of external events, but from our relationship with those events, from the quality of our inner awareness and response. Consider the nature of a tree. It stands firmly rooted in the earth, yet remains flexible in its branches. It weathers storms, endures droughts, and adapts to the changing seasons. Its strength does not come from resisting the wind, but from its deep connection to the ground and its ability to bend without breaking. Our inner lives, too, require this kind of deep-rooted strength and flexible awareness. This cultivation begins with the simple yet profound practice of mindfulness. It is the art of paying attention, in this moment, without judgment. When our mind wanders, as it inevitably will, the practice is simply to notice its wandering and gently guide it back to the present. This might be through focusing on the sensation of breath entering and leaving the body, the feeling of feet on the ground, or the sounds around us. The purpose is not to empty the mind, but to create a space between the external stimuli and our internal reaction to them. In this space, we begin to observe our own thought patterns and emotional responses. We start to recognize the familiar narratives that play in our heads, the stories of victimhood, the constant pursuit of perfection, the fear of the future or the regret of the past. These narratives, while seemingly real, are often distorted interpretations, filtered through past conditioning and egoistic desires. Mindfulness allows us to see these patterns for what they are, without getting swept away by them. We observe the rise and fall of emotions, anger, sadness, joy, anxiety, like clouds passing through the sky of our awareness. We learn that we are not the emotions, but the awareness of the emotions. This observation brings a crucial realization: we possess a choice in how we respond. The external world will continue to present its challenges, but our internal experience of them is malleable. We can choose to react impulsively, caught in the tide of our immediate emotions, or we can choose to respond consciously, from a place of deeper understanding and equanimity. This does not mean suppressing feelings, but rather acknowledging them with kindness and perspective. It means asking ourselves, what is the underlying need that this feeling is trying to express? Or, what is the most constructive action I can take in this situation? Cultivating inner stability also involves tending to the soil of our inner life. This means nurturing qualities such as compassion, gratitude, and self-acceptance. Compassion extends beyond ourselves, fostering a connection with the shared humanity in others, even those we may struggle with. It softens our own rigidity and opens us to understanding rather than judgment. Gratitude shifts our focus from what is lacking to what is present, enriching our experience even in difficult times. It anchors us in the richness of the here and now. Self-acceptance involves acknowledging our own imperfections without harsh self-criticism. It recognizes that we are learning, evolving beings, and that our worth is inherent, not contingent on external achievements. Furthermore, inner stability requires us to confront the nature of our desires and attachments. The ego thrives on the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain, creating a cycle of craving and dissatisfaction. True contentment, however, is often found not in the attainment of external goals, but in a shift in perspective, a move away from constant striving. It involves recognizing the interdependent nature of all things, that we are connected, not separate. This understanding fosters a sense of belonging and reduces the desperate need for external validation. It allows us to find peace within, regardless of external circumstances. The journey towards inner stability is not a destination to be reached, but an ongoing process of awakening and alignment. It requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to look inward consistently. There will be days when the practice feels effortless, and days when it seems impossible. The key is to return, again and again, to the fundamental principles, return to the breath, return to observation, return to kindness, return to the present moment. Imagine the inner landscape as a garden. Mindfulness is the gentle tending of the soil, ensuring it is fertile and open. Compassion, gratitude, and self-acceptance are the essential nutrients provided. Confronting desire and attachment is clearing the weeds that choke the growth of inner peace. The practice is ongoing, like watering and weeding, ensuring that the flowers of awareness, wisdom, and equanimity can bloom. Ultimately, the stability we seek does not come from making the external world perfect or from eliminating all difficulties. It arises from our internal capacity to remain centered, to find a point of reference within ourselves that remains constant, no matter how the world around us changes. It is the quiet confidence that comes from knowing we possess an inner strength that is not dependent on external validation, an inner peace that is not easily shaken. This path is not easy, but it is profoundly rewarding. It leads to a life lived with greater presence, deeper connection, and a profound sense of inner peace. It is a path of awakening, where we move from reacting automatically to responding consciously, from seeking external security to discovering an unshakable foundation within. By embracing these principles, we can navigate the complexities of life with a newfound grace and resilience, finding our center even amidst the storm. The unfolding path awaits, inviting us to step into the stillness within and discover the boundless potential that lies there. Epilogue and closing ritual. There is a moment in every seeker's journey when the teachings no longer sit upon the page but rise within the reader, as if the book itself has stepped aside to reveal a deeper, older companion. If you have arrived here, at this final turning, then something within you has already begun to awaken, quietly, steadily, without demand. This work was never meant to instruct you. It was meant to remind you. Throughout these pages, you have walked through symbols, echoes, and subtle thresholds. You have touched the quiet places where intuition breathes. You have listened to the soft tremor of your own inner knowing. And now, as the final words gather like dusk at the edge of a long day, the path does not end. It simply changes direction. For the true journey is not outward. It is inward, downward, and finally, homeward. As you step beyond this book, may you carry these gentle recognitions that every moment of stillness is a doorway into a wider sky. That the unseen currents guiding your life are not separate from you, they are the deeper movements of your own consciousness. That the symbols you met here were not teachings but mirrors, reflecting the ancient wisdom already alive within your being. You are not closing a book. You are opening a space within yourself. Let the motifs that stirred you become companions. Let the insights that linger become quiet lanterns. Let the questions that remain become invitations rather than burdens. The seeker's path is not defined by certainty but by the willingness to remain open, receptive, and gently attuned to the subtle. And when the world grows loud, or the way ahead feels dim, return to the simplest truth. You are woven from the same light you seek. You are the threshold. You are the witness. You are the unfolding. May your steps be guided by clarity. May your inner sky remain vast. May the journey continue, not forward, not backward, but deeper into the luminous center of your own being. Closing Ritual. Page I. The Threshold of Quiet Recognition. There's a moment, subtle and easily missed, when the seeker realizes that the journey has already shifted from learning to remembering. If you are here, at the final turning of this book, then something within you has already begun to stir, a quiet recognition, a softening, a widening of inner sight. This work was never meant to instruct you. It was meant to awaken what was already waiting. Throughout these pages, you have walked through symbols, echoes, and inner landscapes. You have touched the stillness beneath thought. You have listened to the faint tremor of your own intuition. And now, as the final words gather like dusk at the edge of a long day, the path does not end. It simply becomes more subtle. The true pilgrimage is not outward. It is inward, downward, and finally, homeward. Pause here. Let the breath settle. Let the inner sky widen. You are crossing a threshold that only you can feel. Page 2. The Chamber of Returning. Every seeker eventually arrives at a place where the teachings dissolve and only presence remains. This is that place. Here, you are invited to return, not to the world, but to yourself. Return to the breath that has carried you through every moment of your life. Return to the quiet intelligence that has guided you through every turning. Return to the subtle knowing that has whispered beneath every choice. In this chamber, nothing is asked of you. Nothing is required. Nothing must be achieved. You are simply invited to be. Let the symbols you encountered in this book settle into your awareness like seeds. They do not need to be understood. They only need to be carried. Some will bloom now. Some will bloom later. Some will bloom only when you are ready. This is the nature of inner work. It unfolds according to the rhythm of your own becoming. Page 3. The Lantern of Inner Light. As you move deeper into this closing ritual, imagine a lantern being placed gently into your hands. It is not a symbol of guidance from outside you. It is a reminder of the light you have always carried. This lantern is made of the insights that lingered, the questions that softened you, the moments of stillness that opened your inner sky, the subtle recognitions that reshaped your perception. Hold it lightly. It is not fragile. It is ancient. Let it illuminate the truth you may have forgotten. You are woven from the same light you seek. You are not separate from the mystery. You are the doorway through which the unseen becomes known. Walk with this lantern. Let it reveal the path that unfolds from within. Page 4. The Sanctuary of Integration. Every journey requires a moment of integration, a moment when the seeker allows the teachings to settle into the body, the breath, the subtle field of awareness. This page is that sanctuary. Sit with the echoes of what you have read. Sit with the parts of yourself that awakened. Sit with the parts that resisted. Sit with the parts that softened. Integration is not an act of effort. It is an act of allowing. Allow the insights to weave themselves into your daily life. Allow the symbols to become companions. Allow the questions to remain open. Allow the mystery to continue speaking in its own quiet way. You do not need to hold on to anything. What is meant to remain will remain. What is meant to dissolve will dissolve. Trust the intelligence of your own unfolding. Page V. The benediction of the inner sky. As this ritual draws to its close, let your awareness rise like a slow dawn within you. Feel the spaciousness that has opened. Feel the subtle shift in the way you perceive yourself, the world, and the unseen currents that move through both. You are not closing a book. You are opening a space within yourself. May your steps be guided by clarity. May your heart remain open to wonder. May your inner sky continue to turn, revealing constellations you have not yet imagined. And when the world grows loud, or the path ahead feels dim, return to the simplest truth. You are the threshold. You are the witness. You are the unfolding. End of book. The journey continues, not forward, not backward, but deeper into the center of your own being.